All right, let's go ahead and get started. It is 9 a.m. in the morning. It is November 16th, 2021. This is a regular meeting of the Board of Supervisors for Lake County. Let's go ahead and start this with a moment of silence. And I believe that Supervisor Simon has a moment of silence.
Yes, Chair, Supervisor. Thank you, Supervisor Mtg. I do have a moment of silence today for Joanna Rose McCabe, who passed on November 5th. Her parents are Matt and Aaron McCabe. I just want to put out some love and prayers at this tough time for them. So today's moment of silence is for Joanna Rose McCabe.
And we also have one from Supervisor Pyska.
The Smith family lost their home last weekend in a house fire in the Kelseyville Riviera.
Supervisor Pyska, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and go down on the agenda. Item number 4, consideration of extra items not appearing on the posted agenda. Any added items? Looking at our supervisors and seeing nothing, let's go ahead and move on to approval of the consent agenda. Are there any items that Board of Supervisors wish to pull from the consent agenda? And so we do have 3 on the list for clarification and discussion today, 5.5, 5.6, and 5.15. Anything else that I may have missed?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we'd like to pull 5.2 as well and bring it back on a future date rather than take it up today. It needed a correction.
Okay. Thank you for that. I know you did speak to me about that yesterday and I forgot. So thank you. And if there's nothing further, let's go ahead and open it up to the public and see if there's anyone from the public that wishes to pull an item from the consent agenda for further discussion. I see none in the boardroom and I see none in the Zoom room. So let's go ahead and come back to the board for approval of the rest.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the consent agenda 5.1 through 5.3.
We are skipping 5.2.
Okay. Then I wrote it down wrong. Okay. So I move to approve 5.1, 5.3. So, and then we're skipping.
And then 5.4.
So 5.7 through 5.14, and then 5.16 through 5.18.
And if we can add 5.4, then we're good.
And then adding 5.4.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion from Supervisor Scott, a second by Supervisor Simon. Johanna, good morning. Roll call, please.
Good morning. Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall? Supervisor Scott?
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska?
Yes.
And Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, we seem to have a bit of an echo with the microphones. If we could ask Sam to advise, I'm hearing an echo when you speak in particular. Is there an echo when I speak?
I am pretty loud, so that could be the problem. I didn't hear it as I was talking, a little bit.
Does someone have a mobile device with the volume on?
No, it would be a really bad echo if there was anything on for Zoom. Then you get that sci-fi noise. Maybe if you could just lower my mic a little bit. Let's see if that helps. Maybe. I could have just lowered my voice too, but
Still hearing you.
for some reason that didn't seem to be the option.
And then we also want to make sure our participants are wearing their masks in a compliant manner.
Please make sure to wear your mask. In the courthouse, we do have a mandate to please all wear masks. So if you could please cover your face, that would be great.
Mouth and nose.
Thank you. And then let's go ahead and move on. It is 9:00. Let's go ahead and go 9:05 a.m. item, public input. Anything not on our agenda, if you wish to express yourselves to the board, you have 3 minutes. Again, anything that is not on our listed agenda items, 3 minutes, please come up to the microphone. And the microphone will amplify your voice. You don't need to lower your mask for speaking.
Well, I can hardly understand what you are saying, so.
Really, I'm amplified. We just have to lower the volume.
So I cannot even talk to the microphone without mask on?
At this moment in time, until change, there is a rule in this courthouse to please wear a mask. Everybody is doing
I'm
it.
wearing it and I'm putting it on my lips. Is that sufficient? Yeah? Well, I'll try my best.
If you could make it quick.
Excuse me?
If you could please make it quick. Let's go.
Well, I can make it as quick as 3 minutes. Yeah, I'm just suggesting that the whole thing with the COVID-19 and this whole charade be revisited by this board and all people who are affected by it. And, you know, we are under first type of basically limiting our
Mr. Chair,
understanding.
you're gonna have to put your mask on. Please put your mask over your nose. If you could just. do
Oh,
that.
my nose.
Yes, very
Yes,
simple.
please. There you go.
Supervisors,
Yeah,
there are
okay.
Cal OSHA requirements for this at this point in time. So we need safety in our workplace.
Well, anyways, I just want to suggest that, like I said, we go back to beginning of this whole thing. And, you know, there are millions of people now who are aware of this fraud, which is the COVID-19 and the repression of human beings. And there are people who used to work for Moderna, that they used to work for other vaccine companies, and the vaccines are not designed.
And actually, sir, I'm going to actually stop you. We have an update on COVID-19, and so that is an item on our agenda. And I apologize that I didn't
Well, you
stop you
said it
earlier.
was something which is not on agenda.
Yes, and
So that's what
COVID-19.
I'm- again.
Sir, let's not argue. We have an item on the agenda called Update on COVID-19. You're talking to us about COVID-19. I requested public input on anything not on the agenda. There will be public comment for every item that is on the agenda. At that point, you will get your time.
Very good, and I'll sit back again
Yes,
and
let's
suffer. Thank you.
let's follow the process, please. You get 3 minutes. If you could please give us your name. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Lynn Carey. I live in Spring Valley. I just wanted to make the Board of Supervisors aware that we've got people moving out of Lake County now, long-term residents, because the illegal COVID is not being handled properly.
If we can keep our COVID comments to the
Okay,
COVID update.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean COVID. I meant cannabis.
Okay.
The code enforcement people come out to Spring Valley and they say, oh, I'm sorry, I'm not knowledgeable in that code. I can't help you. And I seem to think that as many people as we have with illegal cannabis in our area, you should be writing letters to the property owners and telling them what the new codes are and informing them that they can be fined. You don't have to send people out looking over fences. We've given you lists for 6 months of the properties that are involved, and you could be sending letters to the property owners, because if they're told they're going to be fined $1,000, then they do something about it. We've got one property owner that we were offered to buy his lot. He goes, I make more in a month than what you could pay me for the lot, because he's renting to cannabis people. And we've been told for years, we were told that the Board of Supervisors, maybe not you personally, said that the money from cannabis would be applied to following the ordinances, and it's not been done. and we're upset again. Also, I'm here to support Mr. Van Pelt. Thank you.
Thank you. That is an item on the agenda, so let's please stay on topic. Any further comments on anything not on the agenda? Let me check the Zoom room. Let's go ahead and unmute Jennifer Smith, please.
Good morning, board. I'd like to use this opportunity to share some dire timelines that the local cannabis community is up against at the state level, and to make sure that you, county leadership, is aware of what we're facing. This is a follow-up to a letter that I've sent each of you and the Director of Community Development. Really, this is important, and I think I'd like to use this 3 minutes to explain it further. In the governor's trailer bill, the state greatly compressed the timeline for provisional licensing, which has applicants racing time to ensure that they are eligible for state licenses. Meanwhile, many of them are paused in the county's queue. We're approaching 2 critical deadlines, which we refer to as cliffs, that will affect all cannabis cultivators in California. The first is that applicants with an outdoor cultivation area of more than 1 acre or 22,000 square feet of mixed light must apply by December 31st, 2021 for state provisionals. That's 6 weeks away. New provisionals will not be issued after June 30th, 2022 for general applicants with an outdoor cultivation area of less than 1 acre. This is something the county can do to help ensure that eligible projects meet these deadlines. Other counties have created a letter of conditional authorization, which simply indicates a project meets the local land use parameters and is eligible for consideration only for a state license. This letter does not secure local or state licensing. It only allows the applicant to secure a place in line with the state. If the county wants to continue to grow and have a sustainable cannabis industry, this letter is paramount to people getting their place in line with the state. If the county does not issue these, then we can bet that the local cannabis industry will stay as it is. There will be no growth for probably 18 months to 2 years. I just want to bring this to your attention so that hopefully we can find a solution and move forward with a sustainable industry in this county. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I'm going to pause public comment for a second. Is that TV sound on? I'm getting some feedback.
Mr. Chair, we're also having some trouble with sound in Zoom on Facebook as well.
Supervisor Crandall, how is the sound going for you on Zoom?
Yeah, I could hear where I'm at, but I'm getting other texts that it's not on Zoom. Oh, not Zoom, I'm sorry. Granicus, YouTube, and Facebook, but apparently it's working now.
Okay. And I don't know if it was the TV, but it was coming from that.
No, I'm hearing it. Sounded like the
Something from over there.
Keep going. Keep going. Oh. This is the echo. Right now.
Check, check. Hello, hello. All right. Hopefully that resolves it for all parties. No, you still hear an echo?
Just yank the cord.
Hello, hello. Are we still hearing an echo?
Somebody's got there's a device on. That's the echo that you're hearing. This is on.
Oh, let's, yeah, there it is.
Go ahead, do it.
Hello, check, check. Trying to find the echo. I apologize for the inconvenience and the technical difficulties. Many different speakers, many different microphones, and many different platforms that we're being streamed on. Sometimes complicates things. Is there anybody in the audience that might have Granicus or Zoom on at the same time? Doesn't sound like the mic is on, but it sounds like the speaker might be on. Says your microphone is not working.
Yeah, microphone's off, it says.
But it's coming through the speaker.
You gotta turn off the audio.
Hey, this is Jake. That that projector, that should not be in audio at all. Just leave audio on that.
Yeah, leave computer audio. Yeah, so click the X, click the arrow next to the microphone. Yeah, and then go up to the second one more up. No, all right there.
Oh, thank you. I can't read it.
All right, hopefully that solved the problem and we will not hear any more echoes.
Mr. Chair, before we move on from this problem, I'd like to try to solve another problem while we're
Okay.
paused. So I'm hearing that we may not have sound in Facebook and on YouTube. Supervisor Crandall, is that the word you are getting? Okay,
It's good now. It's good now.
it's good now.
It's good.
And sound in Granicus. Do we know if sound is projecting in Granicus?
It should be.
I'm going to assume it's good because nobody's telling me it's not.
Yeah, I think.
Thank you,
it's
Mr.
good.
Chair.
All right,
We got sound and granite.
All right, thank you.
all right. Again, apologize for the pause. Just want to make sure everybody's able to participate. We have another hand up for public comment. Damian Ramirez. If we can please unmute.
Good morning, everyone. Damian Ramirez here from Lake County Grown. I wanted to briefly bring to the board's attention the tax challenges that many operators have faced this year in the cannabis industry. 2021 has brought these issues to light for many cultivators through the severe drought, also accompanied with probably equally as a severe drop in the market price for product. The drought created circumstances where many growers were unable to cultivate their entire permitted canopy space this year. This left operators basically scrambling to change their taxable cultivation areas, sometimes past the time frames in which to do so. I think that definitely created a further burden on the CDD staff, which we all know is already running on all cylinders, really, to keep up with their intense workloads they already have. So it's clearly not good for any of the parties involved from that perspective. Furthermore, the steep drop in this pricing this year has affected profit margins greatly for many operators, and unfortunately, many operators will struggle to even make it to next year. It seems like all these projects that will undoubtedly fail. This will, of course, create a loss of revenue for the county. Obviously, not to mention the burdens that the individuals themselves or their entities must endure. The tax burden plays a large role in all of this. This is, of course, the nature of business, and I'm not by any means trying to give anyone a free pass. I'm a business person myself. I fully understand that perspective. However, I think that the challenges presented in this year's growing season provides us with an opportunity really to potentially revisit our cannabis tax structure. I believe there is ways to better structure the taxing of the cannabis cultivators. I encourage the board to take a look at other counties, how they tax operators. It just might be time to switch from taxes based on total cultivation area, the total space, to taxes based on potentially gross receipts. A lot of counties do a percentage of gross receipts. Maybe there's even a hybrid type of method that could benefit all parties involved. Minimums going to the county so they can make sure they're getting a certain cash flow in regardless. And then the cultivator, if they have a challenging season, they won't drown in a tax burden that might be not equivalent to what they actually produce. So I just think it's a good topic to discuss at a future meeting. So thank you all for your time, and as always, thanks. Bye.
Perfect timing on your 3 minutes. Thank you very much for your comment. And the last hand that I see is from our Department of Water Resources, Marina Deligianis. And I believe you wanted to share your screen.
Yes.
You have the ability to do so.
That is correct. I'm gonna do that. Can everyone see my screen okay?
Yep, there it is.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Marina Delajanis. I serve as the Deputy Water Resources Director, the Lake County Water Resources Department. I also serve as the lead for our Big Valley Groundwater Sustainability Plan Advisory Committee. I am here to share with the community some exciting news. We have our draft Big Valley Groundwater Sustainability Plan, GSP, is out for its formal 21-day public review period from November 12th through December 3rd, 2021. Here on the screen, you can see our Big Valley GSP, the draft form of it. All of the documents and related material are here. You can click on it. We also have the instructions on how you can submit these public comments. So you can submit these public comments one of three ways. Again, these have to be submitted by December 3rd, 2021. You can send these comments to us via email at water.resources@lakecountyca.gov. You can drop them off if you visit us here on the third floor of the Lake County Courthouse, or you can mail them in to us again at the Lake County Courthouse. So here you can see all the instructions and how you can get to these documents. If you need assistance, please feel free to give us a call at 707-263-2344. Send us an email at water.resources@lakecountyca.gov, or again, please come visit us on the third floor, and we're more than happy to help you get these materials and how you can get to these materials. I also would like to point out that if folks want to get caught up on all the previous public meetings that we have had, you can go to the programs and projects, Big Valley GSP, and advisory committee documents here. And then you can see all previous public meeting agendas, minutes, videos, and slides. Or if you want to get automatic emails, updates, reminders, you can stay connected via the Stay Connected page where you sign your name, email address, city, phone number, and in and out in basin. And that's when you will get routine emails and reminders of our upcoming public meetings and anything related to Big Valley groundwater. We also have two public meetings taking place this week. The first one is an open house and information sharing session, which is taking place this Thursday, November 18th from 5:30 p.m. to 7 p.m. And then our monthly GSP Advisory Committee meeting, which is taking place this Friday, November 19th from 11 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. Both of these meetings have the options of joining us in person with COVID protocols in place, of course, or via Zoom. So if you have any questions, need additional information, again, feel free to give us a call at 707-263-2344. Visit us on the third floor of the county courthouse, or send us an email at water.resources@lakecountyca.gov. And that is all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that information and your comment. And that does it for public comment. So next, we will move on to our 9:06 a.m. item. And just to state that the items that were pulled from the consent agenda, we will try and see if we can fit it in. We have a large item at 10:15. I don't think that we're going to be able to fit it in before then. So my guess is that it probably will not be until the afternoon. We will make sure and get to those department heads and let them know ahead of time, maybe 5 or 10 minutes ahead of time, to see if we can let them know where we're at. So next, we're going to start with our 6.2, our 9:06 a.m. item, consideration of update on COVID-19. And today with us, we have Dr. Charlie Evans. Welcome. Oh, and you're muted.
Is that better?
Yes.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for inviting me back to speak to you about COVID-19. Sarah Marico's prepared a very nice epidemiology report, which I think we'll start with that. So if we could put those slides up.
And hopefully somebody is able to do that, because I do not have those slides.
I think that
Johanna has the slides, and Matthew both. Johanna or Matthew, are you able to put them up?
Yeah, let me find them really quick. Sorry.
Well, she's getting those up. I can go ahead and speak to what they're going to show us. You know, in general, what we're seeing with COVID-19 in the state is a very, very gradual decline, but we're kind of reaching a shoulder or a plateau in that decline. So cases throughout the state are still declining somewhat. And it looks like, here we go. So go ahead and go to the second slide. So here you can see within the state, we're at 12.2 new cases per 100,000. Average daily deaths is down to 49 per day. It's still very high, but much better than it's been. And the test positivity is down to 2.4%. Go ahead, next slide. So I wanted to speak about vaccination coverage in Lake County. So these numbers reflect a change in the way we're calculating them because we added all the eligible 5 to 11-year-olds. So it added 5,300 people to the denominator. So you might see that our percent vaccinated dropped because the denominator is bigger. So we're at 58% fully vaccinated, 7% partially vaccinated, and 35% unvaccinated. Next slide. So this is testing and positivity in Lake County. And this is encouraging news that our test positivity has dropped 2.8% from the last time we reported. So we're at 4.4%. We're well above where the state is, but we're continuing to see a decline, which is, in my opinion, very, very positive information. Next slide. So this is just showing the two big surges that we've had, and we're down to 41 cases average per day. This is still way higher than we were at our nadir back in June when we were down about 7 to 10 cases per day. And next slide. So of those cases that we have, the majority are unvaccinated, 333 or 74%, and about a quarter were fully vaccinated. So again, we're seeing some breakthrough infections that is a significant number, and I'll talk about that. And 10% were partially vaccinated. And next slide. So these lines were the green line on here. And if you look, you see that the green line has been coming down gradually since the middle of September, and it continues to go down. The blue line is the state line, and it's fairly flat. The red line is Mendocino County, and it is creeping up, which is a concern to me to have a neighboring county with a rising infection rate, because that could very easily spill over into Lake County. Okay, next slide. And this is the vaccination status for those that were hospitalized. And again, the majority of the cases being hospitalized were unvaccinated, 79%. But this is less than what we saw even a month ago, where it was more up in the 90% range. So again, I think this represents some of the breakthrough infections we're seeing with the vaccine and the waning immunity of the vaccine, which I'll talk about. And the vaccination status of the deaths. One of the deaths was vaccinated, 8 were not. So we had 9 cases from September into September through October. And next slide. Or I think that's the last slide, actually. So while you're there, if you could also put up the slide that shows where you can get tested and where you can get vaccinated. I wanted to make sure that information was out there for everybody. There's quite a few vaccination sites and quite a few test sites. And for those that have internet, there's a link that can take you to those. If you don't have internet, there's a phone number that can take you to those. So here are the links for the testing and for the vaccination sites, and then a phone number for where you can call if you don't have internet services. Okay, so with that, I just wanted to go on to my general comments. We've seen an overall decline in the numbers in the past couple of months, and I'm really pleased to see on Sarah's report that it shows a continuing decline in Lake County. In other parts of the state, we're not seeing that decline. We're seeing a plateau, or we're seeing a leveling, or even a rise in numbers, and that's being reported nationally now as well. So I think this is just a real warning to all of us that we could have a winter surge, and we need to be very, very cognizant of this and apply all the public health measures we've learned throughout this pandemic. California is showing the same pattern of decline and plateauing that India showed after their Delta surge last spring. The plateau did not come down to the same baseline level in our state that it had been in the spring or early summer of last year. And what we're seeing in different parts of the country, the United States now, is we're seeing surges in areas that, generally speaking, are less vaccinated than other areas. We still don't understand a lot about this virus. We certainly don't understand why it surges and then for no reason retreats, and then why it surges again. But we've been through enough surges to know that it's very capable of doing that. And we might think that we're at a vaccination rate where that won't happen, but that's not the experience that we're seeing nationally or internationally. So a great example is the Netherlands. They were up at 68%, and they completely opened up and declared that they were through with a pandemic, only to go into a big surge and having to close down when all of their facilities were overrun with infections. So I think that could very easily happen in Lake County as well, if we're not very careful with the public health measures, particularly vaccination, but also masking, careful hand washing, good nutrition, social distancing, all the things that we've been talking about throughout the pandemic. When we first started talking about this virus, we also talked about a immunity called herd immunity. And we suggested that if we got to a point where 80% of the population was either infected or immunized, that we might develop herd immunity. There's so many unknowns with this virus, and many of which we continue to learn on a daily basis. One of which we've learned is that the vaccine does not have the long-lasting immunity that we might have hoped it had. We've also learned that the virus can mutate and create variants. The Delta variant is a monster. This variant is highly infective, and it requires a much higher level of immunity within a community to quell ongoing infections. So that all has impact on whether you reach herd immunity. With the waning of immunity from vaccinations, I think it's not likely that we're going to see herd immunity in our community for some time. And my personal feeling is that the Delta virus is infectious enough that if you're in public with the level of infection we have, you will get COVID if you're not vaccinated. Herd immunity is not going to help you in that regard. I wanted to talk about the waning immunity. As you've all read, we've seen that boosters have been recommended. When the vaccine first came out, we boasted a very high effectiveness rate. Initial studies were upwards of 90% effective, which is unheard of for a vaccine. This is a superb vaccine. And what we're seeing now is that over time, starting at about 2 or 3 months, you see a drop off in that immunity, bringing the effectiveness rate down into the 70s or maybe even the high 60s in some people. So don't get me wrong. I'm not saying this isn't a great vaccine, and I'm not discouraging people from getting vaccinated. This is a superb vaccine, but it's not a perfect vaccine. And as we learn more and more about it, we learn how to use it better. And that's why these recommendations about boosters have come out. It's fortunate that even though these vaccines do not protect people from infection as the immunity wanes, we have seen that they do protect them from severe illness and from death. And so it's a huge benefit that we get from these vaccines. But I want to be clear that the vaccine is a great vaccine. It's not a perfect vaccine. And we need to modify the way we use it, which is why the boosters have come out. The other factor on this is that those that are getting sick from this vaccine, who are vaccinated, are oftentimes those that have comorbidities. They're respiratory illnesses, they have cardiac illnesses, they're immunosuppressed for whatever reason. These are the people who it's really important for them to get boosters, and it's really important for them to continue to heed the public health measures of masking, social distancing. So I wanted to talk about the boosters. So the CDC recommended boosters for specific age groups almost a month ago, particularly to the vulnerable populations. Last week, CDPH came out and recommended boosters in the state of California to all those who thought they would benefit from the vaccine. Their caveat was that you should wait 6 months after the Pfizer vaccine and 6 months after the Moderna vaccine, 2 months after the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. They also said that you can mix and match the vaccines. And their message here really is that what's important is that you get a boost. It doesn't matter if you had Pfizer, you can get a Moderna boost, or if you had Johnson & Johnson, you could also get a Moderna or a Pfizer boost. What's important is that you get a boost. And I think what most public health officials are recommending is if you can get the vaccine that you had initially, that's the vaccine you should go for. If you can't, just get a boost. Another question that's come up that I've been asked a lot as well, does this mean that in another 6 months, we're going to need another boost? And the answer to that question is we really don't know. So much is unknown on this virus, and our growth of knowledge is expanding exponentially weekly. We may need another vaccine in 6 months. It will depend on the variants. It will depend on our development of successful treatments, and it will depend on your baseline health status and what the level of infection is in our communities. So we'll have to wait to see the answer to that question 6 months from now. Holidays are coming up, and I wanted to talk about the holidays because everyone's planning on gathering. And this is when we started our surge big time last year with holiday gatherings. They were a big spreader event. And so ways that you can safely gather and prevent infection. If you travel on the holidays, you should get tested before you travel, and you should get tested after you travel. Antigen tests now are readily available in drugstores. There's testing available throughout the county at testing sites. If you get an antigen test, it should be done 24 hours before you travel, and a PCR test 72 hours so that the result is back before you get to your destination. If you have unvaccinated members coming to your holiday gatherings, you should take extra precautions, and those might include masking and effective masking with care such that you have a good seal, preferably with an N95 or a KN95. You might consider gathering outdoors, enforce social distancing. You can increase ventilation if you're going to be indoors, or you can curtail the time that you're going to be indoors. All of these will contribute to less transmission of the virus. If you're hosting a gathering, you might consider instituting and requiring these simple measures to help save lives of your loved ones. We wish all to move back to that level of normalcy that we miss so much. And I think if you are fully vaccinated, you can have holiday parties with your friends and return to a very normal lifestyle. So if everybody at your gathering is fully vaccinated, I think you can enjoy yourselves. Particularly if you're doing testing before and after the gathering. I feel it is still very risky to have gatherings with unvaccinated people if they're not masks. Until such time our baseline of infection returns to where it was last spring, this is going to be difficult. And if we're not cautious, about taking these precautions, I can see that we could promote another surge of the virus. New recommendations on vaccinations included children aged 5 to 11. There's 73 million children in our country. Already, we've had 5 million infections in children. 700 children have died. That means that less than 1 in 100,000 children have died. But if you were infected, 1 in 7,000 died. As in adults, children are less likely to be hospitalized or become critically ill if they are vaccinated, and it's a strong recommendation. But probably more importantly, children are also the reservoir or source of spreading COVID to their parents and to their grandparents. And these are the people who are, generally speaking, more vulnerable to the infection. So our success at vaccinating this younger group of children will go a long way to keeping them safe, keeping our schools open, and curbing the transmission of the virus in the community. I wanted to talk about variants. Currently, the Delta variant remains the dominant variant. CDPH has done sequencing of the viruses. In July, they sequenced 22% of the infections, and in August, they sequenced 15% of the infections. They're monitoring 9 different variants. The Delta variant is still the major player in California and throughout the country. 98% of the infections in October were from the Delta variant. And they do not feel that any of the other variants are currently listed as a variant of concern. So we're still worried about the Delta variant. Some of you may have heard about new treatments that are out there. Merck has licensed a drug in Europe and that they're using in Europe. Initial data suggests that the treatment is quite effective at reducing severity of illness and reducing mortality. It's not yet licensed in the United States. There's multiple other drugs that are being put forth for testing. And I think it's likely that in the spring, some of these will be licensed and it will definitely have an impact on the pandemic. So in summary, I'm cautiously optimistic about the level of infection in Lake County and the direction we're going in the pandemic. I'm very happy to see the decline of test positivity and decline in number of infections. But we still have a huge opportunity on the vaccination front. And I encourage you all to talk openly about this, to share your information from reliable resources, and to talk to your family members and loved ones who aren't vaccinated. It is a huge community effort needed to stop this virus, but I'm confident that working together, we can all make a huge difference. And I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for inviting me back. And I wish you all safe and healthy holidays, and happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much, Dr. Evans. We do have some comments and questions. Let's go ahead and start with Supervisor Pyska.
Thank you for coming, Dr. Evans. It's really wonderful to see you again. I'm wondering when Lake County is going to receive the pediatric doses for the 5 to 11-year-olds.
Now, I'm going to defer to you, Carol, on that. Do you know?
I don't know if our director of nursing is in the room or not, but the last I communicated with her, we were still awaiting receipt of the pediatric doses here in Lake County. Is Eileen in the room?
Yes, she is.
I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you, Eileen.
Yes, just to give an update, as Dr. Evans mentioned, on our public health website or the phone number where you can call us to get the vaccine information. On our site, we keep that updated. We're reaching out to folks that are listed on the website almost daily to make sure that we are keeping our sources up to date. And so right now, Adventist Health is showing that they have vaccine for 5 and up, as is Walmart at both their Clear Lake locations. And we are waiting for more. I know Safeway is hoping that early next week they'll be able to start here in Lakeport. And so again, this is a great resource to look at our website, and we're continuing to update it. It shows right now everyone with the 12 and older, and we are adding the 5 to 11s as they come in.
Thank you. One of the other questions, and I don't know if this is a better question for Sarah, and she's unfortunately not here today, but I'm wondering what would be the best indicators to gauge the spread in our community if we have so many people taking at-home tests and not reporting? I don't have any idea what that percentage is, but I know that that option is available to so many people and they're choosing to take it. And, that's one of the resources that we have now, but it does impact the data that we're able to gauge our response by. So I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, Dr. Evans?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. And, I think it's a very positive thing that these antigen tests are becoming more available, because the more testing we do, the more detection we have, and the more likely we can be responsible about quarantining when we're infectious. It does pose a problem to the data in terms of the total numbers, but the data can also, it's not going to change the hospitalization data and the death data. So, what we're really worried about is not the total number of cases. It's really, we're worried about the people who are sick enough to be hospitalized, and certainly those who require ICU care. So we're going to follow that as a bellwether sign of how our infection is going. So yes, there might be more cases of infection out there that we're missing, but we're not going to be missing the hospitalizations. And I think that's a much more critical value to follow.
Yeah. And do you have an idea on how our hospitals are being impacted currently?
So the numbers are drifting down in Lake County. They're drifting up in Mendocino County and Sonoma County. They're also drifting down. And, usually when you see an uptick in number of cases, you don't see the hospitalizations until a couple of weeks later. And so, for example, you look over at Mendocino County and see the numbers going up. We can expect to see their hospitalizations to continue to go up as well. You see our numbers going down. If indeed the numbers truly reflect what's there, then we should expect our hospitalization numbers to stay down.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? So I did have some questions and comments. One is, I saw something that I'm going to ask for a clarification. I don't think that you can provide that clarification, but in the PowerPoint presentation, it showed a total of 9 deaths in September and 2 in October. And when I look at our main webpage, it shows 19 for September. And so I'm hoping that you can come back and provide a clarification on what that number exactly is, since there's a discrepancy between what's put on our website for those timeframes and what was provided here. And not sure what that will do to the numbers overall for the percentage, but I think it's good to make sure that we are on the same page with what numbers we're looking at.
Sure. Let me just say that Sarah did mention in a report that the report of the 9 deaths was for a 36-day period of September, October. So it wasn't all of September and October. And that's probably what that's about, Chairman.
Okay.
Having not made the report, I can't say for sure, but part of the reason she does that is to protect the patient's privacy, so that people aren't trying to see who is the person that passed from not being vaccinated. And so the data, I'm confident that the data is accurate in terms of the total numbers, but it's not done month by month. So those deaths in October reflect, I think, all of October, but only a part of September.
Thank you for that clarification. And if it's possible to make a request for the next time, if we can put the dates on the actual PowerPoint. I may have missed it, but I believe I read it as September and October.
Yeah.
And so just to reduce that possible confusion. And if it's my fault for the confusion, then I apologize. The other one is, I'm wondering, there's two other questions. One is a data point that we don't have. We talk about the decreasing effects of the vaccine. Is that easy data to look at for people in Lake County who were vaccinated? Because we know when they got vaccinated, they're in a computer somewhere, and I'm sure we have access to that information to find out once people drop off after the 6 months, how we can correlate that to the unvaccinated and vaccinated percentages of hospitalization to see if there's a correlation there or not, at least the way it's working in our community. I think that's something I have not seen. What's the population vaccination of the last 6 months, and what's happening in our hospitals and our mortality rate when we're always comparing the unvaccinated and vaccinated. Just to kind of have, I think that would be interesting information to look at and might offer a more poignant point of the impacts of the vaccine or the decrease of the impacts of the vaccine based on time passed. And my second one is, there's been a lot of conversation, and I know that even at the state level, there's this conversation, and the data might be difficult, but if it's possible in a future agenda when we speak about COVID, to talk about those who have been impacted and had COVID. What is the timeline for the immunity that they had? Are there some who may have zero immunity, some that have 100% immunity? Is it 3 months, 6 months? Is it longer? I know there's some studies out there. There's some still ongoing studies going, but it's difficult to kind of hammer down what that looks like. And I know we're supposed to wait maybe 2 months, I think it is, if I'm correct, before you do get vaccinated, if you did have COVID. Just to have that conversation, because we've had a lot of people impacted and getting sick with COVID, and to try to inform them and educate them on what is actually happening with their bodies and what are they dealing with out in the community where COVID still is.
Yeah, I'd be happy to look at that data and present that at the next meeting. Let me just say, I love the way you think about, you think like an epidemiologist in terms of the way our immunity drifts. And if we could look at that specifically, I'm sure that data could be extrapolated because we have the vaccination data, but it would take an epidemiologist to take it and sift it and say, you know, we have this many people whose immunity is beyond that 4-month point where they need to be boosted. And we're not looking at the number of boosted people. You know, we're considering people fully vaccinated if they've had 2 vaccines, or in the case of Johnson & Johnson, 1 vaccine. And that's a much more sophisticated analysis. And I agree, it would be nice to have that. And at the same time, I would say our biggest bang for the buck is still getting those who are unvaccinated vaccinated, because those are the people who are much more likely to be hospitalized and much more likely to die.
Right. And I am not putting a timeline on when I would like to see that data, because I don't know how difficult accessing all that data would be. It was just more of in the future, when possible, when it's all able to be collected, if we can have that conversation.
Yeah.
I think of things that I don't necessarily know the difficulties of accessing those things or putting it all together. So
I will pick Sarah's brain on that and see what she can come up with. Perfect.
Thank you so much. And we have Supervisor Pyska.
Yeah, one more question. With the vaccination rate and the vaccinated, the unvaccinated, and then the booster, is there going to be a change in definition on what fully vaccinated means? Is that going to include people that have the booster, or is that going to be a separate category?
So I have not seen any guidance from the state on that. You know, I think right now they are still considering people fully vaccinated if they've had the 2 of the Pfizer and Moderna and 1 of the Johnson & Johnson. I would expect over time they are going to adjust that, but I haven't seen any guidance in that regard.
Thank you very much. If there's no further comments or questions from board members, let's go ahead and open it up for the public. Anybody in the board chambers wish to speak on this item? Please come up to the microphone. You have 3 minutes.
I would like to direct my question to the doctor here.
No, you could direct it to the board and we can ask the doctor to respond if needs be.
Okay. I just would like to ask you perhaps if you are aware of the fact that PCR tests have been by CDC were declared invalid because they cannot differentiate between so-called COVID-19 and ordinary common flu. And I want to, get the answer for that. Supposedly it's going to happen at the end of the year, not prior to that. But there is no test I know of which would identify COVID-19 virus. And that never was one. So that's my question. The other item is perhaps the medical errors statistics for the United States. And that will be something I will have to read. But medical errors cause an estimated 250,000 deaths in the United States annually. Okay, those are medical errors. And, it goes on and on and on. We just should start looking to the beginning of this thing because they were, for starters, we are under censorship. The media, so-called media, disguise, basically put people who have different understanding, even if they're specialists, like the doctors in Kern County. Initially, they decided that they tested 4,000 people in Kern County. They couldn't find any virus. And that was, of course, on YouTube, and it was taken down within 2 weeks. It's an ongoing pressure against information which varies from what is the official line. And that's the disaster of it, that we don't have the freedom to express various understandings and information which should be available. And it's been going on for 2 years. So, like I said, PCR tests, I don't know of any other tests. The man who developed PCR tests declared, Mullis was his name, that that test cannot be used for identifying any virus. It's not meant for that. He got Nobel Prize for it, but he didn't agree with anybody using his test for identifying viruses. And he incidentally died 3 weeks before, a healthy man, 3 weeks before this whole charade started. So the other interesting thing is 3 countries in the world decided to not allow.
And your 3 minutes are up. If you can just go ahead and provide your last statement.
Excuse me?
Hello, up here on the board.
Oh, I can't even hear.
Your 3 minutes are up.
Thank you.
And so if you can, okay. And Dr. Evans, I know that we've had this conversation before about the PCR test, if there's anything that you can provide. I know that they are updating the PCR test so that now it can differentiate between COVID, the flu, and cold. But if you can provide more expert.
So PCR is a technology that's been developed to look at genetic material, and the genetic material of different viruses is different. We use it not only for viruses, we use it for bacteria. This is a technology that's been very, very well developed, is extremely sensitive and extremely specific. It is not invalid. It is not bad data. It clearly detects the COVID virus with great accuracy, greater than 95% accuracy. And probably the inaccuracy is not from the test, but from the swab. If you don't swab properly, then you're not going to get good data. But if you swab properly, it's probably close to 99.99% accurate. And we're really, really lucky to have this technology.
And I do want to add that according to the CDC, there was an almost 18%, I think it was 17.8 or something like that, increase in deaths in the United States in 2020. And so to say that there is no virus, then please explain to us what people are dying from. There's very good, strong medical science for what is happening. Whether you agree with some of the actions that we're taking, I think those things can be debatable. But the virus itself, it's very difficult when you've lost family and friends, and it's getting closer and closer to family and friends, to still make the statement that it's fake. Your time is up. I'm just responding to your comment, and we did not censure your comment, as you stated is a part of the problem as well. Everybody has their 3 minutes and their ability to come and speak to us in a public meeting.
Mr. Chairman, I did want to make a statement about his comment on medical errors. And, you know, he's right that there are medical errors. Remember that the people who are creating the medical errors are humans. You know, whenever you have humans doing anything, they're going to make mistakes. And we have lots of patterns in place to try to prevent errors. And we're much better than we were 5 years ago or 10 years ago. And we still make errors every day. And I apologize for that, but we're all human. And we'll continue to do the best we can do, but know that none of us are perfect. Very different than talking about a technology that we know has special qualities, and we know we can look at that data and be confident with it.
Thank you for that, Dr. Evans. Any further public comment in the board chambers before we move on to Zoom? Please come to the microphone. State your name and you have 3 minutes.
Joan Moss, I want to know if we, as members of the public, are given accurate information about what is in the vaccines that we are receiving. Thank you.
We have not provided you that information from this board. That information is available through the manufacturer and through the CDC and FDA for all the reviews that have been had in order to get some of the approvals that they've had, whether it's emergency or non-emergency approvals. And Dr. Evans, if you want to add to that.
I would only add that we have experience of millions upon millions upon millions of cases, and that the safety and efficacy of this vaccine is superb. That doesn't mean that it's perfect. It's superb, and it's one of the best vaccines for such a pandemic that we've ever seen. And we're so fortunate to have it in this country and to have ready availability of it. Many countries are still not yet vaccinating their population against this disease. And, you know, we're incredibly fortunate to have it.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and move on to the Zoom room. Let's start with Carlos Bono. Again, state your name and you have 3 minutes. You're still on mute.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. First, this is Carlos Bono. I'm a resident of Middletown. And I first would like to let the board and other citizens of Lake County know that a new website called standuplakecounty.org has been started. The website represents a grassroots community group of activists working on the county level to protect and restore our rights to medical choice and freedom guaranteed to us in the U.S. Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and the California Constitution. We also emphatically object to the use of medical mandates for citizens to participate equally in society and the economy. A petition with change.org advocating medical rights in Lake County can be found on the website, and we urge concerned citizens to sign it. We also encourage Lake County residents that have suffered a vaccine adverse event to tell us your story on the form at the website. Now I'd like to address the board on the superb, safe, and effective COVID vaccine. First, the VAERS data on the CDC's own website as of November 5th indicates 875,651 reports of adverse COVID vaccine reactions, including 18,461 deaths and 91,982 hospitalizations. The report also shows 29,104 permanently disabled and 20,644 life-threatening side effects from the so-called vaccine. On Friday, a federal judge for the 5th District upheld a ban on Biden's administration's unconstitutional mandate for employers of 100 or more employees being obligated to be vaccinated. Judge Kurt D. Engelhardt wrote, "From economic uncertainty to workplace strife, the mere specter of the mandate has contributed to untold economic upheaval in recent months." Now, this information about the vaccines is to show that they're completely ineffective and dangerous and life-threatening to many people, especially young people that have hardly any risk from COVID. To vaccinate 5 to 11-year-olds is insanity. As we approach the winter months, more people are getting sick because, and these are people that are fully vaccinated, by the way. This is because they're suffering from antibody-dependent enhancement. And it's only going to get worse. And I want to finalize by stating that anyone who's experimental gene therapy shot, especially medical professionals and others in position of authority who knowingly coerce, bribe, or otherwise force people to accept this experimental medical procedure without informed consent, will be held liable for crimes against humanity as a consequence of this insanity becomes irrefutable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to do a quick pause at this moment and continue with public comment very soon. I need to check in with our CAO. Our room is getting a little crowded. We need to get some seats. We need to figure out how to make sure to social distance for you all. I know that there's an important upcoming, who here is for item either 6.3 or 6.4 or 6.5? And
So I'm sure you figured out we've exceeded the.
no, yeah, so I'm trying to see if there's some shuffling that we can do it. It looks like the majority of the crowd is here for 6.6. And so if you can give us about 5 or 10 minutes, we need to figure out how to make sure to adequately make this work so that everybody can participate. We want to hear from everybody. Just do want to remind you that it is possible to join us on the Zoom room where you will not be missed. You will still be able to provide public comment. And so again, let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at the earliest at 10:13. All right. Thank you so much, Sam, for your efforts in trying to accommodate everybody. If we do get more people, please know that there is a television showing outside what is happening, and we are still working on getting the audio done out there as well. And also, the doors will remain open. If you're not speaking and you're here for public comment, let's make sure that if there's not enough room in here, that you can stay out there, listen in, and we're going to make sure that you can participate. We're not trying to alienate you from the meeting. We just want to try to accommodate as much as we can. So we're going to come back and continue our 6.2 item. We were not done with our public comments, and we were in the Zoom room, and let's go ahead and continue with Elaine Zacher. And again, apologize to everybody in the Zoom room as well. You don't see us kind of moving around and working on things, but thank you very much for your patience. You have 3 minutes. Please provide your name. Oh, I see you're unmuted, but we are not hearing you. Just want to make sure, Supervisor Crandall, can you hear Elaine Zacher? You can? Okay, you can't. Okay, so let's go ahead and Elaine Zacher, if you can try and solve your technical issues, we'll try and get back to you. Let's go ahead and move on to Swimmy. If you can provide your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, good morning. Thank you. I am Amanda Rose. I am one of the people that has lived on the land known as Lake County for at least 7 years now. I never asked for this virus to be isolated. I do not perceive it as a threat, and I do not perceive it as Charlie Evans or the Board of Supervisors' business in getting involved with biologics. I do not see evidence for a state of emergency. And as provided by the Constitution, no public official, political subdivisions, and neither health departments of health nor the CDC or federal government or public corporations shall infringe upon our constitutionally protected rights to life, liberty, and property. That being said, I'm looking at a coroner's report from a 15-year-old in Sonoma County who died from his second dose of the Pfizer injection. It is ridiculous to recommend injections to kids who have innate immunity to this virus, which has a 99% survival rate to everybody. And 81% of the deaths have occurred over 65. So please tell me, if you can, where is the state of emergency and to who does it apply? If not, you are all Board of Supervisors hereby on notice of violation of maladministration of your duties in order to remove the federal, state, and corporate interference here in Lake County, unless you can provide evidence of a state of emergency. I have given everyone in the Board of Supervisors, I have provided an evidence package providing FOIA responses from medical authorities and departments of health all over North America and living testimonies from world-renowned doctors proving that there has been no isolation of the virus. And until evidence exists regarding replication-competent virus in human cell cultures, there is no justification for the state of emergency. This is my health, and the Board of Supervisors and Charlie Evans has no business in it. So get out of my health and get back to being my public servants, please. And thank you. I will be submitting more paperwork regarding restoring public trust during a global health crisis. It is a 400-page executive summary from Dr. Henry Ely, and it will give you guidelines as to how to correct course. Otherwise, your notices are in the mail. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Looking forward to it. Next comment is phone 1113.
Yes, hi. This is Dr. Will Tuttle calling, and I'm responding to some of the things you've been saying about the PCR test. First of all, it's to say that this PCR test is an accurate way of diagnosing this. Again, it goes against countless people, highly respected scientists who have been censored, saying that it basically cannot detect a virus, and for diagnostic purposes. It was never designed by Carrie Mullis to do that, and the amplification rate can be manipulated. That's the key thing to understand, is that the CDC has been telling labs to run this thing at about 40 amplification cycles, which basically creates false positives on a massive scale. It's a great way at a high level to create a lot of fear and to create a pandemic. And the CDC is even so bold and assumes we're so stupid that they've now publicly said that everyone who's been vaccinated, that the PCR test should only be run at 25 cycles. So unvaccinated people, it's run at 40 cycles. So you get all these people saying, oh, we have all these cases of unvaccinated people. Vaccinated people, it's only run at 25 cycles. You basically get nobody is ever found with it at only 25 cycles. It basically amplifies. We all have some coronavirus in us from the years, and so they can find it. If you amplify it enough, you'll find it in everybody. It's like cancer. You can find cancer in everybody. You can say, oh, you got cancer. But this is all part of a hoax. It's a debacle, and it's coming from a high level. But you have to understand that as our county people, you're responsible. And there's codes on the books. 18 U.S. Code Section 2339 is a criminal code, very serious, life imprisonment for funding and conspiring acts of terror. Section 802, acts of domestic terrorism resulting in the death of American citizens. Section 15, U.S. Code 1 to 3, conspiring to criminal commercial activity. And Section 8, market manipulation and allocation. All of these things are happening, and this will come out eventually. And there's civil codes also. One of the main ones to be aware of is 21 Code Section 50 to 24, 50.24. It is unlawful to conduct medical research, even in the case of an emergency, without an independent institutional review board approved protocol, including informed consent free of coercion. You are breaking the law. When you say that these vaccines are superb, And when there's never been any vaccine in the history of vaccines that's been even close to as deadly as this, where we have young people now having deadly thrombosis, and they're trying to say that, oh, it's just normal to have for kids. They're saying it's normal for kids to have blood clots and so forth. This is absolutely deadly, and it's criminal activity.
Can we get to your final comment, please?
Thank you very much. I'm done.
Thank you very much. Elaine Zacher, I see your hand is up again. Hopefully we've resolved the audio. And if you are speaking, we are not hearing you. I don't know if your microphone is turned off. It's definitely unmuted in Zoom. Not sure if that's a hardware mute versus a software mute. We do have another hand. There is a phone number on our agenda that you can call in and see if you can call in by the time that we do that. And let's go ahead and go with Julia Bono.
Thank you, Board. I would like to speak to you today. My name is Julia Bono. I have a background and degrees in scientific research. I wanted to speak to the Board and its audience today about the harms caused by the currently available COVID-19 vaccines that have been reported to the CDC's Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System, or VAERS database. The latest VAERS data as of November 5th, that's actually just a little bit over 10 days ago, 2021, has 875,651 reports. Among those, there were 18,461 deaths, 91,982 hospitalizations, 97,715 urgent care events, 136,785 doctor office visits, 7,984 anaphylaxis events, 10,981 Bell's palsy events, 2,887 miscarriages, 9,094 heart attacks, 12,131 myocarditis, pericarditis events, 29,104 permanently disabled individuals, 4,268 thrombocytopenia low platelet events, 20,644 life-threatening events, 33,259 severe allergic reactions, 10,289 shingles events. So among these, I have personal experience of an individual who suffered from Bell's palsy just shortly after the event. His experience was reported to the CDC by his medical professionals that were treating him. I also have a sister-in-law who experienced a heart attack, a blood clot in her heart, just shortly after taking the Moderna vaccine. And her experience was also reported to the CDC by her medical professionals. I don't think we can be based on all of this information. Usually when there's 50 deaths in a vaccine trial, the vaccine trial is stopped. We now have over 18,000 deaths reported. And I think this is a case for us a situation where we need to pause and think rationally about whether the risk of something which is basically a variant of the common cold, since coronavirus has caused the common cold, really justifies this number of vaccine adverse events. It's something that we really need to consider seriously, and we need to stop representing to the public that these vaccines are safe and encouraging people to take them. It is really something that people need to consider, the risk that they run when taking a vaccine versus the risk that they run when getting the disease. So that's basically what I had to say. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much for your comments. I don't see a phone that popped up. And I apologize, but we're going to need to move on. And I see another hand up, but we've already had that comment and we're running very far behind. So we are going to move on to our next item on our agenda. As I don't believe, I just want to check again in the boardroom. Is there anybody I missed for public comment for the COVID update? All right, thank you very much. So we're going to move on to item 6.3. Our 9:30 a.m. Consideration of Annual Mental Health Advisory Board Report and Presentation, Fiscal Year 2020-21, and Director Metcalf.
Mr. Chair, it looked like Charlie Evans might have had a final comment.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I just kind of moved on, didn't even say bye. Dr. Evans. And you're muted at this moment in time.
I know you're behind and I won't speak for a long time, but I did want to comment about the vaccine adverse event reporting system. This is the way the CDC receives reports. Anybody can get on the website and submit a report. By submitting a report of a complication, it does not establish that it was caused by the vaccine. When you have and the same person who brought this up talked about this being an experimental vaccine. So experimental in my mind means something that's not tested adequately. And before it was ever licensed, it was tested by hundreds of thousands of people. Currently in the United States, we're over 441 million doses. Internationally, we're over 7.5 billion doses. I don't know that we've had experience with a vaccine on that level. So whenever you have that many people receiving the vaccine, there's a natural death rate within the country, and older people are getting vaccinated. Some of those people are going to be vaccinated just before their day was chosen to pass. And this vaccine adverse event reporting system is the CDC's transparent way of collecting this data, and then they investigate that data. And the investigations of that data have not shown causative effects leading to death. There have been some reports of pericarditis and myocarditis, particularly in young men. And it's been clearly shown that the incidence of the pericarditis and myocarditis is hundreds of times higher in those who get infected with the coronavirus. Again, leading to the recommendation that your safest bet is to get the coronavirus vaccine. So I hope that clarifies that the vaccine adverse event reporting system does not assign causality. It's a transparent way of reporting so that all your listeners understand that that is the CDC's way of collecting information and looking at what they need to investigate. So good. I'll leave it at that. Thanks very much for having me.
Dr. Evans, thank you for joining us this morning. Have a wonderful day, and we'll see you soon. And so let's go ahead and move on to our 6.3, and I won't reintroduce Director Metcalf.
Yes, not Dr. Metcalf. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. In the interest of time, we will keep this brief, but I am very excited to introduce our Mental Health Advisory Board Chair, Julie Colfax, who has been running our advisory board as of late and has turned it into a very dynamic and robust board. And so she will be presenting our latest annual report, or I should say their latest annual report, the Mental Health Advisory Board. So Julie, I will just turn it over to you. Thank you.
Thank you for that wonderful introduction. I hope everyone can hear me all right.
Sam,
Okay,
can we make it a little bit louder in the room? But
You can always speak up as well. Is that good? All right. Thank you very much. Good morning, Board of Supervisors and staff and public. And thank you very much for that introduction, Director Metcalf. I will, with no further ado, I'll get right into our report, and I will try to make this as brief as possible. So I'm going to share my screen here, and hopefully, can you guys see that all right?
Absolutely.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you very much. So this is, as far as I've been able to research, the first annual report from a full mental health advisory board for our county. There we go. So very briefly, I want to talk about where we started. This is covering the time from July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2021. Where we started in July 2020, we began with 3 board members and 4 vacant positions. In January, we had 2 more members resign their positions, including the current chairperson. I won't do the math for you, but you can see that from last year to this year, we didn't have very many who continued on. We had severely outdated bylaws. No existing documentation on policies or practices, and minimal public input from people using or in need of mental health services in our county. We didn't have an approved budget or a process for reimbursement, which actually has been covered by the volunteer appointed members of the board this past year. And don't forget COVID, of course, which is always fun. You've heard so much about that. I don't think I need to elaborate, but that did restrict us to online meetings, of course. So very briefly to go over our responsibilities. We have the responsibility to review county agreements and contracts and make recommendations regarding any concerns we find there. Advise the Board of Supervisors and the Behavioral Health Director as to any aspect of the local mental health programs. And I will speak next about our progress on these items as well. We always want to promote citizen and professional involvement that is involving the public at all stages of the community planning process, which is the MHSA process for developing new community programs for mental health services, and providing this annual report to the Board of Supervisors on the needs and performance of the county's mental health system. Reviewing and making recommendations on applicants for the appointment of a local director of mental health services, should that ever apply. Review and comment on the county's performance outcome data and communicate those findings to the California Behavioral Health Planning Council. Additional duties or authority given to the Mental Health Board by the Board of Supervisors as they see fit. And then assessing the impact of realignment of services from the state to the county level, which has been happening for the last few years, actually. What we did get done. We have achieved the full board membership as of August of this year. That's a full 7 members, 7 appointed volunteer members, and the 2 non-voting members, the Director of Behavioral Health Services, Mr. Metcalf, Director Metcalf, and Tina Scott, who has been our wonderful Director Scott, has been our Board of Supervisors member as well. We proposed a budget for the 21-22 fiscal year of approximately $2,300. That was been approved through Behavioral Health Department. Todd, you may see a difference in there from the annual report, which was to include the amount for the Cal BHBC dues that I was not aware of and forgot about. All of our current members have completed the required 2-hour ethics training, and we are tracking that and making sure that everyone stays current on that issue as well. We also attended many other trainings in various matters, from attending training on how to chair meetings to interpreting financial data and the reports required of the Behavioral Health Department. We began collecting data about all of the behavioral health programs across the county. That includes providers and facilities, whether it be in schools or in medical care facilities or through behavioral health, the county behavioral health programs as well. So we actually look at all of the behavioral health and mental health programs across the county, or that are provided to county residents. We participated in the community planning process and facilitated the MHSA required public hearing. And we drafted recommendation regarding AB 1976 Laura's Law, which was approved by your board earlier this year. Oops. I forgot I was supposed to. Okay, here we go. We also created policies, procedures, and practices for our calendar and annual task list, standard meeting practices, agendas, and minutes. So we now have templates for all of these to make it much easier to provide that documentation and keep track of it as well. We posted all of the documentation on the county provided website. The website's been there for a while, and we've now got it updated with all of our documentation, including the annual report. We created a process and a template to provide recommendations, as we did for the Laura's Law recommendation. We have established a procedure for ad hoc ad hoc committees and work groups and reporting back to the board on those. And of course, for our annual report, we've created not just this first annual report, but also a template and a process for creation of future reports. We've also prioritized the creation of additional policies and procedures that we've determined that we need, which include procedures for our contract reviews, determining priorities for which contracts and programs to review, and as well as the process for site visits and increasing more involvement of the public in our regular meetings. So our plans for the next year. We plan to maintain a fully trained and active membership and increase public participation in our regular meetings. We want to move to a hybrid format where we hold the meetings both online and in person. And we're going to be working on connecting all of the peer centers with our online meetings so that the public can participate in person at any of the 4 locations in the county by attending at one of the peer centers. We're going to continue collecting data from all the behavioral health programs. This is obviously a very large job. The providers and facilities in Lake County or that are utilized by Lake County residents. And so that is going to be a continuing process and will continue pretty much every year will be part of what we want to do. Hopefully soon it'll be a matter of updating that information instead of collecting it all from scratch, but we are in the process of that. Continuing creation of policies, procedures, and practices, as I just mentioned, including revision of the bylaws. That's one of our biggest, earliest tasks for this next year. We'll be revising our bylaws, updating them with legislative changes that happened as of October 2019. And even since then, there have been new legislative changes that will require updating our bylaws. Establishing priorities for identifying which contracts and programs to review and creating the procedure and documentation process and templates for that review. We also plan to participate in the community planning process this year from the earliest stages rather than coming in the middle of the process as we did to some degree this year. And we want to, again, facilitate increased public input in that as well, hopefully by utilizing the same hybrid method of online and in-person meeting options for the public. Facilitate the public hearing process as we did this year. And this again is increasing the public access to our regular meetings and moving to that hybrid format I mentioned. Continue to update our website and public information on a monthly or more often basis. Establish an email address for the board, which we are in the process of doing. We've actually been doing some troubleshooting just this morning. Future possibilities, and this is where I need some input from you, our wonderful board of supervisors. We've been requested by Director Metcalf to consider transitioning from a mental health advisory board to a behavioral health advisory board. And we've held some discussions on this requirement on this request. So the behavioral health director requested this. As we transition to an organized delivery system, will actually require having a board for alcohol and other drug services or substance use disorder services. Working toward an organized delivery system incorporates both mental health and AODS. And so it makes it necessary to have a board such as this to have public voice in both of those. This can be an additional board, or many counties have integrated this into their mental health board to create a behavioral health board. Since we're already doing revisions to our bylaws due to the legislative updates, we could relatively easily incorporate the added responsibilities in that process. So it's kind of an ideal time to do that. Also, the members have had some discussions about this and have reached a consensus that supports integration of those responsibilities with ours. However, the ultimate choice, of course, is up to the Board of Supervisors to direct us in which way we should go on that. The responsibilities typically parallel those of the Mental Health Board and just include AODS programs, which, by the way, naturally due to their services and the 60 to 70% of alcohol and drug services clients have co-occurring disorders, which means they have both a mental health disorder as well as a substance use disorder. And so it's very difficult actually to distinguish mental health from substance abuse services discreetly. And it's hard to make a definition between those two. And so this is a list. I'm not going to go and read through all of these for you unless you want me to. But these are the proposed responsibilities that we could include in our bylaws, and they very much do mimic our current responsibilities. And so on that note, thank you very much. Try to make it as short and sweet as possible. Do you have any questions for me?
Thank you so much for the presentation. If we can get the lights back on, thank you. And Director Metcalf, before we bring it to the board, do you have any final comments?
Well, thank you, Julie, for that presentation. I'm a non-voting member of this board, and that is why I asked Julie to present to you. And as I've mentioned before in other meetings with you, Board of Supervisors, you're going to be hearing more from this advisory board. Because of what Julie was mentioning about the integration of substance use disorder services and mental health services. The state is really working hard to integrate all of that finally, which is, it's long overdue. And so this board will help us move that forward. But stay tuned. There are some pretty major changes coming down from the Department of Healthcare Services that will be affecting the world of behavioral health services. And I look to this advisory board to help my department embrace those changes, support those changes, and move them forward. So you'll be hearing more from us very soon.
Thank you very much. Ms. Colfax, is it possible to stop sharing your presentation so I can see the rest of the Zoom room? Perfect. Thank you so much. And bringing it back to the board, we have Supervisor Scott.
Yes, I just want to express my appreciation to Julie for all her hard work with this board, and everything that she's done. It's just been absolutely amazing. And I definitely support moving to integrate the two boards together. There's really no reason to have two separate boards. We already struggle enough as it is trying to fill our boards. And as Julie pointed out, a lot of these disorders and issues are co-occurring. So it would definitely make sense to move from mental health to behavioral health board. So I look forward to having you bring that forward to us and voting on that.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else wish to comment on this item? Supervisor Simon.
Appreciate the update and all the hard work. I know when I first came on the board, obviously there were just a few members, as you talked about. It's great to hear that we have a full board and just committed to help us move forward. We understand how much how many services are needed in Lake County in both the mental health and also the behavioral health. So just want to thank you for the hard work for getting that done. It looks like 21-22 will be an exciting year. So, and I am also in support of making that addition to the behavioral health. So,
all right, thank you for your comments. I did have some questions and then a comment on the question for changing it to behavioral health advisory board. I think it seems to me that it just has stayed with the old name and everything else has transitioned to what the new terminology is. And I think it's appropriate to change that. And I agree that AODS should be a part of that. I know it adds more responsibility to the board, but the amount of overlap, there would be two different silos working separately and having to kind of check in with one another rather than really understanding the big picture of what is happening in behavioral health and in our community. So I think that is the correct direction. So I agree with my colleagues on that. I did have two questions. One of them is you mentioned site visit. I'm wondering if you can explain what do you mean by site visit?
Absolutely. Thank you for that question. That's a wonderful question. What we do and what the plan is, we are still working on the policies and procedures for it. And of course, COVID has thrown a spin into that as well. I've been working with the CalBHBC, which is the California Association of Local Boards and Local Behavioral Health Boards and Committees, to look into a little bit more about what they do with that and how they do it. I've actually gotten documents from other counties about their processes for doing that. And so we'll be looking at refining that further. But basically what it is the board would start out by looking at the contracts, if there is one with behavioral health, or we would look at and choose an agency who provides behavioral health services in the community or even from afar. And then we would connect with their staff and their administration and talk with them about the services they provide, and also do a short poll of the clients and ask for input from the participants in their program and talk about their what they think of the program. Is it meeting their needs? Are there needs that they see that aren't getting met? How well do they feel it meets their needs? And is there something missing? So we kind of call it the SWOT, the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, or I know they're changing the threats to a new term, but basically what we want to do is see what are they doing right and where can we get ideas to pull into other programs or find needs that we haven't yet uncovered for our community and our population here.
Thank you for that. And unless I missed it, is there a physical like field trip that would occur as well to visit the facility, or is it only kind of asking questions and obtaining more information on what is happening in those facilities and how clients are perceiving the care that they're getting?
Actually, we do. It would be in-person visits. We would go in and see, and one of the legislation actually talks about utilizing the Office of Patient Rights if needed. Most of us on the board are mental health professionals, so we're aware of the HIPAA laws and regulations and understand what privacy needs to happen in order to connect with clients. And it would always be on the client's, with the client's permission to meet with them. We wouldn't just barge into sessions or anything like that ever. And so what we would do is go and actually talk in person to different staff at the facility, meet with the administration, possibly meet with a clinical director or the clinicians at a given location and talk about what supports they have and what supports they might need. Okay,
Thank you for that. And I really appreciate that opportunity. I know that we see them as a contract. I don't know how many of the Board of Supervisors has gone to visit some of these facilities. Not all of them are in Lake County. And having that those eyes and ears of understanding not only what the facility itself looks like and how it's providing a service, but how the service is being perceived again from the perspective of the client, I think is very important. So I appreciate that. And then the last thing is just a data collection. I'm sure you're well aware that I'm very much in favor of looking at that data collection, looking at the outcomes. I know Director Metcalf and I have been talking about that since day one that I've been here. Getting that information, I think, is key to understanding just how successful we are being and where the struggles are and what changes we need to look at. So really happy to see those things on your list and looking forward to them being collected and provided to us. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any further comments before we open it up for the public? And seeing none, anybody in the board chambers have any comments on this item? Anybody in the Zoom room? All right. Director Metcalf, Ms. Colfax, thank you so much for your time today. Really appreciate the report.
Thank you very much. If I might, one last thing, I would feel remiss if I didn't say thank you to my board members that have worked so hard with me over this last year to put together this report and to start really establishing these services for you guys.
Of course, thank you so much for that. All right, let's move on to our next item, 6.4, just a little bit behind our 9:50 a.m. item. Presentation of proclamation designating the month of November 2021 as Native American Heritage Month. This was sponsored by Supervisor Crandall, and Supervisor Simon will be reading the proclamation today.
Board of Supervisors, County of Lake, State of California proclamation declaring November National Native American Heritage Month in Lake County. Whereas Lake County has been home to people for greater than 12,000 years and the richly diverse cultures of 7 tribal nations indigenous to Lake County: the Middletown Rancheria Pomo Indians of California, Koi Nation of Northern California, Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians, Scotts Valley Band of Pomo Indians, Abemetal Pomo of Upper Lake, Robinson Rancheria Pomo of Indians of California, and Elam Indian Colony. have informed every aspect of our community's history. Policies and practices of the United States and earlier colonial governments deprived indigenous people in the state of California and Lake County specifically of land holdings, liberty, even life itself. And whereas Native Americans have helped to make our community stronger and more prosperous, on August 3rd, 1990, President of the United States, George H.W. Bush, declared the month of November as National American Indian Heritage Month. Thereafter, commonly referred to as Native American Heritage Month, the bill read in part that the President has authorized and requested to call upon federal, state, and local governments, groups and organizations, and the people of the United States to observe such month with appropriate programs, ceremonies, and activities. And whereas this landmark bill honoring America's tribal people represented a major step in the establishment of this celebration, which began in 1976, when a Cherokee Osage Indian named Jerry C. Elliott High Eagle authored Native American Awareness Week legislation for the first historical week of recognition of the nation of Native peoples. This led to a 1986 with then President Ronald Reagan proclaiming November 23rd through the 30th in 1986 as American Indian Week. President Barack Obama made a presidential proclamation on the 31st of October of each year that each respective November would be National Native American Heritage Month. We celebrate the richness of the county's unique tribal history and traditions and the impact the Native American cultures have had on every American. Whereas the Lake County is committed to protecting the sovereign right of the Native American tribal organizations and institutions to strengthen their own communities in observance of Native American Month. The County of Lake encourages all citizens to join in recognizing the accomplishments and contributions Native Americans have made to our county, and salutes those who have sought to honor the important role of tribal leadership in our county's past, present, and future. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed, the Lake County Board of Supervisors declares November National Native American Month in Lake County, California, passed and adopted on this day, 16th day of November, 2021, signed by the chair of the board. Thank you. So I have with me today the tribal administrator from the Scotts Valley Pomo Indian. So I want to thank him for that. I don't know if we have anybody online at this point, but obviously it's an honor to read this today. I want to thank everybody for putting that together. I want to thank the board, for getting this, and thank you for signing the board chair. So greatly appreciated. So thank you very much. Thank you. Yep. And Thomas Jordan, I apologize. I forgot to give you a name.
And I want to make sure that Supervisor Crandall has a moment to speak as well.
Forgot about that. Sorry about that, EJ.
Oh, no, it's okay. Yeah, so just want to say I'm grateful to be able to bring this and be a part of the board and doing things of this nature. You know, I know that we just did Indigenous Peoples Day to accommodate for the, replacement of Columbus Day. But I highlight those things because you go back with the presidents that are listed in this proclamation, and you go back to even Richard Nixon, who helped appropriate 225%, doubling the funds for Indian healthcare and Native American budgets back in the 70s. And so all these presidents were looking towards helping the Native people, and it led to making a month, declared Native American Heritage Month. And so I just wanted to highlight that, and that we are rich people in certain aspects. And the name Pomo comes from the word po, which is this shell right here, which was a form of money, which our county was the hub of that. So in essence, we were like we created the money and made the trade because we didn't have a lot of different aspects like shells and things from the coast. So we had to be that mint. That's what I was looking for. I didn't want to say bank. I wanted to say mint. We were the creators of that funding, and that's where the word Pomo comes from. So we're actually called money in the money place where it's made, but we call each other Hinthil in our language. either way, I appreciate that we were able to conduct this this proclamation, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Any comments from board members before we move on? And I just want to say that there's not a single day that I don't recognize the history that we are on here in Lake County. Everywhere we go, there is so much historical evidence of the past. And as we make decisions here today, not only do we need to be mindful of where we came from and our rich history, but of course, where we are also going into the future and using all lessons taught from the past to learn and make sure that we make the right decisions for the future. So thank you for Supervisor Crandall for bringing this to us, Supervisor Simon for reading it, and Mr. Jordan, thank you for being here for getting the proclamation as well. Let's go ahead and open it up to the public in case anybody wanted to speak on this item before we move on. Anyone in the boardroom? Anyone in the, I see a hand, but I can't see the person. Oh, and we have Sally Peterson.
Amini hioni kalakak, kawika kutsa ata. Thank you, Board of Supervisors, for making this proclamation. It's important to our people to be recognized as 7 tribal nations in the county. I'm grateful for the relationships that we've formed over the years with our local county government. As sovereign nations, we bring to the table much resource and knowledge and creating those partnerships with our government. And we didn't always have, that relationship, but we have grown from many mistakes we've made in the past, and those relationships have really formed wonderful partnerships. And I want to further commend the Board of Supervisors for not only making this proclamation, but the work that we're doing on the Community Visioning Forum, where we're working on diversity and inclusion and justice. So I'm really happy today to see this, and I'm glad that you were running late because I was running late as well, and I didn't want to miss this. So I'm happy that I was able to see this and listen to the proclamation. So kahawika.
Thank you for your comments, and thank you for what you do in our community as well. We're going to go ahead and move on. Item 6.5, which is our 9:55 a.m. item, will be moved to most likely next week. I'm looking at CAO Hutchinson. So next week we will discuss to the 30th. So not next week. Thank you. And so we will move that item, and also item 8.1, which is one of our assessment hearings. We will do that in the afternoon once we have concluded item 6.6. So if anybody is here for that item, just wanted to make sure you were aware of the timeline. That I want to conclude 6.6 before getting to that, and we may conclude 6.6 after lunch, depending on the time it takes. So now let's go ahead and take up item 6.6. Before I get started and I read it out, I know that there are some people outside that are going to need to come in. I believe that we are tight as far as the numbers of people. I need to at least make sure that the applicant and the appellant are in the room. I think that is a respectful way to at least get it started. The doors are going to remain open so that you can hear, and you will not be left out without providing comment if you wish to provide comment. You will also need to stay near the door so I can swear you in, because that is going to be an important part of that, because I could see Ms. Grant is reminding me of the process. So if we can make room for the applicant, please do so. So we're going to need 4 people. If you could please, there's you could take seats outside and still listen in outside right here in the lobby. We do have the TV screen and the audio outside as well that's available. And I have 2 that came out for coffee. At this moment in time, it looks like we are full. And again, everybody's going to get the ability to speak. We just want to, again, accommodate with the rules that we have in this chamber and make sure and follow those. Okay, is everybody here that, okay, so let's go ahead and read this. 10:15 a.m. item, public hearing, continued from October 19th, 2021. Discussion and consideration of appeal AB 2104 of the Planning Commission approval of major use permit UP 21-10 and adoption of initial study IS MND 21-10 for a commercial cannabis cultivation license, Sours HVR, Clear Lake Oaks. APN numbers 006-004-07, which is the project location, and then contiguous parcels 006-002-04, 006-004-06, 006-002-09, 006-04-24, 006, I'm certain is what it should say, -004-25, and 006-009-36. And so with that, I would like to begin with a public swearing in. So those of you in this room who wish to be sworn in, please go ahead and stand. If there are people outside that wish to at least be seen, if I can see them, that's good enough. We're good?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
That also includes the county people who
Yes,
have anyone
county
who's
staff.
going to testify?
Right.
Attorneys, unless they're giving testimony, which would be unusual, will not have to be sworn in. So for the attorney I saw standing, they can sit back down here.
Okay. And so Johanna, if we can please do the swearing in, everybody is ready for you.
Okay, and with your right hand raised, do you solemnly swear that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Okay. I'm assuming nobody said no. I couldn't hear everything, but that looked good. Thank you so much. And again, if we can make sure to keep the room at 24 at this moment in time. And if we need to call on you and you're outside, which doesn't look like anybody outside is being sworn in. But if you happen to leave, we will call you in. We will not ignore that. Before we get started, I want to make sure that all conversations, all questions, and all comments are directed at the board, not at the applicant, not at the appellant, or not at staff. We will request the right individuals to respond to whatever questions may be asked during the hearing. And so let's make sure we stay on the topic and that we direct everything to us. And that way we will be able to move efficiently through this process. At this moment in time, and I'm going to ask Ms. Grant to make sure I'm correct, we're going to start with a presentation from staff.
Yes, Mr. Chair, staff will present first, followed by the appellant, and then likely the applicant. I don't know if it matters to your board, but you certainly can also ask the parties for time estimates at this point so that you can plan the rest of the day, or you can just take it as it comes. That's up to your board.
So I will say this, that we're going to have a hard break at 12:45 at this point, because this seems to be very important to the community and a large project. I want to make sure that everybody gets their chance to speak and comment in the way that they prepared. And so 12:45, we will take a hard break. And if we have to come back after lunch to finish this, so be it. That's what we will do. So let's go ahead and please start with staff. And just checking in for the appellant, I believe I was told that there was a USB. Has that all been taken care of so that all that is ready? Okay, thank you. And for the applicant, have you prepared everything? Okay, perfect. Thank you.
It's the BOS 111621.
PowerPoint presentation within that folder.
The second one. Perfect. Right there. Yep. Perfect. And I see that it's being shared on Zoom, so we're all good to go. Thank you, Sam.
Hello? Testing.
Sam will turn on your microphone. He's in control.
Good morning. There we go. Good morning, board members. I do have one green sheet item to present to you.
Okay.
This is the legal notice that will be mentioned in the presentation from the July 8th Planning Commission meeting.
I think you want to give me the rest and I'll hand it out. And I think for the sake of Supervisor Crandall, that we definitely want to read this into the record, and I think that would be helpful also for the public.
Okay.
When you get to that.
Oh, when you get to it. Good morning. The following memo was originally authored for the Board of Supervisors meeting on October 19th, 2021. Since that time, new information has come to light that will affect the staff recommendation of this permit and will be addressed at the end of this presentation. The appellant is appealing the Planning Commission's July 22nd, 2021 unanimous approval of a major use permit UP 2110 to permit 80 A-type 3 outdoor licenses totaling 80 acres of outdoor commercial cannabis cultivation, 1 A-type nursery license for 5 acres, 1 type 11 distribution license to transport cannabis goods, the construction of 11 buildings for drying and storage totaling 111,000 square feet, including 1 refrigeration building, the use of an existing 13,000 square foot conference center for packing, distribution, and other ancillary usage, such as office space.
Oops. There you go.
Okay. The appellants are also appealing a zoning administrator decision to approve an early activation permit granted on June 7, 2021 for 80 A-type 3 outdoor licenses totaling 80 acres of outdoor commercial cannabis cultivation. However, as provided by the zoning ordinance, section 21-58.10, an appeal of an EA permit would be filed with the Planning Commission, and the appeal period in which to do so is 7 days from the decision granting of the permit. As the date of issuance was June 7th, 2021, the appeal period for the EA permit has passed. The EA permit is not the subject of this appeal. The approximately 649-acre project site is located on High Valley Road in Clear Lake Oaks. The appellants, neighboring property owners Dawn and Margie Van Pelt, filed this appeal citing various deficiencies in the Planning Commission's decision. A major use permit is required for this project pursuant to compliance with the general plan, the Shoreline Community Area Plan, and Articles 7, 27, subsection AT, and 51.4 of the Lake County Zoning Ordinance. The applicant is Sowers HVR Incorporated, Eli Hagel and Avi Polak. The landowner is Aviona LLC. The project location
is 11650 High Valley Road, Clear Lake Oaks, and the project parcel is 006-00407. The remaining parcels are included to meet acreage requirements of the project. The combined acreage of all 7 project parcels is 1,639.96 acres, which fulfills the minimum acreage requirement of this project at 1,600. That is 20 acres of land to 1 acre of cannabis. The general plan designation is agricultural and rural lands. The zoning is split between rural lands, waterway combining, scenic combining, and special lot density combining district. The flood zone is D, areas of undetermined but possible flooding. The cultivation area of the early activation is 3,595,000 square feet. Under the use permit, it would be 6,098,400 square feet in total, which includes the permanent drying structures. The canopy area is estimated at 3,485,000 square feet. The surrounding zoning and land use to the north is agricultural and rural lands. To the south is rural lands. To the east is agricultural and rural lands, and to the west is vineyards, agricultural and rural lands. A conformance evaluation was covered under the staff report analysis as exhibits 2 and 3 of the Planning Commission meetings from July 8th and July 22nd. For the environmental analysis, a mitigated negative declaration was determined after an initial study. During the processing of major use permit UP 2110, staff determined that all impacts can be mitigated through mitigation measures and conditions of approval. The Planning Commission agreed and approved 2110 and adopted mitigated negative declaration IS 2110. From the Lake County Zoning Ordinance, Article 58.3 Appeals, decisions of the Planning Commission may be appealed to the board. The appellants have satisfied all subsection requirements, including the following. The appellant submitted written concerns regarding this application prior to the July 8th public hearing, which are of record via letters dated May 19th, 2021 and July 1st, 2021. The appellants also submitted written concerns prior to the July 22nd public hearing, which are of record letters dated July 8th, 2021 and July 21st, 2021, and testified during both hearings. This appeal was filed on July 28th, 2021, within the appeal period on the correct application form and with the correct application fee. The appellant submitted a written description of why they believe the Planning Commission erred in its decision to approve this land use permit and sequel review. The appellant cited several specific aspects of the PC's decision as being deficient. Their arguments in their entirety may be found as Exhibit 1, Appeal. The Planning Commission approved file number UP 2110 on July 22nd, 2021. The appeal was filed on the 6th day of the appeal period for this action, July 28th, 2021. The applicant had been approved for early activation on June 7, 2021 by the zoning administrator. All applicable documents, maps, Planning Commission staff reports, hearing minutes, and public testimony received by staff have been included with this memorandum as Exhibits 1 through 20. A public hearing notice was sent to all known property owners within 750 feet for this Board of Supervisors hearing, and persons filing written and email comments prior to the hearing. The following staff presentation will highlight where in these exhibits information may be found for the board's consideration. Appeal point number 1, grading, earth movement, dust, and air quality. The appellant's concerns are regarding illegal grading, soil movement, and furrowing done under early activation. No dust mitigation measures, and violations with the CDFW or the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, grading without any county permits. Staff presents that as of the October 19th, 2021 Board of Supervisors meeting, The applicant had no outstanding grading violations with the County of Lake. The violations with the County of Lake had been cleared prior to the meeting. The grading violations with the CDFW had been cleared. However, additional remediation efforts had been requested as identified in the September 22nd, 2021 staff report, Exhibit 3. The notice of violation from the CDFW may lead to the development of the reconveyance of runoff waters, which will likely trigger the need for a Lake County grading permit, which can be issued if UP 2110 is approved. Due to the Lake County grading violations remediation prior to the Planning Commission hearing, the applicant no longer had outstanding violations with the county. The CDD received an email from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife stating the following. As of July 7th, Sowers Farms has submitted the requested notification and paid the appropriate fees. A follow-up site visit has been scheduled for July 14th, where CDFW will bring their conservation engineering members to review the revised grading plan. We expect a final lake and streambed alteration agreement will be finalized shortly after this meeting. CDFW is confident that Tom and the Sowers Farm Group are committed to remediating the issues we brought forward and have already shown considerable effort in fulfilling their obligations. We do not have any objection to the project and look forward to working with Tom and his team on future cultivation projects. Please refer to Exhibit 18, Violations and Remediation, page 1 for further information. Point 2 of the appeal is odor. The appellant is concerned that the county does not have an effective mitigation plan for large-scale grows adjacent to neighboring properties. The county relies on CEQA guidelines for the environmental analysis of land use projects. As a result of this process, the county has recommended mitigation measures to reduce the environmental effects of this project to less than significant. Please refer to Exhibit 19, Initial Study, and Exhibit 8, Conditions of Approval. The appellant is also concerned that the Planning Commission did not impose conditions of approval or mitigation measures to reduce odor for this project to a less than significant level. In the appellant's statement, the CEQA initial study downplays odor impacts of cannabis plants. No evidence is provided that planting odor masking fragrant plants around the perimeter of the grow will reduce odor. The ability to contact a community liaison or emergency contact to resolve odor-related concerns does not guarantee action will be taken to reduce odor concerns. Staff presents that mitigation measures were assessed in the initial study in Section 3, Air Quality, Exhibit 9, Initial Study, and are incorporated into the use permit's conditions of approval under air quality items 1 through 11. That's Exhibit 8, Conditions of Approval. The applicant has incorporated all odor mitigation requirements as per Lake County Zoning Ordinance Article 27, subsection AT in their property management plan. For more information, please refer to Exhibit 6, pages 9 through 11. The appellant also claims that the 100-foot setback from the property line will not be sufficient. Cultivation area of 2,000 to 3,000 feet or a half mile should be mandated from adjacent properties. Staff presents the cultivation site is set back approximately 200 feet from High Valley Road. Please see Exhibit 5 Site Plans, Sheet 3, and Exhibit 6 Property Management Plan, Appendix F. The site is also set back more than 200 feet from an off-site residence. The setback exceeds the minimum 100-foot setback requirement according to the Lake County Zoning Ordinance, Article 27, Section AT. During the July 22nd Planning Commission, the applicant redacted their Field 3 cultivation areas. Please refer to Exhibit 5, Site Maps, page 3, Proposed Site Plan. To appease odor concerns of neighbors, please see the minutes from the 7/22/21 PC hearing, Exhibit 3. Appeal Point 3, Water Availability. The appellant states the aquifer drawdown of groundwater in the High Valley Basin to supply the irrigation water to grow 80 acres of cannabis is a significant adverse environmental impact that will affect recharge of the aquifer and existing water wells in the area, including the appellant's water. Staff presents for a full analysis of this concern, please refer to the staff report and PowerPoint from 7/8/2021, that's Exhibit 2, to the staff report addendum from 7/22/2021, Exhibit 3, The initial study, Exhibit 9, the applicant's original water analysis submitted on February 5th, 2021, Exhibit 12, and the updated hydrology memo prepared on March 10th, Exhibit 12. The following appeal points regarding water were mainly referenced within these documents. The appellant also states the hydrology memo does not address the impacts of the project on the aquifer or the existing wells. Staff presents, please reference Exhibit 12, the hydrology memo submitted on July 14th for the Planning Commission's July 22nd use permit approval decision. It addresses the impacts of the project on the aquifer on pages 2, 3, and 4. The impact of the project on the aquifer was also addressed in the original water analysis dated February 5th, 2021 on pages 1 and 2. The appellant also states the memo does not address the impacts during drought conditions. Staff presents the Model Water Efficient Landscape Ordinance, which is California Code of Regulations, Title 23, Division 2, Chapter 27, provides guidance on water conservation due to California's ongoing drought conditions. The applicant provides a plan on adherence to these guidelines under the initial February 5th water analysis submittal, Exhibit 12. Conserving Lake County's water resources by providing a plan to minimize the use of water is required to be analyzed as part of the use permit's property management water use water availability section. Lake County Zoning Ordinance, Article 27, subsection AT. The applicant has provided this analysis in the original February 5th water analysis submittal, Exhibit 12. The appellant also states this memo was not included in the CEQA initial study analysis of water impacts from the project. Staff presents an updated memo was not required to capture the level of significance this project's water use would have on High Valley. This information was already provided in the applicant's initial February 5th water analysis submittal, Exhibit 12, and incorporated into the initial study under Section 10, Hydrology and Water Quality, Exhibit 9. The appellant also states the drawdown test results did not include monitoring of adjacent wells, and the drawdown model did not include sufficient information to evaluate the efficacy of the results. Staff presents this was not a requirement of the Planning Commission nor of the zoning ordinance. The information presented in the initial February 5th water analysis submittal and the subsequent July 14th hydrology memo, Exhibit 12, in addition to staff analysis in the initial study, Section 10, Hydrology and Water Quality, Exhibit 9, provides enough information for the Planning Commission to assess the effect of the water use of the project on neighboring parcels in High Valley in the initial study. The appellant also states the county should have required an independent water availability analysis by a qualified professional. The professional qualifications of the preparers and their independent status are not listed. Staff presents the Lake County Zoning Ordinance, Article 27, subsection AT does not specify the need for an independent water availability analysis by a qualified professional. At the time of the Planning Commission, Ordinance 3106 regarding the local drought emergency, hydrology report requirements, and the professional qualifications of the preparer was not yet in effect as it was passed by vote on July 27th, 2021 by the Board of Supervisors. The Planning Commission approval of this project was on July 22nd, 2021. The appellant also states that the revised TM from Kimley Horn, the applicant's consultant, does not provide details of how storage capacity of the High Valley Basin was determined. The revised TM incorporates information made available since the initial Planning Commission meeting from a groundwater availability study prepared by EBA Engineering in 2016 for the High Valley Basin. However, the study was not included in the planning packet nor appears to have been made available to the Planning Commission. Without the report, there is no way to evaluate how EBA Engineering estimated storage capacity of 27,799 acre-feet was determined. Another example relates to recharge. Kimley Horn states the EBA Engineering study estimated groundwater recharge to be 2,321 acre-feet. Does this recharge estimate represent an average year? Also, the EBA Engineering study of 378.79 acre-feet per year usage demand of the High Valley Aquifer does not take into account the UP 2110 Sour project's new demand on the valley. Staff presents that the full EBA Engineering study has been provided for the board and public's review in Exhibit 15. The applicant's original February 5th water analysis submittal and subsequent July 14th hydrology memo, Exhibit 12, in addition to the water analysis of the initial study under Section 10, Hydrology and Water Quality, Exhibit 9, were sufficient for the Planning Commission to make an approval determination at the July 22nd hearing. The appellant also states the existence of a pipeline transmitting stored water from neighboring Brassfield Estates to the Sowers HVR property were not included in the applicant's water analysis submission, nor in the initial study. During the July 22nd Planning Commission meeting, there was no mention if the pump and filters are separate from the one being used for the cannabis cultivation area, nor if the water was being pumped and stored separately. Staff presents the pipeline was not included in the property management plan nor site maps of the submitted project and was therefore not assessed in the initial study. After the July 8th Planning Commission meeting and prior to the July 22nd Planning Commission meeting, the applicant provided a Department of Public Works encroachment permit obtained for this pipeline on June 29, 2021, after drone footage was given to the Community Development Department. The encroachment permit was applied for by the landowner Aviona LLC. An encroachment permit allows the applicants to do work on a county-maintained road right-of-way. The permit allows for the installation, but not the land use. Please reference Exhibit 13, Brassfield Pipeline Encroachment Permit. The appellant also states if the water being piped over from Brassfield is not being stored separately, it should have to be included as a water source in accordance with the CEQA process. How will this water be safeguarded and monitored that it is not diverted to the cannabis project? Staff presents there was only one land use project submitted to the Community Development Department. This proposed project was for a commercial cannabis use permit with an early activation request. The pipeline coming from Brassfield was not included within the proposed land use commercial cannabis project because the applicant did not submit the request with the initial application. The pipeline coming from Brassfield was not included in the same property management plan nor site maps of the submitted project, and therefore the pipeline from Brassfield was not assessed in the initial study. On September 10th, and at the request of staff, the consultant for the applicant, Kimley Horn, provided a statement on why the pipeline was not submitted as part of the project. Please reference Exhibit 15, Brassfield Pipeline Additional Materials. Staff assessed the statement and concluded that no new significant information was provided to alter the original CEQA analysis. Appeal point 4, Biology. The appellant states that no floristic level studies for the project were performed during the spring and early summer of 2021. Several drainages and wetland areas are not mapped in the biological study and have already been destroyed by project grading activities. No formal wetland delineation was conducted. Staff presents that responses to these points are covered in the staff report addendum summary sections D and E for the 7/22/2021 Planning Commission meeting. Please reference Exhibit 3. The biology report and follow-up surveys are also provided here for the board's review. Please reference Exhibit 7, Biology Report. Appeal point 5, Security. The applicant states the design of the security systems associated with the cannabis cultivation and processing facilities is important for the security and well-being of the adjacent residents and property owners of this project, including location of cameras, perimeter fencing and design, intended signage, road and property access design. Staff presents the location and type of security equipment is addressed in the property management plan, security plan site map, and staff report addendum for the July 22nd Planning Commission meeting. Please reference Exhibit 3. Appeal point 6, non-compliance with the zoning ordinance, Article 51, Section 51.4A, 1 through 6. The appellant states the applicant's consultant has been allowed to prepare the use permit application forms, the project description, the property management plan, site plans, traffic memorandum, hydrology, and water technical memorandums and reports, CEQA initial study, staff report to the Planning Commission, and conditions of approval due to insufficient staffing. Staff presents that the use permit application forms, project description, property management plan, site plans are required to be provided and authored by the applicant under Article 27, subsection AT. The traffic memorandum, hydrology, and water technical memorandums and reports were requested to be provided by the applicant by the Planning Commission during the July 8th Planning Commission meeting. Staff reviewed the submitted information from the consultant and summarized staff's position on the consultant authored materials in the staff report dated July 22nd, 2021. Please refer to Exhibit 3. The staff report draft was prepared by the applicant. The staff report presented to the public and the Planning Commission was authored by staff. Mitigated negative declaration decision, mitigated measures, and determinations of significance were analyzed independently by staff. The conditions of approval for the Planning Commission was drafted and finalized by staff. The CEQA initial study draft was prepared by the applicant's consultant for staff review. The mitigated negative declaration determination, mitigation measures, and determinations of significance were analyzed independently by staff. Staff also notes that via CDD policy beginning in February 2021 and also viewable on the main page of our cannabis website, the CDD Planning Division is currently accepting consultant-prepared environmental reviews on a limited basis. The following steps must be completed before an outside prepared environmental review can be submitted to CDD for review. The cannabis permit application must be deemed complete. The request for a review process must have been concluded, which is 30 days. The AB 52 consultation must have concluded, also 30 days. The biological assessment must be completed correctly following the state protocols, and the CEQA determination has been completed by staff. Staff will review the submitted documentation and reach out to the applicant to provide one of the following options for the completion of an environmental review. Option 1, the option to have CDD complete the environmental review. Option 2, the option to have CDD select a third-party consultant at the applicant's charge. Option 3, the option for the applicant to select their own environmental consultant. Please note that CDD as lead agency is still the lead agency for outside prepared environmental reviews. Work prepared by a consultant must be verified by the Community Development Department prior to the CDD submitting these documents into the CEQA system, and only the county can submit documents to the CEQAnet. Appeal point 7. Cultural resources. The appellant states that other projects are subjected to agreements with archaeologists or local American tribes to have on-site personnel in place during grading activities. No training for how to spot cultural archaeological resources during early activation grading and site preparation. No on-site independent archaeologist or tribal representative during early activation grading and site preparation. Staff presents these issues are addressed in the July 22nd staff report addendum. If approved for the full use permit, mitigation measures dictate the need for training and monitoring. Appeal point 8, traffic. The appellant states that qualifications of traffic memorandum presented on July 22nd Planning Commission meeting are not given by an independent qualified traffic expert. No requirement in the use permit conditions of approval that the applicant will work with the Department of Public Works to repair a portion of High Valley Road to accommodate traffic. A restriction or condition of approval needed to address potential increased traffic as traffic memo information is flawed and the number of seasonal employees is in question. A condition of approval needed for the developer to construct off-site road improvements to enhance geometric design, widen narrow sections, improve shoulders, and cut back adjacent banks and slopes to improve roadway performance, driver vision, and safety. Staff presents that traffic addressed in the initial study. Please refer to Section 13 noise and Section 17 transportation. The traffic study was carried out by public and commissioner request. From the initial study, the proposed project would not conflict with the OPR, that's the Office of Planning and Research, Technical Advisory on Evaluating Transportation Impacts. OPR set forth the standard that if a project would not exceed 110 trips per day, it would not exceed the threshold that require a formal traffic study to evaluate VMT, and generally indicates impacts would be less than significant. Please refer to Exhibit 9, Initial Study, Transportation, Section B. Traffic memo was reviewed by staff before being brought to the Planning Commission. Appeal point 9, Notice of Deficiency. Okay. The Planning Commission found that the notice substantially complied with the notice requirements. They relied on the facts that the Planning Commission meetings are always at 9 a.m. and that the notice provided a method to access further information, including the agenda, which provides the time of the meeting. Also, this appellant attended and spoke during that meeting and therefore had actual notice of the hearing. Appeal point 10, CEQA study. The appellant states that Commissioner Hess mentioned that there was no environmental impact report submitted and available for review. Staff responds that Commissioner Hess's comments are noted in the minutes of the July 22nd Planning Commission meeting, Exhibit 3. The statement does not appear. On July 22nd, 2021, the Planning Commission made the required findings of approval for the following. Major use permit, UP 2110 from Article 51, Section 51.4A, and that the initial study, IS 2110 for the project, would provide sufficient mitigation measures to assure that no adverse environmental impacts would result. On October 26, 2021, the Planning Division, along with the Code Enforcement Division, conducted a routine inspection of the property. Included in part of the inspection, we looked to address complaints received from October 22, 2021, alleging violations of the noise ordinance, the glare ordinance, and construction of hoop houses without permits. Our Code Enforcement Division will now provide a summary of the issues found.
Try again.
Good afternoon. Can everybody hear me? My name is Marcus Beltramo. I'm a code enforcement officer with the Code Enforcement Division within the Community Development Department. On October 22nd, 2021, I was assigned the task of conducting a routine inspection for the property located at 11650 Hidden Valley Road. On October 25th, 2021, we conducted that inspection. The inspection involved a full inspection of the site from property line to property line for the property at 11650 Hidden Valley Road. High Valley Road, sorry. Thank you. During that inspection, it was observed construction on the property. The construction appeared to be new and recent. Based on the statements provided by the representatives that accompanied us during that inspection, it appeared the construction had occurred approximately 2.5 weeks to 10 days prior to the date of the inspection. Additional information was gathered. The construction basically was buried into the ground, about 6 inches, anchored into the ground with screws. Had a roof, had electrical in it, fans, lighting, everything was powered by a generator. Based upon the information obtained, we came to the determination that the construction constituted a structure and electrical was contained in those structures. There was approximately 25 structures that we observed on the property. 21 had been fully constructed. Actually, 22 had been fully constructed. 3 were in the process of being constructed. They ranged in size from, the representative stated the size of the structures were 20 by 200, with the 25th structure being half that size. Based upon our research and records at the Community Development Department, we could find no permits, no zoning clearances on file. We reached the determination that the evidence substantiated that the construction of the structures constituted unpermitted work. We cited them for unpermitted construction, failure to obtain zoning clearances, and unpermitted electrical within those structures. That notice of nuisance in order to abate was posted and served and mailed on the property owner, Aviona LLC, on November 10th, 2021. That notice gives them a 30-day to correct those issues occurring on the property. That is basically the conclusion of our inspection on that date and the violations that were observed.
We have an analysis to follow from that site visit. It's here. So hoop houses and commercial cannabis early activation permits. In Lake County, we receive consistent inquiries on the use of hoop house-like structures for cannabis drying purposes for early activation permits. From Article 27.4A of the Lake County Zoning Ordinance, under early activation, no construction or grading is allowed. For hoop house, under Article 68, Section H, Part 9 of the Lake County Zoning Ordinance, it is an unheated outdoor enclosure used for the purpose of growing and or for protecting seedlings and plants from cold weather, but not containing any mechanical or electrical systems or storage of any items. Typically, a hoop house is of semicircular design made of, but not limited to, piping or other material covered with translucent material. A greenhouse is defined under the Lake County Zoning Ordinance in Article 68, Section G, Part 5. As an outdoor structure, heated or unheated, constructed primarily of glass, 6 millimeter film, polycarbonate, or other rigid translucent material, which is devoted to the cultivation of cannabis. During our site visit, these structures did not fall into either of those categories neatly. While the Lake County Zoning Ordinance does not provide a definition for construction or structure, the Community Development Department has relied on the California Building Code and the Fire Code definitions. The definition of structure is defined in the 2019 California Building Code, page 89 definitions as such: that which is built or constructed. A subcomponent is a portion of an equipment or component that is uniquely identified by a part number, also known as a model number or identification number. As far as the definition of construction, in the California Building Code, Chapter 6, Types of Construction, and Chapter 31, Membrane Construction, provide the most relevant information. The structures noted during the October 25th, 2021 site visit would seem to match the definition of membrane structures as related to the California Building Code, Chapter 31, Section 2.1 General. The provisions of sections 3102.1 through 3102.8 shall apply to air-supported, air-inflated, membrane-covered cable, membrane-covered frame, and tensile membrane structures, collectively known as membrane structures, erected for a period of 180 days or longer. However, the construction type and fire rating and resulting requirements of the structures viewed during the October 25th, 2021 site visit are in question due to lack of building plans for review. Items such as allowable floor areas, maximum height, flame resistance, thickness of material, etc., would need to be provided to staff as part of the project's analysis in order to apply the appropriate regulations. Because they were not included as a project element for either permit, staff does not presently have that information for analysis. The County of Lake Agricultural Commissioner has stated that hoop houses as a structure would not be considered agriculturally exempt buildings, and furthermore should not receive agriculturally exempt status. This is from emails to the CDD on April 28th, 2021. The County of Lake does not currently have a separate permit or permitting process for the approval of hoop houses or similar structures independent of a use permit application. In this instance, the hoop houses would have had to have been included in and approved with the early activation or use permit application, or submitted as a reapplication for an amendment of the prior use permits, of the prior approved early activation. Each hoop house would then need to be assessed on an individual basis to match the various definitions of construction under Articles 31 and 6 and their further reference building and fire code sections of the 2019 California Building Code. For the nursery area observed, a proposed structure or electrical equipment was not included in the site plans nor property management plan for this project. As per the property management plan, Exhibit 6, page 6, no artificial lighting was proposed for this project. No permits or zoning clearances were applied for with the building department for the structures or for the electrical. For the trenching and grading for well number 4's pipelines that were observed, the applicant has submitted an encroachment permit from the Department of Public Works for the pipeline connected to Brassfield, Exhibit 13. However, the internal trenching of the property for the water lines connected to well number 4 would require a Community Development Department building permit and either an exempt, simple, standard, or complex grading permit to assess the amount of dirt moved. Pursuant to the Lake County Grading Ordinance, Chapter 30.17, exemptions, the scope of work may have qualified this use as grading exempt, but an assessment with the inclusion of site plans would need to have been submitted to the Community Development Department for review and determination. Pursuant to the 2019 California Plumbing Code, Section 609.1 installation, a building permit is required to assess the proper depth and structural components of the pipelines. A line diagram for the source and direction of the water would also need to have been included. Pursuant to the Lake County Grading Ordinance, Article 51.4A, findings required for approval. The review authority may only approve or conditionally approve a major use permit if all of the following findings are made: that no violations of chapters 5, 17, 21, 23, or 26 of the Lake County Code currently exists on the property. Violations of chapter 5, building regulations, and chapter 21 zoning exist currently on the property. Based on these findings, staff recommends to approve the appeal and to deny the use permit without prejudice. If violations were cleared, staff could make a recommendation for approval of UP 2110. Clearance of the violations would require the following. Prior to the approval of the major use permit, the applicant shall apply for and obtain the issuance of any and all permits as determined by the Lake County Planning and Building and Safety Divisions with fees as described by the adopted County of Lake Master Fee Schedule. That concludes the staff presentation.
Thank you very much. And before we get to questions, let's go ahead and get to the testimony of all others. And so the appellant, if you would like to please step up to the microphone.
Mr. Chair, if I could just,
please,
as your board goes forward, just as a reminder, the presentation included a number of many citations and what the Planning Commission decided. This is an appeal, but it is not a review of the Planning Commission's decision. Again, this is de novo, which means your board considers all of this anew, fresh. And so all of this evidence comes to you on that basis. So all of the citations are things that I'm sure your board will review in making your decision, but it's not whether there was substantial evidence supporting the Planning Commission decision. That's not your review today.
Thank you for that clarification. Please come on up to the microphone.
Mr. Chair, before we begin, I neglected to read this green sheeted item.
I looked at it when you mentioned it, but yes, please, if you can give us a few more minutes just to finish this up.
Yes, okay. All right, so this is the green sheeted item entered for today. This is the original notice for the July 8th Planning Commission meeting. Notice of public hearing and consideration of the adoption of a mitigated negative declaration CEQA by the Lake County Planning Commission. Notice is hereby given that the Planning Commission of the County of Lake, State of California, will consider approving use permit UP 2110 at a public hearing to take place on Thursday, July 8th, 2021 in the Lake County Courthouse. Applicant owner, Sal's HVR Incorporated, Aviona LLC. The proposed commercial cannabis cultivation operation will be composed of 80 A-type 3 outdoor cultivation, 1 type 11 distributor, and 1 A-type 4 nursery licenses with a total combined canopy area of 3,485,000 square feet. The proposed project includes 11 buildings totaling 110,000 square feet for storage and drying of cannabis. Location is 11650 High Valley Road, Clear Lake Oaks, California, 95423 on property consisting of 1,639.96 acres, APNs 006-00407, 006-00425, 006-00424, 006-00406, 006-00204, 006-00209, and 006-00936. Environmental evaluation. Mitigated negative declaration IS 2110. Project planner, Catherine Schaefer's, phone number 707-263-2221, or catherine.schaefers@lakecountyca.gov. Due to the COVID-19 crisis, meetings of the Lake County Planning Commission will be available for participation virtually via Zoom and in the board chambers subject to social distancing requirements. The staff report is available for review through the Community Development Department Planning Division once the agenda is posted. If you challenge the action of the Planning Commission on any of the above stated items in court, It may be limited to only those issues raised at the public hearing described in this notice or in written correspondence delivered to the Lake County Planning Department at or prior to the public hearing. Please bring this notice to the attention of anyone who may be interested in this information. Community Development Department, Scott De Leon, interim by Carry-On Marriott, Office Assistant 3.
Thank you for that. I had forgotten about it as well. Okay, we are ready for the appellant.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors and county staff. Myself, along with my wife and numerous neighbors, filed this appeal. And it started way back in May, as you see.
Name.
And if you can provide your name, please.
Donald Van Pelt.
Thank you.
You can see I filed a letter requesting to deny the early activation. And we're here today essentially for what was in that original letter of everything that could go wrong has went wrong. And as this proceeded on, I recognized the fact that I was going to have to develop a team of professionals to help me out on this. So I did that. And the neighbors and I have exhausted all efforts that we had available to us to try and mitigate this. I was highly upset that air quality could not participate. And I really feel air quality needs to be a value part of this cannabis ordinances, as noise, odor, as we've seen, is there. And I guess I'll get to, Richard, who is a planning consultant. I'll let him start with that, but I certainly hope that you guys give it a very fair look at what's gone on and realize High Valley is going to be no different than any other area in Lake County. And we need to really look at these ordinances. I'm going to be the first of many. You're going to have many more behind me. And it's not all about the money. Not anymore. It's about what's right and what's wrong. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Richard Knoll. I'm a planning consultant located in Lakeport. I am part of the team representing the appellant, Don Van Pelt. I should say Don and Margie Van Pelt. Mr. Van Pelt has been a client of mine for almost 5 years. And I have worked on a number of projects on his behalf. I have a good working relationship with him. As many of you know, he is a businessman in Lake County and has a multitude of businesses and employs a number of people within the county. Mr. Van Pelt called me about some concerns that he had about the Sowers HVR project located right next door to his residence, his property. He's contiguous with the site. I agreed to take a look. I assisted him with developing some correspondence and comments to the Community Development Department and to the Planning Commission. I also made a recommendation to Mr. Van Pelt to consider hiring additional technical assistance and input from a colleague of mine. After the July Planning Commission decision was rendered, Mr. Van Pelt asked me to assist him in the appeal, and I agreed. It was at this point that I recommended that he consider hiring an attorney. He asked me for a recommendation, and I suggested that he talk to Mr. Johnson, who is here today. And the decision to hire the attorney was his and his alone. A little about my background and experience, because I think it's important and relevant with regard to the following comments. I have a degree in urban and regional planning, and I have been a professional planner for 44 years. Much of that time has been spent in the public sector, starting as an assistant planner in a county, working my way up to community development director and holding multiple other management positions. I have extensive experience in writing staff reports and also in reviewing them. I also have extensive experience in providing staff assistance and services and input to planning commissions, city councils, numerous committees, and many other groups. With all due respect, I am concerned about the county staff report to the Planning Commission and the updated report to the board being presented here today. The first line on page 26 of the staff PowerPoint presentation to the Planning Commission on July 8th reads, no detrimental impacts to neighbors. That's a bullet point. In my opinion, this statement is simply not true. And I think you're going to hear from neighbors out there, and they're going to present you with information about the detrimental impacts that they are feeling and experiencing. The Lake County zoning ordinance in section 51.4 requires that the review authority approve or conditionally approve a major use permit only if certain findings are made, including that the establishment, maintenance, or operation of the use applied for will not, under the circumstances of the particular case, be detrimental to the health, safety, morals, comfort, and general welfare of the persons residing or working in the neighborhood of such proposed use, or be detrimental to property and improvements in the neighborhood, or to the general welfare of the county. And by the way, this is a very standard use permit criteria found in almost any zoning ordinance in any community across the country. But it's a critical one. You can read for yourself the July 8th staff report or today's appeal, and see what the staff has to say about these findings. I do find it interesting that in the July 8th staff report, it is indicated that the applicant submitted an environmental analysis and that the applicant determined that there would be no detriment. Now, that comment is a little different than what you see in the staff report today. They took out that reference to the applicant preparing that information. The issue that I take with this staff report is that the ordinance seems to require an objective analysis of the project to determine whether or not it will be detrimental to the health, safety, morals, comfort, and general welfare of people residing or working in the neighborhood, detrimental to property or improvements in the neighborhood, or to the general welfare of the county. The ordinance doesn't say it's okay to simply refer to a CEQA initial study with a general statement and conclude that that is sufficient to address this criteria. The staff report does not accurately describe the neighborhood or the general characteristics of High Valley. The county has had an opportunity handed to them to analyze this project in real time, to observe the cannabis cultivation operations which got underway with the early activation, to read and assess the various comments and complaints that have been submitted by numerous neighbors and to assess whether or not this project is actually creating detrimental impacts. If that had actually been done in an honest and forthright way, there should have been a determination made that in fact there are detrimental impacts occurring and still ongoing. It is my opinion that the High Valley neighborhood did not receive a careful objective or reasoned review of this cannabis cultivation project by Lake County. There is an inadequate written description of the neighborhood. There is an inadequate analytical review of the potential detrimental impacts, such as noise, dust, odor, night lighting, water resources, and traffic. There is a reliance on the applicant's prepared CEQA initial study and their finding of no detriment that is simply not supported by the facts or evidenced in the county's administrative record. In my opinion, there is a random, unsupported leap made from the evidence to a conclusion of no detriment. As a result, the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors have not received the benefit of a fair and comprehensive factual staff report on which to base your decision. It is my opinion that Mr. Van Pelt and his family and many of the neighbors to the east and south of this project are being detrimentally impacted by this project, as evidenced by the multiple letters, complaints, photographs, and other evidence that have been provided to the county. At this point, I'd like to introduce Mr. Brad Johnson, who will make a presentation as well. Thank you.
Just need the keyboard there. Thank you.
Thank you for making space.
Would you prefer that I sit or stand?
As long as you stay focused on us, I'm fine. Whatever's more comfortable
I'll take
for you.
a seat. That's fine.
Oh, good.
Thank you, Sam, for trying to accommodate.
Wireless doesn't go to the. Okay, this is your. Want to navigate, where was it?
It's
Presentation
one. Yeah. Okay, for presentation mode. It's, yeah. I know.
It's a large presentation, so it's going to take
Just want to remind everybody that at 12:45, we are taking a hard break.
All right. Well,
I just need to.
And Supervisor Crandall, I might not be able to see you at all times. And so if there's any questions or comments you wish to make during the presentation, please do so.
okay. All right.
Yeah, looks good.
All right, perfect.
Yeah, remember, we're also using the space.
Space key. Okay, great. All right. Thank you. Members of the Board of Supervisors, my name is Brad Johnson. I am a land use and CEQA attorney. I have been working on projects in Lake County for many years, and I also work on projects across the state. So I was contacted by Mr. Richard Knoll and the appellant Don Van Pelt to assist with this appeal today. And today's presentation will walk through a number of the issues that we've identified. I'm going to start out by doing something I know that's very unusual, but I would like to turn to the chair and both request and suggest that the chair recuse himself from this hearing today. And the reason I'm making that request is that copies of documents of correspondence and communications between the chair and the project applicant and agents for the project applicant suggests that the chair has had from a legal perspective, a level of involvement and interest in this project that calls into question his ability to remain unbiased in this hearing. So I'd like to just pause for a moment to reflect on that.
So there will be no recusing in my position. There is no financial gain or interest or personal gain or interest in this project. I'm here as a neutral party to hear from both sides. And I have been in many communications with you as well and many of your other clients and am in those same positions as well.
You have, and those aren't that issue, and those are all documented in public as well.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So this project, the board is in an unusual position because typically when we're dealing with appeals or challenges to CEQA documents, the discussion is mostly hypothetical. The discussion is, will the project result in impacts? Will it impact the environment? Will it impact neighbors? And those are oftentimes and most frequently hypothetical questions. In this case, however, because of the county's EA permit process, the county's consistent failure to respond to neighbor complaints regarding project operations over the past 6 months, there is a dearth of evidence indicating that this project does in fact have a number of significant environmental impacts, including impacts on surrounding neighbors. And so that's what places this appeal in a different category than what you might typically see. So let's just move right into our presentation here. So I'm going to begin with a short chronology of the project. I'll move into the history of violations, then I'll discuss the deficiencies in the ISM&D before concluding. Today we're asking for, is there a way to move that video box?
If you go to the top of the screen where it says stop share, there should be something that pops up to where it usually says split screen. Let me see what it says on mine. There's not a view options. Yeah, go to the top again, make that come back. Maybe go to more. And is there, you know, you might be able to just move it if you click on the screen itself.
There we go.
See if you could do that.
I'll move it over here.
Sorry for the added steps.
No problem. Okay, so what are we asking for today? We're requesting that the Board of Supervisors grant the appeal and deny the project, direct staff to immediately abate all current project activities, and direct staff to prepare and circulate an EIR for the project. We appreciate staff's analysis today. We were not aware that staff would be recommending that the board grant the appeal and deny the use permit. We do appreciate that. However, I'm highly concerned, the appellant is highly concerned that the recommendation is, should the applicant merely correct the noted violations on the property, that then staff would return to its previous recommendation to approve the project. And that is entirely consistent with how the county has treated this project from beginning to end. It's been treated very differently, entirely differently than other projects in this county. Moving on.
Maybe try clicking on it again.
Okay, so beginning with the chronology, on February 7th, based on what we understand, the project applicant submitted the project application. In May 2021, the project applicant's consultant, Kimley Horn, submitted its ISM&D to the county. On May 12th, we understand that the county issued a public notice of the EA permit issuance. And right from the beginning, we can see this is a text message between the project applicant's agent, Mary Draper, and Supervisor Sabatier, in which the supervisor says he spoke with Scott, who took notes, and he is working on figuring out how to get it done for both the 27 acres, a separate project, and the buildings on the 80 acres. I'm working with Anita to submit something his way as well, which could really help the 27 acres. And also suggested to Lance to request weekly June meetings to expedite the use permits in hopes of gets Ellie to the finish line faster. So we can see that there's early interest in this project in moving it through the process as quickly as possible.
So I'm going to have to interject on some of these items that you're placing and putting my name out in the public. There was a huge backlog for every project, and I was speaking with many people to try to figure out how to fix the backlog. This is not an interest in a particular project. This is an interest in fixing the backlog. This is why I was asking for looking at weekly meetings at the Planning Commission rather than every 2 weeks, where it's limited because they believed it was limited to 12 p.m. The idea was to try and see if we can move through these processes at a faster pace, meaning bringing it to the Planning Commission, not skipping steps and not making any projects have priority over others.
With all due respect, I'm entitled to make my presentation without being interrupted by the chair.
And I am going to respond to any time that you bring up my name.
No, you're going to allow me to make this presentation. On June 7th, 2021.
Ms. Grant?
And number one, I'd suggest council watch his tone with the board, because in speaking to the chair, you're speaking to the full board, and they're certainly entitled to your respect. Having said that, what I would suggest in order for this to move forward is to allow the presentation, and then your board can ask questions at the outset. I understand, Supervisor Sabatier, that your name is mentioned, but you may want to deal with that summarily. If you have a statement to make that relates to conflict, which is what I'm assuming this will all relate to, since you're not a witness in the proceedings. Okay.
I will take notes and I will respond when you are finished. Appreciate Ms. Grant.
And I will note that these excerpts that are in this presentation were obtained through a Public Records Act request. So on June 7th, 2021, the county granted the early activation permit. And then sometime between June 3rd and June 18th, the project applicant conducted illegal grading activities on the project site. On June 18th, California CDFW conducted its site inspections, as staff discussed, and issued notices of violation. July 8th, as we all know, the Planning Commission held its first project hearing and continued the hearing on the project. And then in July, sometime July 2021, the applicant entered into a contract with a neighboring landowner, Brassfield Estates, to pipe water from the Brassfield property to the project site. And here again is another excerpt of a text message interchange between Chair Sabatier and project applicant agent Mary Draper, in which the chair seems to suggest that providing public notification regarding the EA was a frustrating requirement. On July 22nd, the Planning Commission held its second hearing and approved the project over numerous objections by neighboring landowners and members of the community. By operation of law, a written condition in the early activation permit, this action terminated the EA permit. On July 28, 2021, appellants timely filed this appeal by operation of law pursuant to county code. The filing of the appeal stayed the project use permit. Thus, as of July 28, the project no longer had a valid land use entitlement to continue operations. Between August and October 2021, the applicant conducted cannabis cultivation at the project site. Between September and October 2021, the applicant requested but did not receive permission from the county to construct temporary hoop houses and use generators to dry harvested cannabis. Nevertheless, between October and November, the applicant proceeded to construct those hoop houses and install generators to dry harvested cannabis. All along between July and November 2021, neighbors to the project submitted numerous complaints to the county regarding light, noise, odor, dust, and traffic from the project. Not until November 11th, 2021, did the county take any enforcement action whatsoever. So let's discuss this history of violations. As noted, the applicant has repeatedly violated the EA permit, county zoning ordinance, and state law, including violations relating to grading, dust, noise, lighting, and the hoop houses and use of generators on site. So let's talk about the grading. So the grading, the ISMND and the EA permit. So what do these documents say? Regarding site grading, the ISMND states, and I apologize if this is maybe difficult to read. The ISMND states that the proposed cultivation areas would not require any earthwork or grading to prepare the ground surface for growing cannabis. The EA permit says that no grading is authorized. Notwithstanding, beginning in early June, neighboring property owners began submitting complaints to the county relating to grading. Here are some photographs of that grading activity. This is a photograph of dust generated by the grading activity spilling onto neighboring properties. This right here is substantial evidence that the project may be resulting in a significant environmental impact relating to air quality, specifically dust generation. It's also evidence that the project has failed to implement the so-called mitigation measures relating to dust, and that dust, a significant amount of dust, is continuing to be generated from the illegal grading activities. Talk about wetland grading impacts. The photograph to your left is an aerial Google image from April 2021 showing the project site. Green, verdant, we can see swales, wetland swales. These are waters of the state protected jurisdictional features here. And then we can see the project post grading. And all of that has been wiped out. That is, again, this is photographic evidence. It's not my opinion. These are some email interchanges between project applicant Mary Draper to Ms. Schaefer's, copying the project applicants themselves, also copying other individuals relating to the biological study. So now the argument here that the applicants seem to make is that the property has been previously disturbed and planted in ground cover. I've been told that they have the right to disc the fields that were previously disturbed and planted. Bruno explained that a field that has been previously disturbed has the right to disc the field, to put up fences, etc. All right, so if we go back, this is not planted in ground cover. That is native vegetation. If we go back further, this is not disking, this is grading. Moving on, what is the county's response? We know that CDFW inspected the project site on June 18 and indeed issues notices of violation regarding not disking, but grading and deep ripping of the cultivation site up to the edge of tributaries to Schindler Creek. Grading and deep ripping occurred into the 50-foot setback, sometimes right up to the edges of unnamed tributaries. So here we have an example where the county has proof, not from neighbors, but from another agency, a state agency, that the project applicant engaged in an activity that was directly in violation of the EA permit. And the county did not revoke that EA permit. By contrast, there are numerous other projects that committed similar violations, although on a smaller scale, where the county acted very quickly to revoke the EA permit just for grading. Why was that not done here? The county did not respond at all. The county allowed the EA permit activities to continue and then also processed an expedited corrective grading permit in order to declare that the violations were fully abated just 6 days prior to the Planning Commission's second hearing on the project. That's how the county responded. Let's look at noise violations. EA permit and county zoning ordinance impose strict limits on decibel levels generated by project activity at neighboring property lines. The EA permit specifically states that decibel levels shall not exceed 55 dBA, 24 hours a day within residential areas. County zoning ordinance only allows for a maximum noise of 55 dBA in the agricultural zone. Noise complaints, again, earlier in the summer, early as August, the facility emits a constant rattle of machines as well as commercial scale diesel generators running all day and all night every day. That's been submitted to the county, including to Chair Sabatier. No action taken. These are noise meter, decibel meter readings taken on November 8th, 2021. The meter to your left, it's a slightly blurry photograph, shows a decibel reading of 71. The meter to your right shows decibel reading of 66.3. This map shows the locations of those 2 decibel readings. The 66.3 reading was taken at 8:45 p.m. on November 8th. The 71 max dBA reading was taken at 9 p.m. on November 8th, 2021, at 2 neighboring properties, each a half mile or further away from the project. Both of those, just for perspective, are in excess of even the noise limits established in the county's zoning ordinance for industrial areas. County's response, no response until November 11, 2021. And I will say that that was after significant and repeated interaction between my law firm and county staff on these issues. Lighting violations. This is a photograph of the project taken from a neighboring property showing, I don't need to describe it, you can see it. What do the ISM&D and the EA permit say? The ISM&D states there's nothing in this ISM&D regarding the use of night lighting in excess of the basic requirements for security. That, I think we all know, is not a security light. That is a light that is intended to manipulate the vegetative state of the plants, period. We can see that even if it were security lighting, the ISM&D requires the lighting to be directed and shielded to minimize spill, light, and glow, and to comply with dark sky recommendations in section 21.48 of the Lake County Zoning Code. And the EA permit mirrors that same requirement. I'll go back to the photograph one more time. No shielding, does not comply with dark sky requirements. And here are other photographs. Again, neighbor complaints being submitted as early as June 4 and August. They're using huge lights at night that are lighting up the residents of High Valley. My entire yard and house have been lit up like a Christmas tree for over a week now. Still no response from the county. What happened? No response. Okay, let's talk about the hoop houses. Here's what we're talking about. This is not a minor undertaking. This is significant construction on the project site. Again, they've plumbed, they have electrical, they're powered by portable generators with fans. There is no discussion in the ISM&D regarding the use of hoop houses, generators, or fans in this fashion at all. And the EA permit, as staff discussed, does not allow for construction, requires compliance with the property management plan, and the property management plan also does not describe hoop houses or generators. So this is an activity completely beyond the pale of what's allowed in the EA permit, not described in the ISM&D, and certainly not allowed by county code under an EA permit. Project proponent corresponds with the county. So the applicant and its agent inquired about installing hoop houses and generators with planning department staff. Staff informed them that they would be unable to do so. And then these are text messages, again, communications between the project agent, Mary Draper, and Supervisor Sabatier on this issue. I do apologize, they're somewhat difficult to read. But the point of these 2 text message interchanges is that the agent informed Chair Sabatier that they plan to proceed to install the hoop houses with the generators, notwithstanding the fact that staff had not given them the clearance to do so. So that we understand, as of the date of these permits, at least, Chair Sabatier was aware the project applicant was proceeding to undertake illegal activities at his project site, and still no action taken.
Is there a date on those?
We do have dates, and we've provided all the text message interchanges in a single compiled document to planning or to the board clerk. Yeah, and again, those were all provided by the county pursuant to Public Records Act request. Okay, these are some additional emails. These are very difficult to read, but I will summarize the email to the left, which was from Supervisor Crandell to Ms. Hutchinson, copying Chair Sabatier and Susan Parker, regarding this appeal and the importance of this project in terms of generating income for the county. These are, again, communications recovered pursuant to our Public Records Act request. Neighbor complaints. So despite knowledge that the county did not grant permission for hoop houses and generators, we know that the applicant proceeded to construct and install both. The generators added to the existing noise violations. And then finally, on behalf of appellant, this firm submitted a lengthy complaint on those issues on November 2nd. And this was, of course, in addition to the many neighbor complaints that had already been issued prior to that date. As I've said before, only after this increased pressure from our law firm did county code enforcement take action and actually issue a notice of nuisance in order to abate on November 10th, 2021. Obviously, there were more than adequate grounds to do so long before that date. So moving on, and I'll revisit our request at the end of this. So moving on to the ISMND. Now, what's interesting is in this situation, as I'll detail in a moment, staff did a very good job of, and certainly we respect staff's work on this issue. I know Ms. Schaefer's, as the correspondence that we have recovered from the PRA request, asked for help numerous times on this project. I think just from reading the correspondence, seems like she did not receive that help all the time. And so we have a lot of respect for her in working through this project. I think it was a difficult project. And she did so, as the email correspondence shows, under extreme pressure from the project applicant to get this thing done. So turning again to the ISMND deficiencies. So the deficiencies in the ISMND include an inadequate and inconsistent project description, inadequate analysis of at least the following project components: air quality and emissions, water availability, biological resource, transportation, energy and greenhouse gases, noise and land use compatibility. Turning to the legal standards. So the initial study is the first level of CEQA review. It is the basic document that analyzes whether a project may or has the potential to have significant environmental impacts. If those significant environmental impacts that have been identified during the initial study process can be fully mitigated with mitigation measures that eliminate the possibility that the project may have significant impacts, then that initial study then can be turned into a mitigated negative declaration. That's what a mitigated negative declaration is. It's an initial study with mitigation measures added on. One of the first standards, though, in order to analyze a project, the project description itself, the basic description of what the project is, must be accurate and detailed sufficiently to provide a basis for analyzing the project's potential environmental impacts. The problem with the project description here is that it is not any of those things. It does not discuss water availability and the use of water from neighboring property. It doesn't discuss the use of hoop houses and generators. There's no discussion of intent to develop lodging at the project site. There's numerous descriptions within the initial study and supporting documents that there will be a lot of employees staying on the project site. There's an undercounted and inconsistent description of potential traffic impacts and an incorrect and false discussion of grading activities. As we know, we've seen photographs. Okay, let's turn to water availability and use. So there's an inadequate and inconsistent description of water use and availability for the project. And certainly there is no description of the use of offsite water from Brassfield for project operations or project mitigations. One thing we do know is there is at least one existing well number 4. Well number 4 there's enough information in the project documents to indicate that it has sufficient capacity to feed approximately 25 acres of cannabis, not 80 acres. The applicants have since installed another well, at least one more well number 7. There's no data in the initial study or supporting documents on the productive capacity of that well. And so as far as we are aware at this point, there is zero information in the record substantiating the conclusion in the initial study that adequate groundwater exists on site to serve the project. What we do know is that sometime in June, the project applicant began or entered into an agreement with a neighboring property owner, Brassfield Winery, to install significant infrastructure to pipe water from the Brassfield Winery property to the project site. Now, we've seen the correspondence between the project applicant and county staff that have indicated that all of this infrastructure is for a few acres of sunflowers. But obviously, I mean, none of us are idiots here. I think we all can beg the question of why, if there is so much water on the project site, would this infrastructure be necessary to irrigate a few acres of drought-resistant sunflowers. It's not believable. I'll just let this run for a minute. This is the after the fact encroachment permit here. The pipeline was routed under the county road. All right, I think we all get the point here.
Mr. Johnson, I don't believe you are done, but it is 12:45 p.m. Is it possible that we pause? I really need to take this hard break and that we continue at 2 o'clock.
I'd be happy to.
Okay. Unfortunately, my computer crashed on my arrival here, and so it's popping back up. But in order to make sure that we respect time, let's go ahead and come back to order. We were on item 6.6. And Mr. Johnson, I'll let you finish your presentation.
Thank you, Chair. Do we want to dim the lights or?
Please. Thank you.
There we go. Okay, so moving on. So just to bring everyone back to where we were.
Oh.
That great work that you did, right? Okay, F5. Showing up. Not working, it's not showing. F5. That looks like it.
What'd you say?
There we go. Here we go. Here we go. It's this one. Here, that's all. Not going back? Say what? Do you want to use the navigation? There we go. Okay, it just took a second. Sorry, but you can go to where you need. All right, I will. Okay, sorry, it just. Okay, so I'm going to cycle through here to. Okay, so just to bring everybody back up to speed, what we were talking about is the various ways in which the project description, which is the basis for the initial study mitigated neg deck, does not provide the adequate level of detail and does not include all aspects of the project as required by CEQA. And so this particular slide focuses on the failure of the project description to describe hoop houses and the use of generators. So we've already touched on this in our earlier history of violations, but this issue again relates to the failure of the project description to include a description of the use of hoop houses, the construction of those hoop houses, the use of fans, and the use of generators to power the fans and electrical in those structures for the purposes of drying cannabis. And the importance of this is that without those details being provided in the project description, the initial study, just as a matter of law, cannot provide an adequate analysis of the potential impacts related to those project components. Another inadequacy in the project description relates to lodging and the number of employees. So as between the initial study, the project description, the actual body of the initial study, I should say, the traffic memorandum and property management plan, there are multiple descriptions of the number of employees that will be on site at any given time for this project. Included in that is multiple variations on how many employees will live on site. At some point, there's a description that approximately 10 employees are anticipated to reside on site, and between 30 and 40 employees will be on site for 22 weeks of the year, with the potential for up to 65 part-time employees. Other portions of the document state that up to 50% of employees will be living on site. And again, what we're getting at is, what is the correct number? And those numbers relate to whether there are adequate facilities on site to house 50% of those employees. How does that change potential traffic impacts and other aspects of the project that may result in unanalyzed environmental impacts? Moving on to traffic impacts. So this is a photograph of High Valley Road leading toward the project site. We can see a tractor trailer that has gotten stuck on High Valley Road. High Valley Road is a recognized traffic hazard, especially for larger vehicles like this. Related to traffic impacts, again, the project description estimates that the average daily trips, vehicle trips, would be 40 to 80. But in that quantification, we only understand the document to analyze potential employee trips. There is no discussion relating to delivery trucks, vans, vendors, lunch trips. All the variety of trips that a project has the potential to generate are not described in the traffic impact analysis. We also really question this idea that there would be 20 to 30 employees with up to a maximum of 65. Based on my experience and based on the county's experience, an average employee count for a project like this would be between 2 and 3 per acre. So for a project of this size, we would expect to see an employee count of between 160 to 240 employees, with associated trips being multiples of those numbers. So there's insufficient information in the project description regarding the actual number of trips that the project will generate. These are some additional photos of trucks moving up High Valley Road. Again, they do cause hazards. They do have difficulty navigating. There's no analysis in the project description or in the initial study regarding these potential hazard impacts. Turning next, grading, another element that hasn't been described in the project description. The project description states that there would be no earthwork or grading to prepare the ground surface for growing cannabis. That's just what's in the initial study and in the site preparation and cultivation plan. We've already gone over multiple photographs and evidence demonstrating, however, that significant grading, significant earthwork was performed in preparation for cultivating on the project site. And in fact, this activity led to enforcement activity by CDFW. So let's turn to the fair argument standard. So mitigated negative declaration is permissible only when an initial study demonstrates with substantial evidence that after incorporating mitigation measures, a proposed project will clearly not cause any significant effect on the environment. By contrast, an EIR is required when there is a fair argument based on substantial evidence that a project may cause one or more potentially significant impacts. An M&D is inadequate relevant to this appeal in 2 circumstances. The first is where it lacks substantial evidence supporting a conclusion that after incorporating mitigation measures, a proposed project will clearly not cause any significant effect on the environment. And an M&D is also inadequate if substantial evidence in the record supports a fair argument that the project may have a significant impact on the environment. And this is important, even if competing evidence suggests it may not. So today's discussion is not about who's right. Today's discussion is there substantial evidence that's been submitted by the appellant, by other neighbors, that indicates there is a fair argument that the project may have a significant impact on the environment. If the answer is yes, regardless of what evidence has been submitted to the contrary by the applicant or developed by staff, the county is required as a matter of law to proceed to prepare an EIR and cannot adopt an ISM&D for the project. The deficiencies with the project include inadequate analysis of the following components, as we've discussed: air quality and emissions, water availability, biological resources, transportation, land use compatibility, energy and greenhouse gases, and noise. With respect to air quality impacts, and again, that is an actual photograph of dust being generated by the project, the initial study fails to analyze air quality impacts, including impacts from dust, odors, and greenhouse gas emissions. What you see here is the sum total of the project's analysis of air quality impacts. And on the basis of this data, the ISM&D conclude the project would not have a significant impact. But there was no analysis for grading activities and dust resulting from those grading activities, no analysis of emissions from the use of generators, no analysis of why odors from the project operations would not detrimentally impact neighbors. These air quality impacts, I won't try to read these, they're too small even for me, but these air quality impacts have been documented and provided to the county from neighbors over the course of months. Those complaints do constitute, as a legal matter, substantial evidence showing that ongoing air quality impacts were not analyzed or mitigated. As I said before, there were numerous neighbor complaints regarding odor and dust, and the ISM&D fails to analyze the use of generators, for example, to dry the cannabis. Impacts to water availability. So the ISM&D fails to adequately analyze several aspects of water use and water availability. I won't go into detail on all of this. I've already mentioned that there is only data provided regarding production from well number 4. That data indicates adequate water to serve 25 acres of cannabis. There is no data provided for the production of groundwater from well number 7. So as a matter of fact, the record lacks any evidence that that there is adequate surface water, adequate on-site groundwater to serve the project. There just is no evidence supporting that. We also know that the project is now using Brassfield estate water for project activities. Even if that water is not being used to irrigate cannabis, if it's being used to irrigate sunflowers, which are being used as a mitigation, whether a visual or an odor screen, that is part of the project. It must be analyzed. In terms of the groundwater aquifers, I won't go into the details here. The letter that we submitted includes an attachment from a qualified hydrogeologist indicating that there is a serious question about the validity of the groundwater analysis provided for the project, and providing substantial evidence indicating that the actual water availability may be far less and that the project does have the potential to result in a significant impact. This slide deals with well yields. I've already talked through those. I won't do so again. Brassfield water, same thing, raising the obvious questions. As I said before, from a CEQA perspective, it doesn't really matter whether the water is being used to irrigate cannabis or to irrigate sunflowers. But I think we all need to look closely at whether and why such an extensive infrastructure and piping system would be installed in order to irrigate a small acreage of fairly drought-tolerant sunflowers. I would also note that if you view the video regarding the water system in this presentation to the end, you'll see how the water pipelines tie into the main irrigation distribution system for the cannabis project. So, going to a fair argument here, not only have we submitted substantial evidence from a qualified expert, we also have comments from neighbors. I do want to point out that while substantial evidence typically requires commentary from experts, CEQA and case law interpreting CEQA have identified the validity of opinions from non-experts, including neighbors on a variety of impact areas, including water, odor, traffic, and aesthetics. And so non-expert neighbors can submit testimony that qualifies as substantial evidence, indicating that there is a fair argument of a significant impact. Impacts to biological resources. So the ISMND fails to provide an adequate analysis of impacts to biological resources. This relates to the failure to provide of wetlands delineation regarding the potential jurisdictional features that the project potentially may impact. And we also know that there were no floristic surveys, which are protocol level surveys performed for special status plants on site. As the county planning department well knows, floristic surveys are routinely required for all other cannabis projects, and why one was not performed for this project is an open question. So impacts to biological resources. Commentators, again, provided comments indicating the lack of biological surveys. This was prior to the July 22 Planning Commission meeting. Again, the county had plenty of information to determine that, in fact, protocol level surveys had not been performed for this project. Transportation impacts. We have provided with our commentary a peer review of the transportation analysis prepared by a qualified traffic engineer, indicating that the traffic analysis prepared for the project fails to meet required standards, and also demonstrating that there is substantial evidence supporting a fair argument that there may be a significant impact related to traffic, particularly relating to the number of vehicles and hazards on High Valley Road approaching the project site. This slide details again the various reports given between the ISMND, the project description, the property management plan, and also the applicant's own testimony relating to the number of employees that would be on site. I can say that there is a significant degree of variability, which impacts the significance of the potential traffic impacts from the project. There's no way to quantify those impacts without a consistent count on how many employees, vendors, deliveries, et cetera, will be involved with the project. Related to the VMT analysis, there is discussion regarding OPR guidance. It's a technical memorandum that OPR adopted. It's not a formal regulation, but it accompanies recent changes in Appendix G to CEQA relating to traffic impacts and the movement from a level of service analysis to a VMT analysis. And the OPR technical memorandum states that generally a project that involves fewer than 110 daily trips, not average daily trips, but daily trips, generally will not result in a significant impact relating to traffic. But it's not a hard and fast rule, and always site-specific analysis is required. I also do want to point out that though some traffic engineers are using, and project applicants are using the concept of an average, that word does not appear in the OPR technical advisory. So if we were to read that document strictly, if a project produces more than 110 daily trips, period, it should require a more detailed level of analysis for potential traffic impacts. I won't attempt to read these, but these are more neighbor complaints regarding traffic from the project. Land use compatibility. So Richard Knoll touched on these points. I won't belabor them, but the point is that we have ample evidence in this presentation, photographic evidence. There are many, many neighbor complaints that have been submitted that indicates that the findings required to support issuance of this use permit simply cannot be met. The project is, as a matter of fact, adversely impacting the health, welfare, and safety and property values of the neighboring property owners. These are additional comments from neighbors regarding this issue. Impacts due to unanalyzed project components. We've talked about this at length. The ISMND simply does not analyze impacts relating to the construction, installation, operation of hoop houses powered by generators with fans, period. So finally, we come back to what we had originally asked the board for today. We asked that the board grant the appeal, deny the project. We ask that the board direct staff to immediately abate all current project activities, not in 30 days. And we ask the board to direct staff to prepare and circulate an EIR for the project. Now, I am concerned that staff may be intending to approach this project by bringing it back to the board if and when the project applicant abates the current violations on site. But I do want to underscore that the denial today of the project is a formal denial. It is not a temporary denial that allows the project to be brought back. So if the project applicant wants to abate those violations, resubmit an application, and pursue this process again with an EIR, that would be the required and appropriate approach. So we thank you for your time and certainly appreciate the opportunity to fully present this today.
Thank you very much. And we'll get to questions when we've accomplished all of our presentations. And I wanted to offer the applicant opportunity to present.
My name is George McDonald. I'm an attorney with Katzoff and Riggs for the applicant. Mr. Armstrong is here. He's with the applicant's team. He has a PowerPoint presentation he's going to get set up. I also have some remarks, which I would like to make standing here, if that's okay with everybody.
It's perfectly fine.
Yeah, this is good. How's that? Does it make a difference?
I'll turn, I have it off.
Oh, it's off. I also need to speak loudly.
Now let's wait because we want to make sure that everybody, whether it's on PEG, Facebook, or Zoom, can hear.
Understood.
Sam will let us know when we're ready.
I'll need him to reintroduce himself too. We don't have it on the record yet.
To the left, right there.
Is that it?
Yep.
Okay, great. Sorry, I just can't see it.
Right there.
Thank you. Okay, and then to go forward.
Gotcha.
Go backward. Okay.
And let's wait for him to turn on your mic.
And talk, if you're going to talk directly into the mic. I'll turn yours on in a minute. Okay.
And if you can start over with your introduction since you were not heard.
Okay, can we please have the lights on for this portion? I'll just be speaking and then Mr. Armstrong will follow up with some photographs and a PowerPoint slide. So again, my name is George McDonald. I'm an attorney with Katzoff and Riggs. I represent the applicant in this proceeding. Now, last time we were here, just a few weeks ago, there was a continuance requested. And I came up and, okay. Thank you. And I came up and said, nothing relevant or new is going to come to light as a result of that request for public documents. Well, in a sense, that was true. Nothing relevant to this appeal came to light. Everything really that was discussed today pretty much was known, was just decided on, was brought before the Planning Commission when they approved this project 4-0. However, what has become clear is that Mr. Johnson, he has some conflicting interests here. There's no doubt about it. He stated in writing before.
I'm going to interrupt because I want to check with Ms. Grant because the project is what we're discussing today, not the people who are the applicants themselves. I don't want to judge the applicants on their personalities or anything like that. And I just want to check in that that is something that I can narrow the scope of.
I think that your board can request an offer of proof as to relevance for something like this, because ultimately, and again, I know I'm beating a rug here, but This is a de novo proceeding, and your board has to make the findings for major use permit under 51.4 of the zoning ordinance, and also those specific findings that relate to cannabis under 27, I think it's 2713 AT of the zoning ordinance. And that is the function of your board here to determine if you find motivation somehow impacts those findings, that's one thing, but your analysis again begins anew. So what's happened in the past may not have great relevance. However, again, this is an administrative proceeding. Your board may take in a great deal of evidence that would not necessarily be admissible in a court of law. And you determine how much weight to give that evidence. Before your board begins deliberation, I'm happy to explain a few points on that for you that you may find helpful in terms of weight of evidence and how you may go about it. Certainly not a direction, just an option. So at this point, again, an offer of proof would ask counsel to be able to show you why what he is about to say has some relevance to your board's determinations as to this appeal. And again, because you have to independently make these findings for major use permit and the findings required for cannabis cultivation site. Again, he'll have to make the showing to your satisfaction.
So thank you. And please make sure it's connected to the appeal itself.
Absolutely. And I'm happy to say right now why. It gets to the aspect of allegations that there's some type of, that there was not impartiality, or that there's some type of favoritism, or that there was improper communications. But really, what this Public Records Act request disclosed was that it's not just the Sowers team that asks requests of the Planning Commission. It's not just the Sowers team that asks requests of the supervisors. Mr. Johnson did this exact same thing for his projects. Mr. Johnson repeatedly asked for why are ours and log jams and the Sowers are not with respect to Bar X and Lake Vista Farms. There was no impartiality. It was, the evidence shows actually, for what was produced in response to the Public Records Act request, that everyone was treated the same. There was, I believe, 33 projects in the exact same circumstances at the exact same time. And what the emails showed and what was actually given as a response to Mr. Johnson about, in answer to this question, well, the Sowers team has been extremely proactive. They've been extremely thorough, and they've been extremely on top of it in submitting what we've asked for. And when there was any type of issue, this may be a problem. They didn't fight about it. They didn't hire an attorney to send emails to everybody saying, why are you doing this? They said, okay, whatever satisfies the commissioners, whatever makes it easier for the neighbors, that's what we're going to do. And that's really what the Public Records Act request responses showed. Now, I know the appellant here, they've cherry picked a lot of text messages and different things like that, taken them out of context and attempted to say that they prove things or say things that they frankly do not. And that's going to be my next point. What has occurred here today is basically textbook of dirty litigation practices. And if this were a court, which it is not, none of this evidence would have been allowed in. None of these statements would have been allowed in. This is essentially a trial by ambush, is what the Bradley firm has attempted to do today. I believe it was last night around 4 p.m. They submitted 160 pages of documents, a lot of photographs, things like that. There's no indication who took these photographs, where they're from, what time they were taken, nothing of the sort. In fact, some of the photographs we saw here today with respect to the grading practices were of different properties. They weren't even the same property. And that is shown, we don't have them up here right now, but it becomes quite obvious once that pointed out, right? We're talking about a project in a valley. The photographs with large mound of dirt, those were on top of a ridge, somewhere completely different, which looks like Mount Canocti in the background. We're talking about High Valley, completely different area. So a lot of this information that's been presented today was intentionally misleading, intentionally manipulated. The videotape of the desk that is sped up and taken at dusk with zoomed in angles. I mean, textbook manipulation. That's exactly what it looks like. That's how it's done. It should not be considered. This information should not be considered. When, and one of the first points the appellant makes in their letter that was submitted last night One of the first points they say is some type of hyper-technical argument that makes no sense, that since there was an appeal filed, the EA was terminated. Well, that's not true at all. That's not how things are intended to work. That's not how they work. Of course, if the use permit was stayed, so was the termination of the EA at the same time. That's how it works. And as we've already discussed, planning pointed out, this is not an appeal of the EA. It's not contemplated. It's not discussed. Nowhere is it discussed in the actual appeal documents that were filed. Now, moving on, I'll get now into the substance. So there's been some positions or some statements saying this is not the proper place for cannabis to be grown. Well, when you drive out High Valley, one of the first things you see is a big sign. Welcome to the High Valley Agricultural Area. Welcome to the High Valley
Wine grape growing operation.
So everyone here agrees with me, this is an agricultural area. In fact, it is zoned ag. And everyone knows when you purchase property located next to agricultural properties in California, you get a huge packet of disclosures stating in California, we have the Right to Farm Act. In California, farming activities are not a nuisance. In California, you should expect when you purchase property next to agriculturally zoned land, you should expect potential agricultural activities, including dust, odor, noise, and everything that is incidental to agriculture. That's what's expected when you purchase property next to an ag property. And that's what we're dealing with here. The cultivation site is zoned agriculture. And that's indisputable. And now talking about a little bit about High Valley Road. In all relative respects, High Valley Road's a pretty good road for Lake County standards. In my understanding, it's completely 4290 compliant. There's no issue at all. As far as permitting and things like that, there's no issue with the road. And it reminds me somewhat of Soda Bay Road. When I was driving here today from my house, it reminds me somewhat of Soda Bay Road going through Big Valley. Albeit to get in, it's a bit more windy, but it's a similar type of atmosphere. There's agriculture. It's a 2-lane road. And now we've seen a lot of discussion and photographs about traffic and trucks. It's not clear that any of these trucks are in any way connected with this project. There's a lot of other projects going on. There's Brassfield Winery, which is an actual winery, and they have events and weddings and things like that, is my understanding. There's other types of operations. There's other vineyards. There's a lot of things going on. To say that all this traffic is a consequence of this project here is just false. It's important to keep in mind the employees here, similar to what was done for PSI, right? I think we need to remember what used to be here is the PSI seminar headquarters, which is my understanding around October and September, they would have seminars with as much as 500 attendees who would come in and out, who would use these facilities, who would stay there, who would eat their meals there. That is very similar to what is going on now, but on a much lesser scale. Very similarly, the employees who are at the Sowers Project, they stay there. There's a kitchen, there's a cook. They are not leaving to go and get lunch and things like that. There's actually a meal plan provided for them. They don't leave, they live there, they live on site. So they're not coming in and out every day. So it's really attempting to say that everyone who lives there comes in and out and is going on breaks and is going on lunches and things like that is just not true. That is not what is happening. And these big trucks and things like that, there's nothing to show that these are actually connected to the Sowers project. They could be any other number of issues, any other number of reasons why they're out there. This same area where the cultivation area is now, I think it's important to remember, this is not virgin land. This was previously used. It was cultivated with sod. There's also cattle grazing done there. So it had been tilled before, and it was tilled again. And we'll get back to that. And I'll discuss that further. I think it's also important to recognize that many of the comments, much of what we've seen today from Mr. Van Pelt and Richard, I cannot remember his last name, and also Mr. Johnson. These were generalized comments and policy recommendations, essentially. That it's not appropriate to grant an appeal of a use permit based on generalized comments and policy recommendations. That is something very, very different. As Mr. Johnson said, what he, and of course, this is not the standard we're considering here today, but he says, well, if there's a substantial evidence of some type of adverse environmental impact, then there should have been an EIR. Well, substantial evidence is quite a high standard, actually. It's not the lowest standard, it's not the highest standard, but it's more, but it is, right? It requires an evidentiary standard of evidence. What is evidence? Evidence is not speculation. It's not conjecture. It's not incomplete hypotheticals. And that's basically what we have here. If this were to happen, then this might happen, and then you might have to find that. That's not evidence. So I'm going to get right into this allegation that there was some type of grading violation. I think there's been really a lot of misinformation surrounding this. Mr. Johnson and the appellants clearly have a misunderstanding of what occurred. It's not how it's been presented today at all. So what really happened? As we discussed, where the cultivation site had been previously tilled. It's our understanding you do not need a permit to till land. And that is what occurred here. However, first, what happened? The Department of Fish and Wildlife came out and did a survey to identify any streams or recourses or drainage or anything like that. They did not identify the drainage systems that are at issue within the cultivation area. They didn't identify them. They performed a survey, they didn't identify them because they had not been identified before. What happened was while there was tilling going on, one of the operators committed an error and went outside of the site plan. That resulted in a complaint. That resulted in the Department of Fish and Wildlife coming out and doing an inspection. And they said, well, yes, you deviated from the site plan, which was an accident. And it seems like someone else has identified that there may be some drainage within this cultivation area that was previously unidentified and unknown. And so that's what the remediation was about. The grading, it's my understanding that's being complained of, was remedial grading, not grading that took place illegally. This was remedial grading that they were ordered to do and had a permit to do. And I'm going to point out, because this has been framed as grading, which it is not, right? Grading has a legal definition. In Exhibit 18, I believe it is page 4, there's a receipt from the County of Lake regarding the grading permit. And in that, they say the tilling was done legally, but the contractor did not observe the course setbacks, right? There was an accident where they went outside of the site plan, and that's what they're speaking of. But for this accident, the tilling was done legally. So it's really a misnomer. It's really misleading to say there was illegal grading done. That's not what occurred. And why? Why did the Planning Commission, in light of this, decide to grant this project 4-0? It was not because of preferential treatment at all. It's because this was all before them. They had the letters from the county saying, nope, everything's fine. This was an accident. And the first thing that the Sowers project did is they said, what can we do to fix this? What can we do to fix this? And that's what was asked, and that's what was done. And they entered into agreement with the Department of Fish and Wildlife. And now this was reviewed by the County of Lake. This has been reviewed by Department of Fish and Wildlife, and both said, signed off on it, say it's completely remediated and we're good to go. Non-issue. That's what really happened. And which gets me back to the other point, right? Those two photos with large mounds of dirt, it makes it seem like something else happened. That's because those photos are not of this project. So somewhere completely else, somewhere completely different. We don't know where they're taken, but it's not of this property. I would like to point out as well, as part of that remedial grading agreement with Department of Fish and Wildlife, there were built into that dust mitigation measures, which they did comply with. I mean, anytime any farmer does tilling or grading in the summertime, there's going to be some dust. unavoidable. It'd be the same if Brassfield was tilling its vineyards. It'd be the same if Monte Cristo on top of the hill was tilling its vineyards. There would be dust. But such dust would not be grounds for us to now say, okay, shut you down, you can no longer grow wine. That's not how it occurs. The mitigation measures were proposed by CDF, Department of Fish and Wildlife, and they were followed. So it's really not true that this was in violation of the project description, because the project description does say that there would be this type of tilling and dirt disturbance to prepare the cultivation site, which was not grading. The early activation permit prohibits grading within the meaning of the code, which this was not, and that's shown that not even Lake County thought this was grading. They thought this was legal tilling, which occurred. So there frankly was no permit violation or no deviation from the project description, which what had occurred. And that is why the Planning Commission, in light of this, approved this project. Next, speaking about the lights. We saw a photograph that apparently depicted lights. We're not sure when that photo was taken, who took it, what it actually shows. It could, for example, be the moon. It could be a headlight of a car on the road right next to where the person was standing. We don't know. But what did happen, in August, the applicant did rent a floodlight, and they had it for 48 hours. The first time they received a complaint from any neighbor about this, they immediately returned it to the company they rented it from. They rented this floodlight because it was about 100 degrees during the day, and they had to get a project done in the evening when it wasn't so hot. This is the same exact thing that every single winery in this country, in this county does. Every single vineyard in this county in August, when they're working, if you get up very early in the morning like I do, and are driving to work, you see people out in there working with these lights. It's because it's too hot. It's too hot in the day. And actually OSHA prohibits people from working, with my understanding, in heat above 95 degrees. So this was actually an employee safety issue. And as soon as there was any type of complaint or anything, it was taken down less than 48 minutes. And it is our position, these were shielded down, and they were not being done for cultivation purposes or to manipulate light or something like that. It was to get a project done. It's our understanding as well that there hasn't been another complaint about light such as this. That was the only one, and it relates back to August. The other complaints about light seem to be from the existing lights that were there when PSI was running the place. No other lights have been installed at all. All the lights were existing lights from PSI. And this is quite a large campus. PSI had a lot of lights, right? They had their driveway lit up coming up to the campus, and they have other lights around. Now, I know there was a comment about a flashing yellow light. Well, that's the security patrol, which they're required to have. If, I'm sure if there's some issue with that particular light, we could talk about that and have the security patrol remove that light. But really, this is not what it's made out to seem that they are, for example, using mixed light grow or something. That is not what's happening at all. And I'm going to get to the hoop houses in a minute too. That's not what was occurring in the hoop houses at all. There was no light for growing purposes to say, and every type of light there is for people just to see where they're walking. There's also been a lot of discussion about this Brassfield pipe. Now, there was that YouTube video. I know that was actually posted to YouTube. I'm not sure if that was the entire thing that was posted to YouTube or not. But what this does show, it's not an underground pipe. It's actually above ground. And if we did follow it all the way to the end, you would see where it hooks in. It's not the same system. It looks to be the same system, but it has a separate valve. So these are actually separated, and they're not used at the same time. They go to different places. One was for the sunflowers. The entire other system, in which is subject to the the initial study, was for cannabis cultivation. These are really separate, very separate issues. However, in spite of that, it's my understanding that pipe is completely removed. It is no longer there. It is not being used. They're just not going to have sunflowers anymore. That's what's going to happen. So this pipe was not necessary for cannabis cultivation purposes, and it was not used for that ever. And that's shown by the fact that it was actually removed, right? Without touching any of the other irrigation systems. This one was removed. The pipes were returned to where they were rented from, and that's it. So also about dust and odor. I know that the appellants, they had some comments that this isn't in the initial study. That's not true again. There's actually significant sections regarding dust and mitigation members as well as odor and what the applicant has done to mitigate those. Part of that you're going to see in a minute. The setbacks of the cultivation site from any residence far exceeds what is required. It's my understanding it's between 1/4 and 1/2 mile. Far exceeds. And they've done that to mitigate odors, to be good neighbors, and I might add, at an exceptional cost to them. They didn't have to do these things, but they've done these things because this is what they thought would make it a better place for their neighbors to live. Specifically, dust is mentioned. Dust and the mitigation members are mentioned in section 3 under air quality. And there's quite an extensive analysis, including mitigation measures. Section 10, hydrology and water quality, also discusses dust. So it's actually analyzed quite significantly. And there's despite these photographs taken out of context, there's really no evidence that there's been the kind of dust that would constitute a significant environmental impact. And that is what we need to keep in mind. Is this a significant environmental impact in relation to, right, the surrounding areas, what they've been used for? And like I said, this is an agricultural area, and everyone agreed with me on that. So I'm going to talk about these hoop houses now, because I know that, and this was our first time hearing that planning, they are recommending that there be some remediation of this before there's I suppose, a decision on whether or not to approve the use permit. So let's talk about that. The emails and excerpts included in appellant's presentation are extremely misleading again. They're cherry-picked and they're not representative of what actually occurred. And that is really a theme throughout their entire presentation. That is a theme throughout everything they've done here today, really. Submitting late documents, not giving us a chance to review them, mentioning other documents that I'm not sure if they're on the agenda or not. They seemingly were emailed to the board this morning, and they expect us all to be familiar with them. So what actually happened? Applicant had an early activation. So, right, cannabis, you're allowed to grow cannabis in California. You're allowed to grow cannabis with an early activation. They had that, it was valid. They grew cannabis. Now, what do you do when you're done growing cannabis? You have to dry it. If you do not dry it, it will rot. If you do not dry it, it will all go to waste. It's a really illogical to take the position that you can legally grow cannabis, but you cannot dry cannabis. You can pay millions of dollars in excise taxes on the cannabis you grew, but you have to throw it away when you're done. That is an illogical result. And this is why, on 3 separate occasions, the applicant touched base with planning in writing saying, what can we do? Is this authorized? Is this not authorized? What are the guidelines on this? It is not true that they got a response saying you're not allowed to do this. That is not true. What really happened was the indications they returned was, we're not sure. There's no law on this right now. This is kind of a gray area. We're not sure. There's some precedent. We received a copy of a memo and an email indicating there's actually some precedent to allow hoop houses. There may actually be precedent for this, but we're not sure. There was no response at all. And it's our position that this was not construction. These were not structures. And of course, the appellant is entitled to appeal this this notice of violation. It's our position this is not a violation. This is not a citation. It does not actually become effective until expiration of the 30-day or the appeal period. So they still have the ability to appeal this, which runs 21 days after the date of the notice, which was November 10th. So we are still in that window. It has not expired. And also the notice itself says, well, if you remove these temporary, what I call temporary accessories, then there will be no violation. And that's what the plan is. I can confirm that as of last night, already 6 have been removed. And the ground, and consistent with the early activation conditions, has been restored to its original condition. We'll have a photograph of that so you can see what it looks like. So there was no construction that took place. There were no machines, there were no excavation used at all. Everything was done by hand. They did secure the posts of these, it was basically large tents into the ground so that they wouldn't move or blow away. And as far as the applicant was aware, that this was not prohibited under the current regulations, because we could not find anywhere saying that it was. Planning was not able to show us somewhere where it said it was. And it sounds like this is continuing to actually be an open issue as far as planning is concerned. And now as far as structures, planning, they said themselves that structures within the definition and construction within the definition constitutes some permanency. I believe that it was 180 days or more was the time frame reference. Well, these are anything but permanent. These were intended to be temporary. They're put up on an extremely emergency basis, and they're being taken down already. Within the following day after receiving the notice, they started taking them down the following day. And they're continuing to do so now. And I would just like to reiterate as well, there was no growing occurring inside of these. So there was no lights being used to grow inside of these, no growing of anything whatsoever incurred inside of these hoop houses, which I will call. Now about the generators, because that seemed to have been what actually caused the issue. I want to point out again, this notice in violation, and it is actually included, I believe, within, I'm not seeing it on here now, but I think it's attached and made available to you, but the notice in violation was made to Aviona LLC, the property owner. This was not a violation on the permit. This was not a violation related to cannabis. This was a alleged building code violation related to electrical systems. I'd like to discuss those electrical systems. First of all, there were no plumbing systems at all in there. I'm not sure where the appellant got that information. They just didn't exist. But so how are these powered? There was 2 diesel generators, 2 of them, and they had what's called a distribution box and a spider box. These diesel generators, and you saw pictures of them, they're approved by the state of California for use without a permit. That's what these are meant to be. You don't need an electrician to install these types of generators. You don't need a permit to use these types of generators. They're actually made to be done without that. And same with these types of distribution and spider boxes. They're essentially self-contained units made to be user-friendly in a safe way for this exact type of purpose, or you'll see people use them when they have concerts outside, things like this. They're made to be used by people, not electricians. So that's really what was occurring there. And as I said, they've already been taken down. There was no type of hardwiring into PG&E or nothing like that. That's not what occurred at all. And now I would like to point out as well that the management plan and the initial study, they all discuss the use of generators. The appellant had a lot of slides saying how this was never discussed. That's just plainly not true. They said throughout both documents, in case of emergency, we may need to use generators. And I believe that's consistent with every single cannabis cultivation project in this county, nearly. In case of emergency, we may need to use a generator. And the EA conditions of approval say, that's okay, so long as any diesel equipment is California compliant, which these were. So it's our position there was no violation of early activation. They were not cited for a violation of early activation. They were cited for an alleged violation of a a building code, which is still, quite frankly, an open question. And due process has not played out on that matter yet. I'd also like to point out in the initial study, section 6A, as far as energy. So it does say, and it says right in there, that would use diesel generators to provide power in emergency. So that was analyzed actually in the initial study. It's included within it. Again, in section 9A, hazards and hazardous materials, says we'll use generators. Again, in section 8A, under noise, it says again, says we'll use portable generators. And the noise from these portable generators may reach high levels. It says it right in the initial study. In the same section, when discussing dry storage, which is what these were, right? Quite frankly, if the entire project was presupposed, had it not been pushed out and continued, they would have been able to construct dry storage. And that's what this project proposed, construct dry storage in this exact same spot in a very similar way. However, because of the appeal and then the continuance, they were not able to do that. So they were left with a very, very tough decision. And they, like I said, asked guidance about this. Do we let our entire investment in crop go to waste? Or do we can put up these temporary agricultural accessory buildings, which we think are actually allowed, and no one's told us they're not, to save it? And that's what was done. They received a notice that, hey, we don't think you're allowed to do this. The following day, they start taking them down. And I think that's one of the main points. This was not a regular operation that this occurred. This was an emergency. This is right there. This is something that was not really intended to happen, but was done in case of emergency. And the initial study does contemplate for emergencies. Some additional aspects about water, because I know that is a huge concern in Lake County. It's a valid concern in Lake County. However, water has been extensively studied in the High Valley Basin, has been extensively studied specifically with respect to this project. Now, in reviewing the appellant's information, I know that they included a letter from Angie Dodd, a purported expert. It's my understanding Ms. Dodd has been, right, again, revealed through the Public Records Act request. Ms. Dodd has been raising some of these issues for a very, very, very long time. First, it was behalf of RX, however, it is now on behalf of appellant. It's changed. However, the concerns are illegitimate. Her critique of the water, the hydrogeology report itself is faulty. I'm just going to point something out. She makes a big deal in that about a graph that shows some type of well monitoring. But when you really look at what the graph shows, it shows the trending line, and the aquifer base level is trending upwards, according to her own graph. But really, that graph and the well monitoring data from it is really irrelevant. We're not sure what it's showing. Who knows what instrument was being used since 1960 to monitor this? What is relevant, however, is that Kimley Horn came out with qualified hydrogeologists and did a drawdown test on these exact wells in relation to this specific project, and came up with a report about it with hard data and facts about it, and determined there's more than enough water to not just support this project, but the other projects occurring as well. So in closing, it's really our position that the appeal should be denied. However, in light of all of this new evidence that has only come to our knowledge today, in light of the fact that there has been photographs of other properties presented before the Board of Supervisors today with claims that they are actually the Sowers project when they are not, in light of the fact that there's been videos and photographs of other alleged incidences which we have no way to verify. We don't know when these allegations occurred. We don't know who witnessed them or anything of the sort. We've really had no opportunity to review Angie Dodd's or the other purported experts' materials. We really haven't had an opportunity to review these hundreds of pages that were placed in front of all of us last night. It's our position that it really be improper to consider any of it, in addition to the issue with the hoop houses, which is anything but resolved. As we said, I think we have strong positions to say why it was not in fact a violation. It's our position that if that material were to be considered, then this matter should be continued to a later date, so we have an opportunity to address them, so we have an opportunity to point out the wrong evidence that is being presented here today. So we really have an opportunity to address that. And that's the same thing, quite frankly, the appellant had asked for last time we were here. They asked for a continuance so they could review the evidence. If the supervisor intend to consider this new information, we will ask for the same thing today. But irrespective of that, there is no direct evidence of significant environmental impacts. There is no actual evidence of violations the way that they've made them seem. That's not what occurred. In fact, it's quite the opposite. Everything has been done there. The initial study is extremely lengthy. There's a lot of mitigation measures involved. And I would like to point out the code complaints that were attached with the letter. I believe they're around 25 pages. All 25 pages are from two people. One is a repetitive code comment from a woman named Miss Khan. The other is from the Bradley firm. Those are the only two. So with that, respectfully request that the appeal is denied. However, if the board were to consider this new information, we would request for continuance on that basis. Thank you very much. And Mr. Armstrong now will have a PowerPoint presentation will help show some photographs regarding a lot of what I've said today. Thank you.
Not exactly sure where the PowerPoint went here.
Looks like Sam's coming to save you. Thank you, Sam. And then let's wait for him to shut off the lights, and then we'll get started.
Yeah, okay, great. Okay.
Thank you. All right. Good afternoon, supervisors. Good afternoon, county staff, and everybody else in attendance. Without further ado, I'm just going to jump in here and try to address some of the issues that we've already been over. So the appellant mentions some grading violations, earth movement,
And
dust.
I'm sorry to interrupt. In case I missed it, I'm just being reminded by my colleague. Can you make sure we get your name?
Sure. My name is Tom Armstrong.
Okay, thank you.
And we're going to hop right in here with the addressing of the grading issues. It's important to provide a little context here. As you may or may not know, any applicant, both from at the county level as well as at the state level, must submit documents, to the county as well as all applicable state agencies. The Sowers team did so. We submitted the required documents to CDFW. They did multiple desktop reviews, not only during their initial investigation, at which time they issued a lake and stream bed alteration agreement, but they also came out and did an on-site inspection prior to the issuance of that lake and stream bed alteration agreement. Third point, we had a biologist come. They identified what they felt were the appropriate water courses there. We submitted all this documentation, as I say, to both the county and the state agencies, including CDFW. We were issued a lake and stream bed alteration following these desktop reviews and the in-person inspection of not only CDFW, but of the county as well. We proceeded, once we were alerted that we proceeded to do some disking to prepare the land for cultivation. In doing so, one of the neighbors complained, and CDFW came back out. It was only at that time did CDFW then identify that there was some potential drainages there. They were more than willing to work with us, as were we willing to work with them. We were extremely proactive in working not only with CDFW, as well as the county. In doing so, we were issued a new lake and streambed alteration agreement. And just to touch on it here, you can see the senior environmental scientist supervisor, Kirsten Sheridan, authored this letter to the Planning Commission and to county staff. And I'll just read it here for you, a brief synopsis here. CDFW is confident that Tom and the Sowers Farms Group are committed to remediating the issues brought forward and have already shown considerable effort in fulfilling their obligations. We do not have any objection to their project and look forward to working with Tom and his team on future cultivation projects. Once again, any grading issue that potentially happened was something that was brought up to CDFW, was brought up to county staff, and was immediately remedied and taken care of.
What's the date of that letter?
This was prior to the second hearing. I don't have the exact date off the top of my head. I want to say it was in July, mid-July. Like I said, prior to the Planning Commission hearing where it was unanimously approved. I want to bring up too the dust mitigation measures. There was claims by the appellant and Mr. Johnson that there was no dust mitigation measures. That's patently false. We've submitted numerous receipts to county staff demonstrating this. As well as you can see the picture on the right is a direct picture of the property, the installation of straw wattle. It shows the soil compaction. We use an organic dust suppression treatment to try to alleviate the dust. We also used a water truck, which, as I say, we submitted multiple receipts to Mrs. Schaefer's and county staff demonstrating this. And as you can see, as I say on the picture on the right, you can see the soil compaction installation of the straw wattle. I want to point out the proximity to the neighbors, the appellant, and the distance from the property line. I think this is important to point out given the considerations as it relates to noise, odor, dust, and the like. Per Article 27, the minimum setback for an A Type 3 license is as follows: 100 feet from the property line and 200 feet from off-site residents. This is important to point out because when the legislation was carefully crafted, they put these setbacks in mind to purposely make sure that things such as odor, noise, and dust were at an appropriate distance from any other neighbors. And as such, they came up with 100 feet from the property line and 200 feet from the offsite residents. As you can see here from the picture depicted on the left, the distance from the property line to the nearest grow location is nearly a half a mile. If you see on the picture on the right, the distance from the nearest drying area to the property line is a quarter mile. Obviously, as you can tell, that well exceeds any of the thresholds that were put in place under Article 27. And I would mention, we purposely amended our project, as Mr. McDonald just mentioned, to appease the appellant's concerns, to appease neighbors, and to try to do as best we could to be, as good neighbors and as accommodating to their concerns as possible. I want to bring up the concern of odor. I know Mr. Johnson mentioned this a lot and mentioned about how AQMD might, be interested in doing this. And as a matter of fact, the board, you might remember in 2019, actually had this in front of the board, and they voted to halt the expansive air quality inspection program. And as Supervisor Simon, as you pointed out at the time, pending federal legislation, odor from this crop would be exempt from any regulation. So I think that's a brilliant point you bring up, and I just wanted to make that known here. I want to point out a couple of things here. Noise levels, as you're well aware and of what we discussed thus far, the noise level at the property line is supposed to be 55 decibels throughout the day. The appellant showed some readings. None of them were videos. They were just a picture that could have been taken anywhere. We don't know where it was taken, when it was taken, the context in which it was taken, if someone was speaking. As you may or may not be aware, if you're staying there reading the decibel level and someone speaks, that can significantly change the reading of the decibels. Here, as you can see, two of these are videos, which we'll play for you here shortly. The one on the furthest right is just a picture, and that's taken about 100 feet interior from our property line, pretty close to the appellant's property. And as you can see, the decibel reading there, it's a little hard to see given the lighting in the room, but it's reading at 37 decibels, which is similar to a quiet library. And this was at the time that fans were running, I would point out. I'm going to try to attempt to play this video here. I'll play the first one. As I say, this is about 100 feet interior from our property line and adjacent to the appellant's property line. If you can hear anything, the only discernible noise maybe is some wildlife that you can hear in the background, birds chirping and things of that nature. Also, as you can see, we took videos. We didn't purely take pictures because a picture doesn't do much. You can show us a picture of a reading of 60 some decibels or 70 some decibels. Where was that picture taken? There's no context to any of those pictures that we saw previously. I also have one here in the evening because I know that in some of the comments they mentioned that the sound was a little bit more disturbing in the evening and versus during the day. And you'll see here that the highest reading here is 36 decibels, which as you can see over there is equivalent to a quiet library. And we'll show you this video here as well. I'm gonna try to raise the volume here. I'm not sure, let's see. Is there any way to amplify the volume?
I think the only place that the volume is going to is probably on Zoom.
Okay. Well, I think it's important to point out here, right? A couple things. One, as it relates to light, you can barely even see me. I'm in this picture. This is a live footage. You can't see any lights. So I'm not sure. In terms of lighting, it's not an ongoing issue. As you can see, you can barely see me, let alone any lights in the background. As you see here, it ends at 32 decibels. I think we've talked a little bit about the noise here. See if we can pause this. Lighting concerns. This is another video that kind of outlines. That's a neighbor, by the way. This is one of our closest neighbors. Those are the lights. You can see this is the property line here on High Valley Road. We have this white fence that borders pretty much all High Valley Road where we have the property. As you can see, it's pretty hard to see anything at all. I'm barely visible in the video. But yes, as it relates to lighting, this is the lighting that you see from High Valley Road. I'm not going to bore you with the rest of the video. You can't really hear it, but you get the picture. Obviously, water usage and localized hydrology is an important matter for not only for us as the applicant. I mean, of course, water is a limiting factor. If there's not water there, we don't have the ability to grow or can't be a viable company. It's an important point to make. So prior to embarking on this project and prior to going in front of the Planning Commission, we did hydrology studies and we did hydrology reports, as it's important for us, as I say, as a business. As you can see here, I'm not going to hash on all the points here, but you can see the annual recharge is estimated at 2,300 acre feet. And our project, at a very max, the 353 acre feet is an extreme conservative number that's very well over what we ended up even using this year and what we would use annually. But even if you use that number, that only represents 15% of the annual recharge. And if you look at the cumulative impact area, which is articulated in this picture below, the cumulative impact area between Sowers HVR and Brassfield Estates Winery cumulatively, own 56% of the cumulative impact area. And this project is only using 15%. And mind you, as I say, the 353 acre feet is a gross over exaggeration of what we use. We did that as a safety measure for not only us, but just to demonstrate to you all that, look, even if we tripled our water usage, we're still only at 15% of the annual, using 15% of the annual recharge. Whereas cumulatively between us and Brassfield, we own 56% of the land in the impact area. I want to do a little aquifer illustration here so that you can get an idea of the aquifer and where we're drawing water from. As you see, there's three different labels here. There's A, B, and C. C would represent the deeper aquifer, which is where we're drawing water from. And A is where most of the residents are drawing for domestic wells. And I point that out because I know in some complaints, some people have maybe mentioned that, their well was an issue. But I would also point out, which you'll see in this next slide, or not this slide, but the following slide, we'll come back to this. Here, we were actually submitted an unsolicited email by one of our neighbors, and actually they CC'd the appellant on this email. And you'll notice that this neighbor had been monitoring his well, and I quote, "I've been monitoring my 2 wells weekly for over a month, and I find absolutely no change. One well goes down 1.5 feet while pumping, but then recovers to its original time level later. The other well has exactly the same pumping level as the static level. These levels have not changed since I've been started measuring." And I end quote. We're gonna go back to some water conservation measures here. I wanted to bring this up because to reiterate, water is important. Not only is it important for us, it's important for the neighbors, for the local community, and the viability of not only the operation, but the land. As such, we've implemented various water conservation measures, including drip lines, tensiometers to measure the amount of water in the soil and how much water we're using, as well as the installation of plastic mulch. These are all things that we've done to proactively ensure that we're being as efficient and as effective of our water usage as possible. I'd like to point out here the newly enacted ordinance number 3106. You'll notice here that as a result of the records request, in correspondence from Ms. Schaefer's to Laura Hall and Susan Parker regarding the implementation of the ordinance 3106, and I quote, "Ordinance 3106 was created based on the water use analysis of UP 21-10, which was more thorough and more in-depth compared to any cannabis projects that have come before the Planning Commission." And this was the longest standing commissioner, Commissioner Hess. Mr. Hess then requested that the Board of Supervisors to provide official guidance. The guidance became Ordinance 3106. This is important to point out because as the appellant and his representation have made the assertion that there wasn't thorough environmental analysis, that seems patently false, especially given light of some of this information here. I already touched on the water availability and how this is tangible evidence right here from a neighbor that had been monitoring his wells, showing no effect on his wells, right? I know the appellant also made note that the word drought wasn't included in any of our documents. And I think that that's a little bit of an over-exaggeration. Drought is a recurring feature of the California climate. Any of the stuff that we've done, any of the documents we presented inherently include the assumption that drought would be occurring. And you also notice too that the EBA report that we provided as well was developed in 2016. 2016, as you all are aware, was also a significant drought. So these factors were taken in consideration despite the fact that drought was not mentioned. And the appellant also called to question some of the qualifications of our preparer. I want to point out Mr. Sam McQuarter is a PE licensed in the state of California. We also had Jason Sheasley. They both worked in tandem on this project and are both experienced groundwater experts. Another issue that's obviously come to light and that's been a big topic of conversation so far this morning and afternoon has been the inclusion of the Brassfield pipeline. At the request of county, the Department of Cannabis Control came out. They did a thorough inspection, and you'll notice it's hard to see here, but we were in compliance in every aspect of the report. Not only that, but they verified the water source that we were using and verified that the Brassfield water source was in fact not being used for cannabis and was in fact being used for sunflowers and to water the livestock as we articulated. And as such, I think Mr. McDonald mentioned, because of all the trouble that this pipeline has caused, we've even gone as far as to remove it altogether. Biology, there's been a lot of issue made about our biological studies. I would point out we did have in-season biological surveys to delineate flora and fauna. And actually we had 2, as you can see here, that's articulated in the first sentence of the second paragraph. For potential to occur of specific status, special status wildlife, we similarly found habitat requirements lacking on the proposed project site with the exception of 2 special status bats. Mind you, during the Planning Commission hearing, especially the second one, we articulated how not only did we amend our project to reflect the boundaries that we had after having those surveys from the bats, we took into consideration those bats. And like I said, we amended our project and we didn't do site preparation in those areas where the bats were found to be until they had fledged the nest. Security. The appellant mentions that security is the big issue for not only the community, but obviously for us as well, right? We don't want anything that's going to damage our product, our employees, and the local community. We care about where we're operating. We care about our neighbors, and we care about ensuring the viability of our business. As such, we've contracted the licensed security firm David Shield Security. We have ample security there on site that are trained, licensed security professionals that ensure the safety, protection, and security of not only our crop but also our employees and the community around. The appellant makes some assertions about non-compliance with the zoning ordinance. Specifically, the preparation of materials was by the applicant's team. As Ms. Schaefer has correctly pointed out earlier, this is standard procedure. If you're applying for an application, you typically would have to prepare the materials for the county to review. The county did do a thorough analysis and came to the conclusion, and hence why the Planning Commission voted to approve the project unanimously. I'll point out here, you'll see a couple of the commissioners' glowing remarks as it in regards to the project. Commissioner Chavez wrote, or stated, compared to other projects we've seen, they've put in a lot of work and continue to go far and beyond to make sure neighbors and public concerns are addressed. You also see Commissioner Hess here, and he stated, I'm the last standing commissioner who was part of writing the cannabis ordinance, and I've been present from the very first vote on the very first application, and I've seen lots of applications, large and small, and this is truly, in terms of my review, one of the most comprehensive and carefully crafted applications that I've seen. I want to speak to cultural resources for a minute. The appellant made the case that there should be tribal monitoring. Not only did we have the AB 52 consultation, we sent out 3 requests to tribes and had no response whatsoever as it results to that. We had here a archaeological study done by one of the foremost experts in Lake County archaeological history, Dr. John Parker. As you'll see, he identified a couple artifacts here and identified a buffer zone that was appropriate to ensure that we did not encroach upon any of them. We more than adhered to this buffer zone and weren't even in this area. As a matter of fact, between the first Planning Commission hearing and the second Planning Commission hearing, we had Commissioner Batsulwin Brown out to the site. He did a site visit and ended up, giving his blessing and saying that the cultural resources were not to be affected there, and actually voted for approval of the project. I'd like to point out traffic. I think one of the important things to point here is that typically when you're assessing traffic, you do it as it relates to the previous use of the property. The previous use of the property had more average vehicle trips annually. It's also important to note that irrespective of the employees that we have, 99% of them live on site. These are not people that are coming to and from work every day as maybe you or I might. These are people that live on site. And as it relates to, I do want to point out too, as it relates to traffic and the mention, I know the appellant and representation made the assertion that this wasn't addressed and that housing wasn't addressed. It was addressed and was mentioned. As some of you may or may not know, PSI Seminars was actually intending a hotel at that site, and as such developed plans and included a septic system to purposely be able to support large volumes of people. Additionally, there was existing 120 bed service there at the site that we inherited when we purchased the property. I would like to point out that we did pay the county grading fine, receive the grading violation clearance, and you'll see that those are all paid. Furthermore, we did also pay the CDF remediation fees. Those totaled over $16,000, which we expeditiously paid as we were issued the new lake and stream bed alteration agreement. To touch on the hoop houses, as you can see here, this is a recent picture that was taken yesterday afternoon. 6 of the hoop houses are already taken down. As you can see, there's no excavation that was done. It was done all on the surface of the ground. There was no excavation or cut and fill that was done there. These are not permanent and not construction, and the land was restored to its previous use. These are temporary tents, as Mr. McDonald explained, and they're in the process of being taken out as we speak. I'll leave you this with the conclusion. These are two of the remarks which you heard me speak about a little earlier, but it's something that maybe you can marinate on. And after the two long planning commission hearings and all of the materials and information the planning commission reviewed, had the opportunity to analyze and mull over, they came to some of these conclusions, and I'll leave you with that.
Thank you for everybody's presentation. Thank you for turning on the lights. If we can stop the share on Zoom so that we can see everybody.
Yeah, I would point out too, we do have our hydrologist on the Zoom as well. So if there's a need to hear from him, he's more than willing to, right.
I'm going to ask the board, would you mind to just have that person on deck if there's questions about the hydrology, since we've had a long day of presentations thus far, or would you rather hear from them right now? Okay. Well, if there are questions specific, we'll go ahead and ask them to respond.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. So perhaps then they could point to where the hydrologist report appears in the record. So your board will have the opportunity to review that again, since it's de novo and one of the findings you'd have to make for a use permit.
So Exhibit 12 does have the original, and I believe, and I'm going to look at the planner, Catherine Shavers. I believe it also has the update to it as well. I think it starts with the update and ends with the original, if I remember going through it correctly. Right. And I think if you keep going down, then eventually you get the original form as well. Please go ahead and finish what you're saying, but do it on the microphone, please.
We also have, I think it's turned off. No, we also have Brad Stoneman on deck who can speak regarding the traffic analysis as well.
Okay. I just want to check in all the people. To be honest, I was focused on the board chambers. All the people that were planning to speak today in the Zoom room, I was not paying very good attention. If you're going to speak and you have not been sworn in, you need to let us know, because we need to do another swearing in. So Supervisor Crandall, I see your hand up. If you can put your hand down for now, I'm going to ask everybody who is in the Zoom room, or everybody who may have just come to the boardroom who has not been sworn in, right now would be the good time to raise your hand and let us know, so we can make sure you get sworn in. So then we can go ahead and move forward with our discussion, and then afterwards with some public testimony as well. And I see a couple of hands up in the Zoom room, none here. And so, Johanna, if we can go ahead and do that again, and if we can unmute the two folks with their hands up so we can make sure and hear their I do's.
Okay. With your right hand raised, do you solemnly swear that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, we had three people and I heard three responses. Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and remute them. And Supervisor Crandall, let's go ahead. You had your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to, if it's possible that I could share my screen just to highlight and be transparent about the document or that was brought forward, which I'm glad that there's transparency, and I just want to highlight something about that if that's possible.
Okay, if he's not able to share, if we can make that happen, please.
Supervisor Crandall, you should be able to share your screen.
Okay, so I'm just highlighting, if you can see can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, I'm just highlighting that this came to me Friday, September 17th, 2021 from Tom Armstrong. And it was a CC, as you can see my name right here, it's a CC. So I didn't respond to it. I didn't call anybody. And then Tom called me, and so I forwarded it to Carol on the 22nd, which is a Wednesday. This was a Friday. So that email came after as like a forward and a summary to Carol, because I realized afterwards that Susan was out of the office that week. And she too said, I got this too last week. And she asked the planner assigned to this matter to respond to Tom. That's when I dropped it. That's when it was done. So just highlighting that that was a summary. And I just want to ensure that this communication is transparent and that everything is highlighted there. So yeah, I just wanted to highlight that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Looking for any comments or questions from board members on everything that we've digested over the course of the last 3 to 4 hours. So I'll get started. There are definitely some issues that I've seen in the reading all of the documentation. I feel like there is a way to make this project possible, maybe not as it is described today in front of us, but I also have some issues in the way that it's been brought to us today. And I think I need to just express that, but also put that to the side. I know that similar to Supervisor Crandall, my name has been brought up. One of the things was about the issue of the public noticing, which is very strange. I was very misread. I created a resolution because I felt it was unfair to the public to not get public notification. Granted, I did not request in the resolution, nor was it approved by the board that it would be specific to the neighbors. It would be a public noticing to the entire county that these projects were happening. I think even 1 acre next to you should not pop up in a surprise early activation, which is what we were seeing at that moment in time from our community development department. And I think that we have to recognize there is a nuisance that comes along with cannabis. It is not a smell-free plant. And I think that it's only fair for the community to know and understand what is coming in their area and in their region. At that point, staff had taken it to the next level of making sure it was specifically submitted to neighbors, and that is the CEQA guidelines, similar to what is followed when the use permit process is being completed. And so I expressed myself and am not correct in the sense that they are that they were taking it to an extreme measure. No, they were actually following CEQA exactly as it was. And I have learned more about CEQA and continue to learn more about CEQA, because CEQA is a complex process where it's not necessarily a matter of what is right or wrong. It's a matter of balancing the request of an applicant and the needs of a community. And I think that one of the things that I struggle with, and certain things I'm just gonna somewhat throw out, it's difficult because we are aiming for trying to move out into more open space, into larger properties, more secluded away from what would be our community growth boundaries. It's more secluded, more peaceful environment for some, but when it's on agricultural land, we also can't necessarily change what agricultural land is made for. And we have to be careful. And again, it's a balancing act of saying you can't, when it's when you look around, there's ag preserve in that area, there's agriculture in the area, and even rural land and rural residential allows for agriculture to be done. When you look at the use permits without even a use permit, it says an allowable use is agriculture. If you want to do lavender, if you want to do other stuff, my guess, and I'll look to CDD to correct me, is I don't believe that there is a major use permit or minor use permit required, depending on maybe how large the field will be. And that can have a nuisance as well. Not everybody loves lavender. I love the smell of lavender, but that doesn't mean that it's not a potential nuisance. And I think that is one of my struggles for that area of High Valley, is neighbors should not necessarily change what High Valley could be, but at the same time, a new business coming in shouldn't necessarily completely change the comfort of those who are in High Valley. Again, balancing act. There's two problems. Well, one, I guess maybe I should start out with more with questions to staff. There has been some discussion about grading. There was shown some proof that there was a grading violation and that it was taken care of. Is that grading violation based solely on what CDFW brought to our attention, or is it based on the tilling that occurred as well?
Is this on?
Almost.
Okay.
You got to try it twice and then it's on.
Yes. So the grading violations that were talked about today, under the early activation permit, no grading is allowed. So what the applicant performed was an activity that went too close to some riparian corridors and waterways. And that boundary is what the grading violations were about. So the violations with the CDFW, with those boundaries, the closeness, is what triggered the grading violations with Lake County. What was mentioned before about the tilling, that was an allowed use that we allowed them to do under the early activation permit. That wasn't something that was considered grading at the time.
And is that for the fact that it's been grazing land or pre-disturbed
Yes.
prior to that?
Yes,
Okay.
based on that, yes.
Okay. I have a question about the dust. There definitely were complaints about the dust, and also there was complaints about 24 hours of work. And I will say that I do have a certain level of frustration that, yes, there was a small time frame for the applicant to get things done, but that I feel like there may have been a crossing of the line, and I need you to help me out to know the dust, was that reviewed? Did it cross a line of, yes, there should have been better measures? Because I did see some pictures, and to me, it looked like those pictures were from High Valley and of the property. And so I have a question on that from the perspective of CDD. What was the position?
Sure. May I start by pointing out one of the exhibits? It's the early activation conditions. This is going to be exhibit 20. I'm not sure how to get this on the screen though.
And so that's the early activations conditions of
Yes.
approval that you're speaking of.
Correct, yes. Is there a way for us to connect to Granicus? It's on Granicus. It's exhibit 20.
Here, I'm gonna help you out with that, and I'm just gonna share
Oh, great. Okay.
my screen. That way I think that will just simplify the process.
Thank you.
What am I sharing? There it is. And let's see if we can make this a little bigger. That's not working out. Okay.
So if we scroll down, we have early activation conditions that prohibit grading, but also have boundaries about when noise levels and work can be performed.
Okay, so that's
Towards
the
bottom.
non-construction part.
It's towards the bottom, I believe.
Yeah, I believe there's a non-construction hours or something along those time. Maximum
Yes.
non-construction related sound levels shall not exceed, I have to move this.
55 decibels, yeah.
55 decibels between the hours of 7 a.m. and 10 p.m. and 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. within residential areas as specified with zoning ordinance section 21-411112. I will say that I was slightly confused by that. Is there supposed to be a different decibel level between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m.? Because it looks
We
like it's a
don't-
24-hour thing of 55.
That's not specified in our zoning ordinance.
Okay, okay. So it does use both time frames, but it is 55 for both. Okay.
So we have another section here that's about dust. If we can maybe scroll
Is it
down.
lower or higher?
I believe it might be higher, but I could be wrong.
Here, let me see if I can do this. No, it doesn't look like it is a searchable thing. Production well, hazardous waste. No grading. A dust mitigation plan may be required should the applicant fail to maintain adequate dust controls. Is that the part you're looking for?
Yes.
So right here at the bottom of page 2.
Yes. So this condition is meant if the dust becomes kind of a bigger issue. So we had complaints that came into the community development department about dust. For a summary of this, as a planner, I don't really have a summary of how the issues were handled. This came into our code enforcement division. So I think I would defer at this point to my colleagues for those that would have handled that at that time.
Okay.
And work. I don't think it's.
You gotta try twice. Eventually Sam will get you.
So I don't, okay. So I'm not privy to anything that happened a week prior to October 22nd, 2021. I was not involved in this. Only that prior week that I was aware that complaints had come in, and then I was assigned to look into the matter. I have no knowledge of what occurred prior. I do believe our former code enforcement manager, Andy Williams, had taken this project under his wing, and he looked into it. I have no knowledge of his findings. I have no information in our databases. There's no documentation. So unfortunately, I'm unable to comment on this time as to any dust issues. When I was involved, I did not observe any dust issues.
Okay. And so again, reviewing the hours that we just discussed, there would be nothing within the EA approval to prohibit somebody from doing not grading work, but tilling work in the middle of the night, as long as it doesn't exceed 55 decibels.
If we're going from what is written in the EA, that's correct.
And I believe conditions of approval is somewhat the guiding force for anybody who has a permit under early activation, correct?
Correct.
Right. Okay. I have a question about the sunflowers. Who is the one who made the decision? Was that CDFW in coordination with CDD to make a decision that it was not part of the project, therefore not part of CEQA, or were the sunflowers added towards the latter part of the project process in order to, as was stated earlier, to appease the neighbors? Just kind of curious about how that was decided that it could be separate.
Sure. So between the July 8th Planning Commission meeting and the 22nd, the video and images of the Brassfield pipeline came into the CDD. This was not something that was part of the project description, therefore it was not analyzed in the initial study. So during the July 22nd Planning Commission meeting, the applicant had been asked to prepare a few statements for Planning Commission's review, and staff had also asked the applicant to explain the Brassfield pipeline and also the sunflowers and the water. So the applicant's consultant, Kimley Horn, prepared a statement. Staff reviewed that, and in light of the initial study that had already been drafted and put to the state clearinghouse, it was determined that no new significant impacts were present because of the pipeline.
Okay. And I know from what Ms. Grant was telling us is we're reviewing this de novo. So it's all kind of new based on what it is today. Hence also your recommendation being changed because of what it is based off of what's going on today. I know that I have issues with the pipeline, and I'd prefer that it not be there for the fact that I know in listening to the Planning Commission, it was stated by the applicant that it was maybe not necessarily to appease the neighbors, but in order to create a buffer between the neighbors and the actual gardens. And so to me, that seems like that would be a part of the project. And so if it was still there and if it was still the plan, I would say absolutely that needs to go through CEQA for the fact that that is piecemealing a CEQA project, something that I've definitely learned about that is a big no-no when it comes to CEQA. So I'm glad that it's no longer there. And do you concur that it's no longer there?
Just to backtrack a little bit, we were under the same impression with the CEQA and the stacking of projects to come to a determination for CEQA that's not really done. So that's why we had the applicant's consultant write the document. And under review, it's about significant impacts with CEQA. And so it was determined that the impacts wouldn't be significant. We have not verified, though, that the pipeline is gone. CDD staff have not been able to verify that yet.
Okay. I think that would be an important verification to know what the status is. There's something you said that triggered a thought. And I get it, because I think it was 40 acres. Is that what I remember reading? Approximately?
For the sunflowers?
Yeah.
I'd have to go back and verify.
Somebody said 7? Oh, okay. Well, it was not a huge amount. And I know that in agriculture, in a agricultural zoned piece of land, you could do that without going through community development, as far as I'm concerned. So I do agree with that, but the fact that there was that wording and connecting it to the project was my only issue. And I think that knowing for a fact that that is disconnected and not going to be a part of the project I think is important. At least it is important to me. From what I hear, it's actually kind of smells bad when sunflowers dry up. So I don't know how that helps with the project, but that's a different situation. Let's go to the current status with the hoop houses. And I think that one is definitely an issue. I would suggest that there might be some CEQA coverage for just literally a hoop house, but once you add electricity to it, I am not going to argue with CDD's findings that is an issue. I believe CEQA even has, when I looked it up for the past month or so, they have like a carnival rule where putting up a tent or things like that temporarily is CEQA exempt. But this is not necessarily that. And also we could be more restrictive as a county rather than having to follow exactly what the state CEQA guidelines say. And I'll look to Ms. Grant to see if that's correct.
Well, it can be. It depends on the circumstances. Here you've got, when you were saying a de novo means you take it as the project exists. That's, how the project exists. But de novo means you're receiving evidence. So I continue to be concerned that everything's relating back to the Planning Commission, which you can certainly consider. But the Planning Commission findings are not entitled to deference under a de novo review. So I would encourage your board as you're taking, and I know you still have to take testimony from other people, and you also, I'm assuming that community development will want to speak generally to certain of the issues raised before your board deliberates. But de novo review then will be making sure that you have enough information that's been presented through this process and through the submittals, depending upon the weight you give evidence, so that you can either make these findings or determine why you cannot make these findings. So it's a little bit more involved than that.
Right. I do know that there was some comment about, okay, I'll stop because I was about to redo exactly what you said. It's just, there's certain levels of information that I feel is still important and relevant. And I guess I'll just make my comment. I have great respect for Commissioner Brown and his recognition of the cultural aspects of the project, I think, speak loudly. And so I'll just leave it at that, that is still to me evidence to listen to, and again, seeing it and discussing it today.
And Mr. Chair, please let me correct if I've given the wrong impression. The Planning Commission and what's going on before them can certainly be evidence. It's just simply not an appeal where your decision is, was there substantial evidence in front of the Planning Commission?
Correct. No.
You have to make all of these decisions independently.
Right. And I'm trying to look at what's happening today and what did we learn from the process since July 22nd, I believe, was the approval. So I think I'm going to leave it at that for now for questions. Supervisor Scott?
I do have a question. Actually, this question would be for Anita. Because of the current code violations and the fact that they could come back and appeal the violation, how would that work if we were to grant this without any prejudice? Would go back to the Planning Commission, or would it come to here? What happens if the fact that they do appeal it and they come to find out that these buildings were correct? I mean, where are we sitting right now? Because there's that time constraint there.
Right. Well, the violations haven't gone through the entire process, but staff has testified that they've determined that there are violations currently existing on the property. Now the applicant is saying that, he hasn't had his opportunity within the 30 days to, I'm assuming, address them. There was also some reference that it had to go to the project, but the violation says no violation of chapters 5, which is building, grading, chapter 17, which is subdivision, 21, which is zoning, 23, which is Clear Lake shoreline, and 26, which is the aquatic plant management, currently exist on the property unless the purpose of the permit is to correct the violation or the permit relates to a portion of the property sufficiently separate and apart from the portion of the property in violation so as not to be affected by the violation from a public health, safety, or general welfare basis. Now, if your board goes through all of the findings and you feel, and again, because your board has to issue findings of fact, so your findings have to be supported by something. The staff went through and cited all kinds of things very quickly. Perhaps that was their analysis. That appears elsewhere in the documentation because obviously they would have analyzed the project and all of those components of a use permit. But your board is going to have to come up with those factual findings in support, not just, yes, we make this one, we make this one. If you can make all of them but this one, then there may be an adjustment that you can defer a decision until that is cleared up. But if you cannot, then it's a moot point. And it really depends upon what you find this violation. Technically, as it says, no violation currently exists. It doesn't say a violation's been completely adjudicated. It just says violation currently exists. Staff is telling you that in their opinion, based upon their work for the county, that a violation or more than one violation does currently exist. So whether your board can make that finding is there in the plain black letter language of the finding itself.
So if we were to grant the appeal because of those code violations, but without prejudice, where would this applicant stand then? Where would they go back to? Would it be at the beginning? Would they just have to correct things and go to the Planning Commission? Would they come back to us?
It wouldn't come back to you. If you grant the appeal and find you can't make all the findings necessary to grant a major use permit, then this is over. The applicant could reapply.
It would be a complete reapply.
Well, I mean, some of the information they have would still be utilized. It's not as if they'd have to go back and redo everything, but that would be an issue. Now, again, it really depends upon, you haven't really gotten to deliberation as to the findings, and you still have to hear from other people. And again, I'm assuming that community development staff may want to speak to some of the statements. If you allow, I'd like to speak to you about weight of the evidence and some of the information that you've heard today as well. your deliberations may take some time. Your board may want to continue with all of the testimony and then continue it just for your deliberations, or you may just want to continue it if you don't feel that you can do that all today. And some of this will depend upon what community development has to say and the point of the citations to the record that they were making earlier in their presentation, and how that might support or be evidence of circumstances relating to the findings that your board has to make.
Supervisor Simon?
Yeah, and that's not complete direction, but I'd like to continue to hear, obviously, from the folks that are here to testify on it, and let's get through all that before we bring it back. So that's where I'm at this point. I'd just like to let everybody get their testimony on record here, and then we can bring it back for deliberation. So that's where I'm at this point.
Okay, let's take a 5-minute, but no worries. Let's take a 5-minute break. Oh, Supervisor Crandall?
Yeah, just real quick before we go, because I want the public to be heard as well. Because I wanted to kind of highlight that there have been a lot of discussion in the East Region Town Hall. You know that they've submitted a letter as well, but just wanted to discuss how there has been a lot of discussion in the past 6 to 8 months about cannabis and even regard to this project. And as much as possible, each entity from the appellant to the applicant have tried to contact me. I've tried to get them all together. I think you attended one of the meetings as well, Supervisor Sabatier, where I was hoping that they could mitigate and talk things out, things like that, because in the end, I always work for consensus. But it looks like we're having a hard time getting there. But I just want to let everyone know that in all of those discussions and deliberations, I've tried to remain as objective as possible, to try to ensure that everybody's heard, even if they're not listening to each other, regardless of what. There's been a lot of key points that have been brought up by the East Region Town Hall as well. And there's other people that have not attended that have not been heard. I'm not sure if they're there or not either. So I just want to highlight that this has been heavily talked about in those meetings as well. And that anytime that the applicant had reached out to me, I referred him to go to the town hall so that some of those things can be relayed as well, to try and get that out there. So I just wanted you all to know that on the board so that you're aware.
Thank you very much. So let's go ahead and take a break. We'll resume this meeting at 4:10. Hey, there we go. Are we still good, Sam, as far as all streaming? All okay. So let's go ahead and come back and just checking in. There we go. We got Supervisor Crandall. Let's go ahead and open it up for public comment on this item. And again, if you are sworn in, please go ahead and come up to the microphone one at a time. We will also get to the Zoom room, but we will start with the boardroom. So again, those who were sworn in, we'll start there. And you have 3 minutes. Please state your name.
My name is Richard Durham. I'm going to speak with 3 different hats today. 1, I'm a realtor. 2, I'm a cannabis cultivator. And 3, I'm a cannabis cultivation consultant. So I've been coming to these meetings since 2008. And I've seen a lot of farms get legalized, the very first one. This has to be the most comprehensive piece of work I've ever seen. I would hate to have had to do what they've done. They've really had to cross a lot of thresholds, and they've done so professionally. I really see this on the realtor side as NIMBY on steroids, not in my backyard. I mean, when you bring a consultant, an attorney, to something that is just ridiculous. At some point, this should have been mitigated a long time ago. It's wasting a lot of people's time and money, and the board's time. And so I'll leave the NIMBY part alone. The other part, the water usage. As a cultivator, the very first thing I need is sunlight, soil, and water. why would I not do my due diligence on making sure that my project had sufficient water? Because without water, I'm done. It'd be like you turn off the sun, you're done. So I'm sure that their diligence on their hydrology has met their project. The other one, so I get called out to a lot of grows to monitor them, disease, layouts. And this year, what I found out from several farms was they were growing with early activation, was something I didn't know about because that was prior to my licensing or after my licensing. And I found that there was many people out there with really nice grows who couldn't dry their product. They didn't have dry rooms and they couldn't build them because they couldn't have construction. So we really put those poor people into a really, really bad situation. You've invested hundreds of thousands of dollars to get your crop to where it is, and now you can't harvest it. And you saw what happened this October. That was really fun. I had one day where we measured 12.5 inches of rain in 4 hours. If you didn't have a drying facility, you were done. And even if you did have a drying facility, it better be state of the art because the humidity level was 100% for 17 days. So how much can you blame somebody for trying to protect their investment by putting up a temporary building? I don't think that should even be questioned. Had they constructed permanent buildings, you might have something going there. And as far as attaching electric, the pictures I saw, the fans were self-standing outside, not touching the buildings themselves. So it wasn't a building with electricity on the inside. It was a building with a fan on the outside. So in their defense, you have to dry your cannabis. It would be like having a vintner telling you can grow the grapes, but you can't crush them. Why'd you grow them? So with that, I'll just let it go. Like I said, I don't think that if you've lived in Lake County a long time, you don't expect your neighbors to do some farming. You do. I mean, even in neighborhoods, I see people with gardens. I live down in Lower Lake. There's goats in people's backyards. These people complaining, cannabis is only going to use up 80 acres of 1,700 acres, 1,639 acres. Is it any other agricultural commodity, they could irrigate the entire 1,600 acres. Then we'd have a water issue and they wouldn't be going through this. Was that the 3 minutes?
No, that was.
I once sold a house that the neighbors had 4 pigs next door and they were growing them for 4F. And we could not close on that property till the pigs were gone for 1 month because of the stench. So cannabis is not the worst stench you can get. And it's only a 2-month thing, actually maybe 6 weeks.
And if we can get to our final comment.
Is I think that this project should go through. I think we've put these people through way too much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Mary Draper, and I just want to touch base on one thing. They talked about the appellant's attorney, who's also Barx's attorney, that I had sent an email to Bruno concerning the hoop houses. And I did that out of respect to Bruno. Tom and Ellie had emailed Susan Parker more than 3 times saying that this was absolutely an immediate need. He absolutely had to dry. And EJ and Bruno were both CC'd. Not all 3 times, I don't think. But when they determined that they sent the final letter to Susan Parker and stated, because other people are doing it, because it's been approved, because we have no other object or no other ability to dry our product, because there's nothing in the ordinance says that we cannot do this, and you haven't responded to us, we're going to proceed. So when they sent that, I sent an email to Bruno out of respect, telling them they're going to do it. And that was the only reason. It had already been sent to Susan Parker. It wasn't some sort of secret email. And yet it seems to me that what was portrayed today was like it was some sort of, Bruno's accepting that it's okay. And that's not it at all. It was letting him know, being totally clear and making sure that we didn't jab him in the back by not letting him know. I wanted to be totally upfront with him. So that's all that was about. Thank you.
Thank you for the comment. Can I ask a favor? Since you are the appellant, we want to make sure and give you the time. I don't want to limit you to 3 minutes. You will absolutely have the chance to speak. You are the appellant. I do not want to disrespect that formality. Yeah. And so if we can leave it open for public members who still wish to speak on this. I thought it was going to be the whole room. Please.
Well, it's good afternoon now, Honorable Lake County Board of Supervisors. Thank you for considering our appeal. My name is Maria Kahn. I am a property owner in High Valley, and I've had the privilege of living within its beauty and solitude for 21 years, 2 years before Brassfield was even there. I'd first like to say that I believe the Planning Commission erred in approving this hours project based on the faulty data. Can I remove this? No, okay.
Please.
Okay, based on the faulty data and documents provided to the county by the applicant, and that the commission failed to seriously consider and investigate the impacts being presented to them by the residents. As a nature lover and advocate, I have enjoyed the quiet, unspoiled openness and beauty of the land, animals, and skies. I am an avid daily walker, and I stargaze at night. I'd like to share with you examples of how the granting of UP 2110 has been detrimental to public health. Physically, pollutants such as dust, pollen, exhaust, pungent odors, and chemical drift cause life-threatening harm to our residents, especially those who have breathing issues such as asthma and COPD. I walk my dogs every morning on High Valley Road. Since the SOURS operation started in May, I have been impacted by a huge increase in traffic traveling in both directions, having to step off the road into the ditch sometimes to avoid injury to my animals or myself. The amount of gas and diesel exhaust is offensive to breathe, and several cars fume of cannabis smoke as they pass by. During the grading in May and June, I choked on dust and felt the grit in my throat and sinuses daily. I've experienced increased stress surrounding all the issues this operation is causing for our valley community, our wildlife, and the resources that include picking up their litter, loss of sleep, unsafe impaired drivers, constant industrial noise from fans, generators, and traffics 24/7. This goes around the clock every day. And having to defend our rights and protect our way of life against an organization with endless money and political influence. Mentally, the constant sound of machinery to a person accustomed to nature's silence becomes maddening and intolerable and starts to wear on the psyche to the point of harm. I am experiencing such harm. People who live in the country are very connected with nature and notice subtle changes in their environment. And an operation this big is a huge, complete lifestyle change for the ones who are affected. It has disturbed my mental tranquility and peace of mind. Emotionally, as a decades-long resident, I have been fortunate to join my neighbors in being stewards of the land. Within 7 months of this year, I have watched the desecration of half of our valley, which gave yield to an organization that doesn't respect our way of life, nor do they seem to care. While promised many things, the residents of High Valley have received little consideration for the disruption of the way of life that they have strived to create, and any hope that their dreams for the future will be sustained or even realized.
And if it's possible to get to your final comment, I believe that was the 3-minute beep.
Really? That fast? All right. The safety issues, we don't know who's coming in and out of the valley anymore. We used to call each other and let each other know. Our welfare, none of us are happy that this is happening in our valley, even though some people are not speak up, some people are afraid. The constant activity is just going on always. So we would ask that you protect the rights of the property owners and the residents in High Valley and deny any future applications for large cannabis operations in our valley as well, because there are things that are in the pipeline and that we're concerned about those as well. So thank you so much. I appreciate your time. And I ask that you grant our appeal and deny this project.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Melora Valentine. I live across the street from Sowers HVR. And the pictures are authentic. I watched the dust cover the entire valley. I'm not talking 100 feet, the entire valley. The noise, the fans are on all night. I checked out the hydrology report, and I have grave concerns that it is incomplete or inaccurate. They talk about the High Valley Water Basin being more than capable of sustaining this project. However, there is a well, and on your paperwork, it is 34. It is a state monitored well. It has been monitored since 1959. It is my well. It has shown greater than a 50% decrease since Sowers started. It is in direct line with wells 4 and 7 that they utilize for their cannabis production. The state doesn't lie. You've got 62 years of records to show what's happening with our watershed. The valley cannot sustain what's going on across the street. My question is, when my state well fails and it measures the health of the High Valley Water Basin, who's responsible? Who's liable? The county for approving it, or Sowers for making a project too big for this valley to sustain? And final comment, because Brassfield and Sowers believe that they own 56% of the valley landmass, their cumulative impact gives them the right to take our water resources for their projects. It's unfair, it is unjust, and is unacceptable. Thank you.
Thank you for the comment.
Good afternoon. My name is Brian Valentine. I'm here today to state my opposition against the project for many of the reasons that were brought up: the noise, the smell, the traffic, the destruction of our environment. I am also deeply concerned about the water usage. There is a direct correlation in High Valley with the current state well that was just spoken of. Its water levels decreased over 50% over the yearly drop. That is far outside what was brought up in the hydrology report. And the hydrology report omits or does not have any information about that well to make an informed decision. It is my opinion that if the county were to approve this, they are approving it on incomplete data, and it could very well damage the health, safety, and welfare of the High Valley area. Today was officially brought in as Native American History Month. There's been plenty of destruction of land and heritage. Are we not at the point that we know better? At this point, we need to do what is right, not about the almighty dollar. We need to preserve our resources for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Any further comments from the board chambers?
Hi, Brad Stoneman with Kimley Horn. Just wanted to touch on traffic real quick because there's been some consideration of that. Typically, CEQA requires looking at the existing conditions versus what the project will do to those existing conditions. And traffic is somewhat unique. For example, like if there's a shopping mall and they're going to reuse the shopping mall for mixed use or like a high density residential project, what you'll do is compare the existing trips to the trips that would be generated by the new project. So you can come to a evaluation or conclusion on the number of trips that would be generated. That's appropriate. Just wanted to point out for the for the project in terms of what we did was compare it to the SCI seminars. Obviously, the applicant has talked about that before. What they ended up having was about 58 average trips per day, averaged out over the year. It's more efficient to do that because there's punctuated attendance to the seminars, and it's not really reasonable or feasible to look at that single day or those 5 days or 10 days over the course of the year. So we compared that to what we would see with the project, and in the project description, 30 to 40 employees per day. Even if it's higher than that, still that's at the height of cultivation. Right now, there's more people out there than there would be the other 4 months out of the year when other cannabis activities are going on. That number is going to drop down over the 6 months when there's no activity going on. That number is going to drop even further. So we average that out over time. I did want to discuss, though, in the VMT memo, there is the discussion of intermittent need for truck trips, and it also discusses that deliveries would occur, typically in van-sized vehicles, car-sized vehicles, that sort of thing. So that is discussed, and in comparison to the existing conditions, again, SCI seminars, that was fewer trips than that. So just wanted to thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Any further comments inside the boardroom? No, I'm going to go with new comments before I come back. And depending on time, I may not have the chance to come back because I do want to try and bring it back to the board so we can at least have a little bit of a deliberation in case we require further information or data if there's a continuation. And I do not want to keep staff longer than 5 p.m. here. And unfortunately, this has taken quite a large amount of time, and I think we're all dedicated to providing whatever time is required for this. But just wanted to at least make that statement that that's the time frame that I'm looking at. And it seems that we might come back earlier since I'm not seeing that many hands. But let's go to the Zoom room for first comments, and we'll get to the applicants and the appellants and all that again. So let's start with Angie Dodd.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm Angie Dodd. I'm with North Point Consulting, and I did write the review of the hydrology reports and the analysis within the ISM&D for this project. I raised my hand because the applicant had mentioned that they were going to they would have their hydrologist available for questions. I just wanted to let you know I'm available for questions. I was asked to review the analysis to evaluate if there was substantial evidence to evaluate that there's no impact to groundwater resources, which I felt that I did. There were a lot of data and information that were not incorporated or included in the analyses for the proposed project that would substantiate a lack of impact without implementation of mitigation measures. Not one mitigation measure was included. Well number 4, which is a project well, is a California statewide groundwater monitoring program well that is monitored by Lake County Water Resources District. That well has been monitored for years. It has a rigorous methodology for monitoring, and that was what the tables and data were based on, the charts and data were based on in my review, showing a long-term increasing trend. But the importance is that within the short term, last 10 to 20 years, there has been a decreasing trend in the valley. This is a reputable well, monitoring well. So it's very important to understand that impact. The other thing I want to quickly point out, and then I'll be done unless you have more questions, is there was no analysis, no quantification or even qualification of what would happen during a dry year or multiple dry years. I think that's really important to have some sort of quantification or qualification to determine if there's an impact or not. That information was just not provided so that that determination could be made. So I'm here if you have any questions, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Bobby Dutcher.
Hi, Bobby Dutcher, Lakeport. I was on the first cannabis committee that the county formed like 12 years ago, I believe, with the supervisors Denise Rushing and Tony Farrington. So I've been involved in this topic for a long time. I also was at the very first use permit hearing. And so I'd have to agree with Commissioner Hess after going through all these and watching these all the time. This is one of the most comprehensive applications that I've ever seen. And since it's one of the largest also, I'm sure there's a lot of room for subjective opinions on whether or not like the water study was done correctly or incorrectly. And it's not really an exact science. So there's a lot of opinions and I guess subjective feelings on that. The fact that we just went through one of the worst drought years that we ever had, and they did operate, and I haven't heard of anyone's wells going dry. That was a pretty good test of the project. For the dust, I saw that one video of all the dust that was flying off there, and it looked like it was a very windy day, looking the way the trees were shaking. I've done over 300 acres of agricultural crop conversions here in the county, usually going from orchard to vineyard. And unfortunately, that's what they look like in the summer. That dry dirt turns to dust in our 100-degree heat in August. And when the wind blows, it blows the dust around. So on all the clearings that we've done for vineyards, that's what they look like in the summer. When it's vineyards, they seem to be held to a different standard than everyone else. But with a cannabis project, the same with a vineyard project, once you do it and the crop is planted, it doesn't happen again. So I think that the dust problems that they had this year, they're not going to be repeated in the future. You don't see dust blowing off of a planted vineyard. You probably won't see it off this cannabis project as well. So again, I agree with the Commissioner Hess. I think this is a very comprehensive application that they've turned in. I hope that they keep going. It's unfortunate they built those buildings, but yeah, if they have to process it somewhere, and they weren't allowed to build it because of the appeal, I think they just kind of got forced into that, which is unfortunate, but hopefully that could be straightened out. I certainly don't think that should cost them their project. So yeah, I still support the project and I hope they can work things out with their neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you for the comment. Next is Jason Sheasley. Hopefully I said that correctly, but if you could provide your name, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Jason Sheasley. I am with Kimley Horn and Associates, and I just wanted to point out a couple of things. First of all, when we started this process of evaluating groundwater at the site, we did not have the benefit of the current ordinance code that outlines the specific requirements for the evaluation. And when we talked with staff, they were very vague in what they were looking for in the report, other than to say that we needed to evaluate and ensure that the proposed groundwater withdrawals will not impact any of the adjoining well owners. And so what you see in the hydrogeologic evaluation was based on that initial assumption. And we looked at the existing well number 4. We evaluated the hydraulic and estimated the hydraulic parameters of that well, and then determine what the corresponding radius of influence would be if you use that well and other wells to meet the groundwater demand for the project. And the radius of influence for that well and other wells did not encroach on adjacent property owners and did not impact any of the nearby well owners. With that, I'd also like to state that when I reviewed the report that was prepared by High Point, I wanted to point out a couple of things. It's predicated on the assumption that only well number 4 and well number 7 would be used to supply water for the operation, and that is not the case. We just evaluated well number 4. We clearly state that additional wells would be required to meet the total water use demand. So I think evaluating or looking at or making the assumption that we're just going to get all of the water out of 1 or 2 particular wells is incorrect. Also wanted to point out the issue regarding the water from Brassfield Estates. Regardless of whatever that water was used that came from Brassfield Estates, it's important to note that that water is groundwater. So if that water that is in the pond that came from Brassfield was produced by wells that are pulling water out of the aquifer that supposedly is not capable of meeting the water use demands for the operation, and that's just not the case. The other thing I wanted to point out is that in the Northport report, they indicate that the poor functionality, quote, the poor functionality of wells 2, 5, and 6 is an indication of groundwater availability, and that's just not the case. There are multiple.
Your 3 minutes are up. If you can just finalize your last comment.
Sure. I just wanted to say that there were multiple wells installed on the site, and wells 2, 5, and 6 were installed back in the 50s. Those wells have deteriorated over time, and the reason they're not being used is because the integrity of those wells has been such that they're not usable. So it has absolutely nothing to do with groundwater availability more than the integrity of the well itself, and they need to be abandoned and replaced.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further public comment in the Zoom room before I bring it back to the board? Jennifer Smith.
Am I unmuted?
We can hear you.
Hi, this is Jennifer Smith. I'm going to remain steadfast in my opinion that this project meets the land use components of our county's cannabis program. I think there's been a lot of subjectivity and a lot of biased input. And worst case scenario, probably some new information should be reviewed. Best case scenario, this project should move forward. This is a landmark situation. This sets the tone for the rest of the county and the projects that are in the queue. I think this makes a statement for whether or not Lake County wants to have cannabis here in an area that is zoned appropriately. I'm not going to get into the specifics of some of the commentary today, but the fact that there is a winery right next door and they are allowed to use pesticides much worse than cannabis are. And when cannabis is tested to the parts per billion and wineries are tested to the parts per million, the fact that cannabis is being blamed for pesticide drift or potential pesticide drift is absurd. And I think that this has become an emotional issue. I think we are creating problems where there are no problems. And any issues that have come up have been addressed. They have not been egregious in the eyes of the regulating party. Fish and Game has been satisfied. The county has been satisfied and has the potential to continue to be satisfied. Again, I'm going to continue to support this project. I'm going to continue to support projects that meet the zoning for which we have set forth. And with that, I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you for the comment. So I'm going to bring it back to the board chambers. I believe we had one person who wanted to do a repeat. If you can keep it succinct.
Hi again, I'm Maria Khan. I have been the one that has taken most of those pictures along with my neighbor. We can provide you with the originals that were used in this presentation if you saw, and I have actually directly emailed you several pictures and videos. So if you need those, we have those as well. So also the issue of water, yeah, there may be water, but that property has never had good water. And Ellie himself described that water as being too spicy, which means in my mind, it's probably not good for their plants. So they have been drilling wells all over the place and eventually hooked up with Brassfield to get better water out of the aquifer. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, I think I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the board. It's 4:41. Would we like to hear feedback from our staff based on some of the information that has been provided by both applicants and appellants? Or would we prefer deliberating at this moment in time?
Mr. Chair, I don't think you heard from Mr. Van Pelt.
Okay, so I guess we will reopen it up but I would like to go in the same order that we started, which is the staff to begin with. If there was any further comments based on the testimonies that we've heard today, any corrections, any additions?
Testing. I believe that the biggest comment from staff would be on the determination of structures and construction in regards to the violations. The main argument that we're presenting as far as the violations is that in order to assess whether or not what type of permit is needed, we need to see the information. So I'm just going to reiterate one paragraph from my presentation earlier. The construction type and fire rating of the structures viewed during the October 25th, 2021 site visit are in question due to lack of building plans for review. Items such as allowable floor areas, maximum height, flame resistance, thickness of material, etc., would need to be provided to staff as part of the project analysis in order to apply the appropriate regulations. Because they were not included as a project element for either permit, the EA or the use permit, staff does not presently have the information for an analysis.
Okay, thank you for that addition. Let's go ahead and go to the appellant. You had something further to add?
Mr. Chair, then I believe you'll have to give equal time to the applicant,
Yes.
of course.
Good evening again. I just wanted to state during the applicant's presentation, he mentioned photographs of where they didn't come from. I personally have photographs of multiple light towers in August. I have pictures of the pipeline on October 25th coming into Brassfield, coming out of Brassfields, going under High Valley Road. And I also have pictures right from my backyard looking at their hoop houses and listening to the noise. Yes, granted, it's very hard to get the noise on a cell phone, but it's extremely noisy. So for them to say there's no noise, the county staff in their own report mentioned at the site that it's very difficult to have a conversation at the hoop houses. That's the staff's own words, not mine. And that's all I have to say. And I think Mr. Johnson has a few things to say.
Looks like it.
Yeah, thank you. I'll keep this very, very brief. I just want to get the board focused back in on what the applicable legal standard is here. This is an initial study mitigated negative declaration, which means that the board must be able to conclude that there has been no substantial evidence submitted today that is indicative or supportive of a fair argument that the project may have a significant impact. Not will have a significant impact, but may have a significant impact. Substantial evidence is a defined term of art in CEQA. It relates to a very specific type of evidence that is substantial, but it doesn't mean it is, as has been represented today, direct evidence or actual evidence. Those are not legal terms. So substantial evidence is defined in CEQA. It has a very specific meaning, and that substantial evidence has been submitted today, indicating that a fair argument exists that the project may have a significant impact related to odor, traffic, biology, water, noise, and other issues that we have talked about. I do want to clarify, a statement was made that odor is exempt from regulation. Odor is not exempt from regulation. Full stop. A statement was made that CEQA is about significant impacts. It is not about significant impacts. CEQA is about public disclosure, which is why a full and complete project description is an essential and foundational requirement of CEQA. As County Council has stated, your review today is de novo. So the project before you involves hoop houses, generators, and all the activities that neighbors have complained about for the last 6 months. Those are the fullness of the project. So the question for you, just on the project description, are those elements included in the project description or not? They aren't. Finally, a statement was made that this is an agricultural product. The law is unsettled on that issue. Business and Professions Code, which is out of MCRSA, which is the state cannabis statute, states that cannabis is an agricultural product for purposes of this provision of MCRSA. There is no statewide understanding that cannabis is an agricultural product. And indeed, many counties across the state have specifically excluded cannabis from the right to farm ordinances for that reason. So I do want to make sure that the board is not misled on that point. Again, we do appreciate your time and ask that you deny or uphold the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And the applicant, if you would like some time.
Thank you. George MacDonald on behalf of the applicant. Again, to touch base again on Brassfield, it has been removed. The pipe is removed. We would invite code enforcement out to take a look if they'd like. That goes the same with these hoop houses. They're in the process of being removed. Weather permitting, the time it will take to do that, I fully intend to have it done within the 30-day period if no appeal is filed. And again, we'd invite code enforcement to come out and take a look. CEQA is about public information and information gathering. I don't think anyone's going to doubt that there's a substantial amount of information that has been gathered and provided to the public here. It was available on July 22nd when the Planning Commission made a unanimous decision to approve this project. In cannabis, it is agriculture, plain and simple. It's grown with the sun in dirt, it's plants. It's regulated by the California Department of Agriculture. It is agriculture. I'm not aware that this county has made an exception regarding the Right to Farm Act or ordinance. I don't think there is one here. So right now, as this presently stands, it is agriculture and has all the full rights as a winery would. Also, these hoop houses, right, they have not been here for months and months. They were put in, I know code enforcement can confirm actually just a couple of weeks ago, and they were installed with all hand labor, and now they're being removed less than 2 weeks later. So these aren't things that have been there for 6 months, right? Any noise associated with that, the fans are specific to these hoop houses. So they've only been there a couple of weeks and they're now being removed. So it's not correct to say that this has all been going on for the last 6 months. And I think that the comments that code enforcement have received really started about October 25th. And that shows as well that this is something that ramped up in anticipation for this hearing today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So bringing it back to the Board of Supervisors. Supervisor Scott.
I want to go back to Anita and have her explain a little bit. She was talking about evidence and weighing of evidence. Pull us a little.
Thank you. You have a great deal of information that's been provided to you and some level of analysis. You have heard from the attorneys. The attorneys are making their case, they're making their argument, they're not presenting evidence, they're telling you what they believe the evidence shows in a particular matter. In an administrative hearing such as this, the rules of evidence are generally quite relaxed. However, your board can always require some authentication of evidence, the issue of photographs, who took them, when they took them, what they took them, where they were when they took them. All of that is relevant to your board. Now your board can admit them anyway and determine that you find them credible for whatever reasons you determine that. You can assess them as having they should be afforded a relatively low or little weight, given that they haven't been authenticated. There's been some commentary that could happen. Your board could additionally require testimony to authenticate the photographs so that you know whether they are of the project or something else. As far as the fair argument standard, it is certainly true that lay commentary on non-technical matters can support a fair argument standard. However, it is not the existence of public controversy, the existence of disagreement itself is not enough to support substantial evidence. Your board has to go through and determine that. There have been a number of citations to things that I'm assuming the staff cited as evidence of various propositions that your board will have to go through because there hasn't been a discussion or an analysis of what each of those citations relate to. So I'd encourage you to do that before making a decision. As far as some of the commentary that you've heard in terms of motivation, et cetera, your board has to determine the appropriate level of environmental review. Your board has to determine whether you can make the findings to justify a major use permit, and those findings are required for cannabis under 27.13 AT. So your board has to make those findings, and the factual support for those findings have to be discussed by your board so that you can determine that there is evidentiary support for each finding that you make, and your determination, again, as to the appropriate level of environmental review for this project. If you believe that a fair argument has been made that there is potentially a substantial impact on the environment, then your board does have to look back at the environmental review, and you cannot make those findings today. If your board finds that any of the elements in for a major use permit under 51.4, you have to make each and every one of those findings. And I've heard a lot about, there's nothing in the ordinance, or hasn't been anything in the ordinance about the level of water. Well, water's been an issue in this county for a number of years, and anyone who's lived here for more than a minute also knows that there is a great deal of recurring drought conditions, and the findings that are required for approval. One of the issues is adequate public or private services, including fire protection, water supply. So that's always going to be a concern. As you look at the studies and the evidence presented, and any analysis that's been provided by community development as the lead agency on this project, you're going to have to determine if you can make those findings. And that's essentially and again, as far as the evidence that's been submitted, the weight you want to attach to that. And again, keeping in mind that council are giving you their opinions of what this shows, but it's your burden as the board to determine what you believe the evidence shows, and how that evidence then either supports or prevents the findings that your board has to make in these proceedings.
Thank you very much. Anything further? Supervisor Simon.
Yeah, I'll just address, I did have one question on the hoop houses. I think a comment was made by the appellant when they put it in, and I know we saw some pictures, and you say they're not permanent, but how are they staked to the ground? How were they? I know you talked about it a little bit. Were the four corners concreted? Were they stayed?
Yes, that's a good question. They're not in concrete. They're not in anything like that.
How are they secured to the
There's
ground?
actually just screws, and it's my understanding you do it with your hand. And these basically are glorified tents. I know they look much larger, but you screw them in like a tent stake almost. And that's how it's done. There's no digging, no tractors, no excavation. And that's why the photo actually shows when you take them out, the land looks the exact same as it did before. There's no trenching, no digging, nothing, no plumbing. The electrical line from the generator all above ground.
I understand that. I was just wondering how they were secured to the ground so they didn't blow away or something like that. We had some extreme storms.
The statements made to us.
Can we get a mic over here for Marcus, please?
The green light's on. I think it'll.
The statements made to us while we were out on the site is that they are ribs, and they are buried 6 inches in the ground, and then they also are anchored down by screws.
Okay.
But again, our position is they are not hoop houses. They do not meet the definition of a hoop house per Chapter 21 of the Lake County Code.
Okay. You can clarify that.
Hello.
Great, thank you.
Sorry. So in my presentation earlier, I outlined the definition of hoop house and greenhouse from the definitions in the Lake County zoning ordinance. The structures that we saw did not match these definitions. If I can I just read the definitions one more time? Hoop house is defined in Article 68, Section H, Part 9 of the Lake County zoning ordinance as an unheated outdoor enclosure used for the purpose of growing and or protecting seedlings and plants from cold weather, but not containing any mechanical or electrical systems or storage of any items. Typically, a hoop house is of semicircular design, made of but not limited to piping or other material covered with translucent material. The hoop houses that we saw on the site were made of an opaque material. There was also electricity within the hoop houses.
From the generators.
And I'd like to expand on that. It's not just the fans. They actually had lights in there connected by extension cords. And also they had, in one instance, a propane heater in there.
Correct. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Yes.
So just to clarify, the staff position is that these are structures, but in order to determine what type of structure they would be and what type of permits would be allocated to those structures, we would need to see plans submitted to the Community Development Department in the form of a building permit and most likely a zoning clearance so that we as staff in the Community Development Department could assess what types of permits were needed for these structures.
I'd like to chime in one more time. There is, to my knowledge, a building permit available for temporary structures that could have been applied for.
Thank you.
And is that possible during, as somebody just asked, and I think it is a good question, is that a possibility during an early activation? Would that be allowed when it says no building construction?
So from a code enforcement perspective, that's a determination that would have to be made by the planning division.
Okay.
Probably most likely in consultation with the building safety division.
Okay. Thank you for that. So it's
one more comment, just
please.
One more comment. I know going back, I think there was a comment made by Mr. Armstrong directly about some conversation I may have had when we were talking about odor. You know, I think he had a specific one, so maybe you watched the video because I didn't watch a video on that specific comment that I made. But I know in the past I've made comment that, you know, we really are moving towards with cannabis. Cannabis has been here. If you've lived here all your life, people have been growing cannabis in Lake County, legal or illegal. That's the bottom line. You smell it every September, October, and going forward. The reality is most likely it will be legalized in the future at some point. I don't know when, and it will become an agricultural crop. So here in Lake County, it will be part of our ongoing lives. So that smell. And I think some of my conversation was, how do you control that? Because even if you've got the most advanced filtration system and everything like that, if you're growing 80 acres of cannabis, which may happen, or 25 acres, you know, that smell is going to be really hard to control in these areas. And I think that was more of my comments when we were talking about that, of the reality, the world we live in. Maybe it can be completely controlled. I don't know. If you guys have seen a project like that anywhere in our county or others, please let me know, because you get the same smell, the same drift when you go to Sonoma, or you drive through Mendocino, or you go through Willits. You know, you get those things in the other counties too. So anyway, I just wanted to address that. That's probably where my comments were coming from. I guess I'll have to watch the video now that I was quoted on that and make sure I have it right. So for me today, and listening to the evidence and was presented to me, you know, I do think that we're going to need some more time to deliberate on this. That's my feeling on it, but we can go if someone's ready to move forward with something, that'd be fine. But we've taken in a lot of information. It was a very important decision, but that's my thoughts on it.
Okay, thank you very much. Supervisor Pyska?
So in July, we wrote the emergency ordinance that was specifically in response to the request that came from the Planning Commission for this application. And I think it's prudent that we apply that ordinance to this application. We can send it back to the Planning Commission for that extra review. And my concerns also with the hoop houses are, you know, that issue needs to be resolved with code enforcement and with planning.
Okay, thank you very much for your comments. So yes, there is a lot of information. I think it's necessary to kind of review it. I do have a request, if it's possible. I know there was some information brought to us about a state well that data is tracked, and I'd love to see that. I'd love to also know how deep that well is. Is it coming from the state, the same levels as what the project at hand here is taking water from, just so we can get an idea of what is the impact, because I think it's important. We have the situation where we kind of have an example of how this would impact the community. and taking a good look at that might provide some information. Maybe it doesn't, I don't know. But I think that asking for it, if it's available through water resources, that would be a useful piece of data to kind of take a look at. Yes.
Can I clarify, was this request for well number 4?
I believe it is number 4, yes. Or at least the one that is state data driven, or it's recorded by the state. And at this moment, we don't have public input, but if you can provide that information to our staff, because I believe it was your well that we were looking at, and that's the one I would. Okay, so we have 34. And I don't know if this is necessarily within our purview, because there's obviously there's an issue within what's happening on the project site and the hoop houses. I think that is an issue that is a glaring issue. But at the same time, and this is where the purview, I don't know where it is. To me, putting it back into the Planning Commission, and it's just going to come right back here, because obviously there's some issues with the neighbors, with the size, there's some issue. And so I'd love to figure out a way to solve the issue. I'm in the mindset of we can find a way to say yes. And is there a way to compromise the situation versus just a straight yes or no? By looking at this project and looking at better conditions of approvals or things of the kind. But again, I don't know if that's just, I just hate to see staff's time being wasted on reoccurring, trying again, because this does take a lot of staff time for the process, let alone the appeal process as well. And it's also a waste for both the neighbors as well as the applicants. And so I'd love to possibly find ways to be able to find a way to move forward. So I also believe that there's very many conversations that were had about the exclusion zone. The exclusion zone is now an issue. And I think that part of that process in finding the exclusion zone was to say that there would not be a significant impact to the welfare and health and so on and so forth to those in those areas. And there was a lot of conversation, a lot of workshops. And that doesn't mean that there's nothing that can't be done to, maybe there was a mistake and maybe we need to review those things. But it's when it comes closer and closer to individual people, there's a different reaction than just looking at the exclusion zone. When again, there was quite a thorough process in order to get to that. And we kind of pushed cannabis to the outskirts of our communities. And now even in the outskirts of our communities, it seems to have a struggle in getting there. And so that's some of the struggles that I'm going through is the processes we've put in place, the processes we've followed through in order to get with the ordinance that we have to the point that we have it. It's a complex matter, and with the extra 145 pages, I believe, is what we received yesterday, with quite a majority of pictures at the end of it. But that needs to be reviewed as well with all of the rest of the documentation that we've already received, plus the new information that we've taken in. And so I would like to request, it is 5:06 p.m. I'm sorry, I kind of promised you all that you would get to leave at 5. I would like to request a continuation of this public hearing on.
Shut my door.
Yes.
Oh, so glad that our CAO is here. I'm thinking that it needs to be in the first week of December, because I don't know that we have the capacity in our agendas to add it in on 11/23 or 11/30. I know we have some interviews potentially coming up. I want to make sure we have time set aside to be there.
Chair, let me take a quick look at what we have cooking in for those meetings.
Kind of looking at my colleagues, is that
so at this point, Mr. Chair, shall I speak, or do you wish me to wait?
Please. I do know that Supervisor Simon is thinking.
Let her go.
Okay, CAO
Okay.
Hutchinson.
Thank you. It does, like on December 7th, that your board may be interviewing some of the unfilled positions to which you appoint. The 14th of December looks wide open from my perspective at this point, but I'll also check in with Johanna as our assistant clerk of the board. Johanna, do you have anything for the 14th of December?
No, that date is good.
So the concern I would have about December 7th, Mr. Chair, is if you need to reserve a block of time for appointee interviews, you would need that time that day.
Yeah, no, I don't want to mess up the filling of positions. It's too important that we have time set aside for that and ample time to be able to do the proper interview process. And so looking at my colleagues, if December 14th is adequate.
Yeah.
I'm getting some yeses, and I do have a hand up from Supervisor Crandall. Sorry if your hand's been there for a while. I have not noticed.
Yeah, no, I wanted to just say something before you went into this, because I had a feeling we might want to be moving forward to another date. I understand that. I kind of wanted to speak after everyone spoke one last time, and I don't know if you would rather me do that, or would you rather just wait till the 14th?
I am not going to control your ability to express yourself freely.
Okay. There was brought up about Mr. Butsulwin Brown, who is the District 3 Planning Commissioner. And initially, in watching the Planning Commission meetings and reading the minutes, noticed he was in opposition to this project in the initial stages. And then he had actually went out and done a site visit and changed his mind. And the reason I highlight him is because in appointing Butsulwin Brown, he is extremely qualified in tribal historic preservation officer. When I was a planning commissioner, he would come to meetings and I would have to hear some of the things he would say about it. And so with that in mind, I know that there's cultural relevancy to things that I know if he wasn't okay with it, he would have spoke it then. So I know in the aspect of that, that's where that's at. And so in the beginning of these deliberations, when it came to the Planning Commission, I watched them because I knew it was very controversial as I've heard about it. I had spoke with Mr. Van Pelt and I can't think of his name, but I had spoke with Mr. Van Pelt and his consultant back in May, but it was not about this project. We were talking about another project in the Lake Recovery Project in Spring Valley. And so in July, when this passed, then Mr. Van Pelt had started to come to EARTH meetings and expressing this. And this is also when I expressed earlier that I would try to get both parties there to ensure that all of these things have been brought up before. I've heard all of these things continuously. I'm not sure that even if we move forward to that date, we're going to get anything but just more stacks on each side going up, because each person I talk to doesn't necessarily have an objective point of view towards the other side. It's either all or nothing. And so I do appreciate one thing that a young man had said and another lady had stated about being Native American Heritage Month and they understand how the natives feel. And I'm glad that in some instance they can relate. You know, I'm glad that they have the voice to speak this. And I'm also glad that they don't have to endure the hardships that our ancestors endured when they didn't have a chance to speak in these courtrooms like such. And in a way, you would think that there would be some sort of mindset that I would want to impose that onto these folks for the fact that that happened to my ancestors, but I don't. In turn, it makes me want to embrace them and actually vote for the appeal to be approved, because I can relate. So I had a lot more, but I don't want to just go into, I know it's late, but I would be ready to make that motion today. But if the rest of the board wants to wait, I'm fine with it. So I just want to let you know where I stand.
I would suggest that if you feel the requirement to make a motion, do so and see what happens.
I also would like to say that I have communicated with Ellie as well during the project scope timeframe. I went up there with Lance Williams back in March. There was no grow or anything at that time. He was kind of explaining to me what was going on. So at that time, did not think it was going to affect as bad as it has. And so I did not think that it was a project to the scope frame, and it turned to a different whole direction. I think he has good intentions. I think he tries, but for whatever reason, there needs to be more mitigation, I think, for the folks that live in that area and who are affected by this. So I would be prepared to motion to approve the appeal.
Is there more to that?
I was reading it right here because I have it. I had to pick up I would be prepared to motion to approve the appeal and and deny the use permit without prejudice.
I am assuming then that the motion is predicated upon none of the findings can be made, and you think there's a fair argument that's, well, at this point,
Yes.
just for the appeal, the findings of the use permit can't be made, and you believe that given all of the evidence presented today, that the appeal should
Commence.
granted, which means that everything stops. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, we have a motion from Supervisor Crandall.
Second.
And we have a second by Supervisor Simon. Johanna, roll call, please.
Okay, Supervisor Simon,
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall,
Aye.
Supervisor Scott,
Okay.
Supervisor Pyska,
No.
and Supervisor Sabatier.
One of the findings that we have to make is Article 5, and that's the one I cannot get past and not sure that time will provide any better clarity. I'm sorry, but I feel I need to say some words. I know that I spoke with Ms. Parker for about a month to try to figure out a legitimate pathway for 90%. I kept saying that to Ms. Parker. This is not about sours. This is about our industry here, because there is a somewhat prohibition to be able to accomplish the goal of carrying cannabis from seed to actual product, where the difficult task of having a drying shed when none are available. And we work together to try to make that work for the industry. We were not able to do so. And on the fact that we were not able to do so, and someone took a risk to make that happen on their own, whether it's right or wrong on a personal level, as far as legally, there is an issue there. Yay. Or aye. And motion carries. Staff, thank you so much for your time. Have a wonderful evening. And let's go ahead and take a quick 5-minute break. We do still have some items on our agenda. And we'll be back at 5:21. Hello. All right, let's go ahead and reconvene. So we are, due to time restraints, we are going to move item 5.4. No, not 5.4, 5.5, 5.2. No, 2's already moved to another one. Sorry, let me retry. Item 5.5 and 5.6 will be moved to the 11:23 consent agenda. Actually, let's not put it on the consent agenda. All right, it will probably be resolved at that point.
It'll be resolved and put on the consent agenda?
Okay, because it was just a clarification, typo or something that needed to be resolved.
As
And then
will 5.15.
and 5.15 will be again on the consent agenda. Then we are going to push 7.2 to 11:23. We are going to push 7.3 to 11:23. And we are going to pick up and do item 7.4 right now, which is consideration of advisory board appointments, first 5 Lake County. Are there any questions about the extended terms from the board? Seeing none, let's open it up for the public. There's still some with us on Zoom. Any comments on this item about first 5 appointee? And let's bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve Allison Pinella and Carly Sherman Swatosh at the first 5 commission meetings. Reappointments.
I'll second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Scott, a second by Supervisor Simon. Johanna, thank you for sticking with us. Roll call, please.
Okay, Supervisor Simon,
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall,
Aye.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
Thank you.
And then let's do, are we able to do 8.1? Is somebody available for that?
I've reached out. I
Okay.
don't have an answer yet. If you
Let's go
want
ahead
to
and do
your
calendars, and let's start with the Supervisor Crandall.
All right. So first, I want to say that sorry they couldn't be there in person.
We're happy you're there.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we're glad you're not here.
But yeah, so tomorrow, West Region Town Hall, I'll probably trying to do it from Zoom. Probably I'm gonna go try and get a COVID test right in the morning over at Tribal Health. So if I can get that quick test that says that I'm okay, we'll see what happens from there. But more than likely be doing that on Zoom. Clean water program on Thursday meeting. Clog was at 5 to 6:30. Not sure if I'll be able to make it, depending on my test or whatever that happens. 6 p.m. Lucerne area town hall. So I'll have to figure out that one too, getting a Zoom in or something like that. But I know the agenda's been put out, so I got the LAF meeting that night too. Monday CAO meeting, then back here next week for the board supervisor meeting.
Thank you very much. Let's go with Supervisor Scott.
Tomorrow, I have a first 5 commission meeting at 2:00 via Zoom. On Thursday, I have, I believe it's a mental health advisory board, but I know those are showing up weird on my calendar, but I believe that's tomorrow at 3. Friday, I will be attending the Candlelight Visual at Library Park, lighting candles for our suicide victims and their families, and then hoping to come over here for the Kelsey Brothers talk, because I missed it the last time at the stage stop that I was planning on going. And then on Monday, I have a Safe RX meeting at 10:30, and then the Scotts Valley Community meeting at 5 p.m. And then getting ready for Tuesday's meeting. That's all they got.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Pyska.
So just to report a little bit on yesterday, we had our risk reduction authority meeting and Supervisor Simon wasn't able to attend. The group has, what? No,
I was just giving you a hard time for calling him out.
No, I'm just
Yeah, good
reporting
reason.
for him because he's the chair and he usually makes the report.
Sorry, it's getting late. I didn't mean to divert attention.
So we, as a group and with the many nonprofits, we've been working all year on our strategies of building out the RRA, building out the Fire Safe Council, and figuring out where everybody fits in. And it was another really great collaborative, cooperative meeting, but they are all kind of starting to look at the county for us to figure out our role in this. And so those are some of the conversations that we're going to be having. Supervisor Simon and I are going to be having with Carol to kind of flesh that out, because that really is the next logical step. And there was the park meeting, the Cobb Park meeting with Lars last night at 6 o'clock, and we had some community members get together and talk about what they want in a Cobb Park. Tomorrow, I have a call with Mark Dellinger about a geothermal project one of his clients in the Soda Bay area, or no, Jago Bay area. A call with another constituent in the afternoon. On Thursday, Best Fits grant meeting is in the morning. Then we have our drought planning workshop, which I'm guessing tomorrow we will be developing the agenda for.
Of course. It's already pre-developed.
Okay, good. There's the COVID vaccination task force and the grand opening of Paper and Poppy in Kelseyville, which we're all very excited for. And the CIC meeting in the evening at 6:30. On Friday, I'm pretty sure I have something in the morning that I didn't write down. But in the afternoon, I'm meeting with County Council for my in-person orientation. There's a California wildfire mitigation meeting with the home hardening initiative. And then I am going to be meeting with our treasurer tax collector for the second half of my orientation with her as well. And then on Monday, I'm having my weekly meeting with CAO Hutchinson, and then we're going to have our CMAT reporting committee meeting as well.
Thank you. Supervisor Simon.
LAFCO tomorrow morning, to Lakeport, right? I think it's in
That's what it
Lakeport
says.
tomorrow. And then in the afternoon, we have the AVA meeting, at 1 o'clock. That will be by Zoom. Then we have the Best Grant Fit meeting, but I have been asked to go with the grand jury on Thursday morning, so we'll be doing that. State Board of Fire Services in the afternoon on Thursday. And then later that night, have the Hidden Valley Lake Community Service District flash meeting at 6 p.m. And I had on here the drought emergency meeting. Is that happening on Friday? I missed a couple of those. Yep. And then Friday afternoon, have the external California wildfire, the same meeting that Jessica talked about earlier, a home hardening initiative. And so I'm going to attend that meeting. And then on the weekend, and just to talk about it, very excited about the football programs in Lake County. We have 3 teams that are in the semifinals, one in Upper Lake, one in Clear Lake, and Middletown. So pretty unique. I don't think we've ever had that before in our history. So good job to all those teams and the cheerleaders and everybody else in the schools participating in that. So good representation from Lake County. And then back here for the meeting on the 22nd, I have my meeting with Carol. And then in the afternoon, we have a CMAT reporting committee meeting. And then back here for a full agenda on the 23rd.
Getting fuller by the minute. All right, thank you very much. I'll be brief. One of the reasons I had to step out today at 12:45 is I was involved with Assemblymember Woods and Assemblymember Aguirre Curry to discuss broadband internet and the passage of AB 14, which kind of looks at mainly disadvantaged communities, especially rural communities, and the lack of broadband access that exists. COVID-19 has obviously propelled this topic to the forefront. And I believe it was $875 million has been allocated specifically to AB 14. Don't quote me on that number, but I believe that's close to what it is. And that's in addition to $2 billion coming from the CPUC for the last mile. And as well, we have the infrastructure plan that has been passed by the federal government with, I believe, $85 billion in total broadband deployment funding availability. So we are doing what we can to make sure we're best positioned. And it's good to know that the state is focused on Lake County as far as the steps that we've taken that many other counties have not yet taken. And so it's good to be at the forefront there too, and hoping that that positions us for good, adequate funding. LAFCO tomorrow after our agenda review. After that, I'll be meeting with the Rural Arts Initiative to discuss about a Clean California program, discussing that with the city of Clear Lake. I have here that we have our AVA meeting in Clear Lake. It should be in Lakeport, right?
It's going to be Zoom.
Oh, it's Zoom. Okay, well, that takes care of that. Because usually we coincide between LAFCO and AVA, but you're right that we're on Zoom right now only. And then we'll be joining a marketing committee over in City Hall in Clear Lake. And starting Thursday with Judge's Breakfast, moving on to the Drought Planning Workshop, which will have a full agenda ready to go. And then also joining our water resource team for the Clean Water Program meeting. Then getting on the phone with CSAC, see if there's any new updates coming from the state related to COVID. And then I'm going to be meeting up with the station manager, Thomas DeWalt, for PEG to do a quick video. I'll be discussing with Supervisor Simon if I will be attending with him or not. Need to check in first, but at the same time, there is a Clear Lake City Council meeting. And so we'll see where that I go for that Thursday night. And Friday starts with a drought emergency, continues with something I'm unaware of that's not popping. And then talking with a team that helps get rid of our aquatic weeds in our lake. Clean Lakes is their name, or from Benicia, I believe. And we'll be having a meeting with them and Director De Leon from Water Resources to see what kind of solutions they may have for some of our public lakeshore areas in order to move the algae away and make them much more attractive during times of drought or times of high heat that creates a unfortunate odor that most people don't find attractive. Then I am going to be interviewed by a student from Woodland Community College in Clear Lake, and then joining Woodland Community College for their food street fair, as well as their open house that starts on at 2 p.m. And again, that's for Lake County campus, Woodland Community College, right next to Walmart and KEC. And I think that's as much as I have at this moment. And coming back on Monday, prepared for a meeting on Tuesday, meeting with our CAO and finishing up with that. And so that will do it. And checking in again with CAO Hutchinson, if there is staff to be able to take up item 8.1, and I don't believe that item should take long.
So I'd like to have your board go ahead and take it up. I have not gotten a response from the assessor recorder, but the assistant clerk of the board advises that she can do a share screen and show your board a form in which the matter was withdrawn by the Ferrigno family. And with that, your board should be able to act on it. So
okay.
If we can have the assistant clerk of the board share that document. I was not able to see that specifically in the agenda packet. So we'll have her show us that.
And so item 8.1 is our assessment appeal hearing, sitting as the Board of Equalization. The item is approve withdrawal of the following assessment appeal applications, number 22-2020, Ferrigno Family Trust, APN 039485610. And I believe that, yes, we should have that as the first attachment that was on our agenda. So that's something that we should have been able to review over the weekend as well as now. But if you can go ahead and scroll down just to see what was approved.
If there's an X, please withdraw my appeal.
Yeah, please withdraw my appeal. I do not intend to appear at my scheduled hearing. And so then I believe there's also some, if I remember correctly, I'm opening it up, but there's also some financial stuff underneath to show the difference between, and obviously with the, nope, wrong file. So we'll go from there, and that's the request, is to approve the withdrawal. And as we can see, the person who was originally appealing had signed the withdrawal. So any questions from the board on this? Okay, the public, it's very dark in here. And see nothing from the public, and bringing it back for approval of withdrawal.
By motion, please.
By motion, please.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the withdrawal on the following assessment appeal applications. Number 22-2020. Ferrigno, am I saying this right? Ferrigno.
Close. Good.
Family Trust, APN 039-485-610-000.
Second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Simon, a second by Supervisor Scott. Roll call, please, Johanna.
Okay, Director Simon,
Yes.
Director Crandall,
Aye.
Director Scott,
Aye.
Director Pyska,
Yes.
and Director Sabatier.
Aye.
Thank you.
And with that, we've moved all other items. We are moving also all remaining closed session items to a future agenda. And I'm looking at CEO Hutchinson to make sure that I am saying that correctly.
That is correct, sir.
All right. And so with that, we are at item number 10. And thank you very much for joining us today for a very long conversation. And we will be adjourned and see you next week.